This demon king had the 4 heavenly kings under his command, ruling over thousands of bloodthirsty demons. And yet, just as he was preparing to invade the human world, he suddenly called it off and made everyone go plant rice instead. It turned out that in his previous life, the Demon King had been an agricultural university graduate with top honors. But while pulling his 50th all-nighter, his soul left his body on the spot. He had originally been supposed to transmigrate into an overpowered hero with max stats, but instead he ended up possessing this body. The blood of a capitalist demon immediately surged within him. One subordinate tried to rebel, so he turned him into a lightning rod, the strongest swordsman among the demons. He sent off to dig up potatoes. He brainwashed the demon race into becoming diligent farmers. And without dragging this out any longer, let's begin. The story opens with the deeply irritated face of Kim Sang-cho, an ordinary college graduate in South Korea. At least, he used to be. Yesterday, Sang-cho had suddenly turned into Demon King Cherdotzer, the final boss of a game he loved. It was a familiar kind of story. The goal of the game Blood Saint Knight was to revive the ancient hero who had fallen into slumber. You know what? Forget it. Telling you wouldn't help anyway. The problem now was that a level 15 aide, Zephizot, appeared and bowed respectfully. Lord Cherdotzer, preparations for the war have been completed. In contrast to the grim mood inside the castle, outside stood an army of thousands of ferocious monsters roaring wildly. Blood Prince Asuzit, level 534, could barely contain his excitement. Let us end our hunger with today's grand invasion. Alongside him was Ice King Seigi, level 531. Born into the tragedy of this barren wasteland, burdened with the pain of slaughtering our own kind, let us make history today. Next came Mist Grand Duke Haddock, level 555. Ripped the humans apart, crushed the elves. The last was Black Stone Tyrant Baan, level 539. Turned them all into food for us. Sang-cho stood atop the tower, silently observing them. Then, gathering all the strength in his body, he shouted, "Demon Army, listen well." The surrounding space instantly fell silent, and all 4 leaders raised their eyes toward him. Sang-cho finally had to make his decision regarding this war. I, Cherdotzer, command that the entire demon race be stopped at all costs. His breath came out unevenly. From this moment on, Baan's eyes suddenly lit up like stars. Seigi's eyelids twitched slightly, as if sensing that something was about to go very wrong. Haddock, on the other hand, remained calm as ever and listened quietly, while Asuzit bared his fangs in an excited grin. Sang-cho's expression hardened with seriousness. That will stop all attacks and begin farming. The 4 of them stared blankly, as if they had just heard a joke. A second later, they all shouted in protest at once. Absurd. So startled was he that he made a horrified face. They were all scary as hell. But even more surprising was that this expression somehow made the 4 of them break out in a cold sweat. If we start this war... Suddenly, a system notification rang out. You have started the 20th playthrough. A player slowly rose from coffin, and that person was Mikuzi, level 9,990. Sang-cho was certain he would be finished if he faced Mikuzi. He used to be an agriculture graduate from a South Korean university, hoping to become a wealthy farmer. Sang-cho was very smart, so he had quickly become top of his department. Being an honors graduate meant, because of that, the department professor kept asking favors of him. "Oh my, Sang-cheon, you're so smart, aren't you? Write my thesis for me. It'll be very helpful for your future." Not only that, but there was also his crew cut boss. "I want you to help me with this project. You're really good at this sort of thing." And on top of that was a muscular coworker. "Hey, Sang-cheon, till this field." After becoming everyone's #1 slave, it didn't take long for all the energy inside him to be drained dry. The buzzing of a mosquito sounded like the sorrowful lament in Sang-cho's heart. What kind of life am I living? Why do I have to do everything while those professors take all the credit? Those bastards. I'll kill them all. I'll kill them all. His dopamine had run out. He was nearly going insane, and the only way he could raise it again was by playing a game, one that was extremely hard to level up in. No player had cleared the game all the way to the 19th run. Sang-cho craved the feeling of achieving something so badly that he played without sleeping at all. First time, second time, 10th time, and just like that, he became the first person to clear Blood Saint Knight on a 19th run. Sang-cho sat there dumbly, laughing to himself. I'm so happy. I'm the strongest person in the world. The 20th run is going to be hellishly difficult, so I need to upgrade before I go in. I'll upgrade. I'm the strongest. His character was male, but bizarrely enough, he was dressed in a Sailor Moon outfit. Sang-Cho stared at the screen while calculating. The highest level is 9,999, so stopping here should be enough. This has already cost me years of my life. Whatever. I'm starting now, the 20th run. The moment he said it, he pressed the button without any hesitation. Suddenly, a flash of light burst through space, making Sang-Cho grind his teeth in panic. What the hell is happening? His soul abruptly separated from his body as he screamed in despair. Sang-Cho was sucked straight into the computer screen, and from the moment he appeared in the sky inside the game, his life veered onto a completely different path. His soul shot downward at incredible speed. In that brief moment, Sang-Cho's thoughts turned chaotic. What the hell is this? Calm down. I am smart. Okay, I'm blue right now. That means this is my soul. I probably won't die from falling. Probably. That's the Tower of Life, which means I've transmigrated into the game Blood Saint Knight. That's the Holy Knight's tomb. Great, I'm going to possess my character, Kim-Chi-Yu Lao, who's about to reach the max level. My life as the strongest and invincible person is about to begin. Sang-Cho flew straight toward him as he slept peacefully like Sleeping Beauty. Looking at him again now, he honestly wasn't so sure he wanted to turn into that. Sang-Cho howled in regret as he shot past. His soul moved toward a dim, gloomy space. What? Where am I going? What the hell is this? Hey, there's no way. No, I said no. This is driving me insane right now. If only I hadn't let my mind wander when I saw Kim-Chi-Yu Lao back then, I would have become the strongest character. I'm such an idiot. What an absolute idiot. Meanwhile, Zephazat was walking alone down the corridor when a voice suddenly caught his attention. Cherdotzer has definitely grown weaker. That's why he backed out and stopped our attack. Inside the room, Asuzit was speaking loudly. Let's join forces and cut off his head. We'll split the power equally afterward. But didn't Cherdotzer ascend the throne by taking the previous Demon King's head? Haddock seemed more cautious. If he hasn't actually weakened, then 2 out of the 4 of us could be mortally wounded or dead. Segi beside him added, Asuzit, if you're volunteering to be our shield, we might consider it. Losing his temper, he shouted, What? Do you want to die by my hand first? In contrast to the others, Bon said nothing at all. The only thought in his head right now was, I'm hungry. Asuzit's face suddenly twisted. Fine, then what if we find proof that the Demon King has grown weak? What will you do? The others grinned sinisterly. In that case, we'll kill him. Meanwhile, Bon remained sunk in his own thoughts. I'm so hungry. Zephazat heard the entire conversation, but showed no reaction. After that, he continued on to Sang-Cho. Report, the morale of our army has completely plummeted. Internal attacks and killings among our own ranks have increased, and some have quietly left the demon territory on their own. The 4 demon generals are all extremely enraged. They say your majesty has become weak and are conspiring together to cut off your head. Hearing that, Sang-Cho began trembling in fear, sweat pouring down his face. If all 4 of them attack me at once, I'm dead. If I show weakness, I'm dead. Wait, what about Kim-Chi-Yu Lao? Since I didn't possess him, does that mean he's just an empty body? Then wouldn't it be better to just charge into the human world? Zephazat brought out an orb carefully wrapped in white cloth. And this is a recording from the Holy Knight's tomb, sent by General Acmea. An image of Mikuzi appeared, overflowing with killing intent, along with the pained cries of the demon army. Stop! Save me! Wait, what are you doing? No, stop. My eyes. Mikuzi's pupils were cold, shameless, and full of cruelty. The sight made Sang-Cho tremble all over in fear. Damn, this won't work. It's like a madman's game. I don't want to run into him. I have to stay here no matter what. At this rate, if he's judged weak or chooses surrender, the 4 demon generals will kill Sang-Cho, and if he marches into the human world, Kim-Chi-Yu Lao will gouge out his eye and finish him off. He cried bitterly through his tears. Why? Why did I have to enter this game world? I haven't even found happiness yet. The only way is to solve the food problem and calm the demons down. Zephazat called after him curiously. Lord Cherdotzer, where are you going? Sang-Cho glanced back and blurted out, Excuse me, I'm going to inspect the land for cultivation. Thinking he had misheard, Zephazat asked again, Excuse you? Only then did Sang-Cho remember and feel slightly uneasy. What? Zephazat adjusted his glasses with a serious expression. Lord Cherdotzer, you are narcissistic, arrogant, and completely lacking in manners. Yet you just said, excuse me. It was disgusting and horrifying. Please do not do that again. Irritation rose in Sancho's heart. What's wrong with this guy? Is he trying to piss me off? Was he always like this before? Zephazot only appeared once before the battle with the Demon King, without any explanation at all. But that alone had made him quite a popular character. Sancho recalled the scene when he met Mikuzi. Great Holy Knight, the Demon King no longer wishes to fight. Please turn back. But the response to those words had been a blow like a thunderbolt. Even as he was dying, Zephazot still managed to say his final words. Demon King, please forgive me for being too weak to protect you. Sancho had also been forced into a dilemma. That was why players all thought either that he was extremely loyal to the Demon King, or that he held him in great respect. Back in the present, Zephazot was still rambling on so much that his mouth barely seemed able to keep up. This mistake of yours is unprecedented. I have never seen a Demon King lose the demon race's trust to this extent. Sancho's face was already full of exasperation. God, this guy was so annoying. Then Zephazot even pulled out a notebook and carefully wrote things down. Your Majesty wishes to cultivate the demon territory. I do not know whether your memory is merely that of a pigeon. Sancho could only shout helplessly. Are you serious? I'm the Demon King, you know. Don't push your luck next time. But Zephazot overstepped even further. No, I will continue. At that point, Sancho felt a headache coming on. Why is he not afraid? Then Zephazot led Sancho to a barren stretch of land. All the previous Demon Kings, as well as your Majesty yourself, have tried farming on this land before, have you not? With the extreme temperature changes here, your Majesty should know that nothing can be grown in this soil, correct? Sancho's voice turned low. I know this place is called the Land of Death. But outwardly, Sancho looked completely resolute. With my current abilities, there's a chance I can save this place. Inside, however, he was struggling. I hate farming, but survival comes first. As soon as he finished speaking, Sancho squatted down, dragged all 5 fingers across the ground, and muttered under his breath while scratching at it. He crazily stuffed a fistful of soil into his mouth and chewed. Behind him, Zephazot carefully recorded every single action without missing a thing. The Demon King has gone mad. His Majesty has become a beggar eating dirt. Enraged, Sancho shouted, "What are you writing? Stop writing. What the hell?" But Zephazot's hand did not stop. I am merely fulfilling my duty. In any case, recording the Demon King's chronicle is extremely important. The Demon King's memory has clearly deteriorated. Sancho was furious, but completely helpless. This guy is annoying as hell. In any case, the soil here clearly had no nutrients at all and no nitrogen either. Nitrogen, an element essential for plant growth. Plants cannot directly take nitrogen from the air, even though nitrogen makes up 78% of the atmosphere, because the atoms form triple bonds, making chemical reactions nearly impossible. That was why humans had developed nitrogen fixation through chemical techniques, causing food production to surge. But doing that here was impossible. There was nothing here that could serve as a foundation for agriculture, which meant he had to use natural nitrogen fixation instead. Lightning. Using its high-voltage current, nitrogen would be oxidized into nitride ions, then mixed with rainwater and seep into the soil. And Demon King Churdotzer's main skill was, at that moment, Sancho used his sharp nail to claw the back of his other hand until bright red blood flowed out. Then Sancho poured his energy into the blood and flung it into the distance. In his mind flashed the image of Mikuzi getting hit by the move. Bloodburst. You have died. It detonated thunder and moisture at the same time. It was a technique for creating fertile soil. With that, Sancho stood up and silently steeled himself. Back up. He used his nail to rake across the back of his hand again. I'm doing this. Blood. Blow my ass. Does this cracked-out Demon King really use this move all the time? Is he insane? This hurts like crazy. Not even 3 seconds into his resolve, Sancho stopped and noticed something. In the distance, for people were hiding behind a tree and whispering their assessments. He's weakened. He really has grown weaker. He's definitely weaker now. Mortified and angry, Sancho jolted in alarm. Zephazot then bluntly added a jab of his own. Your Majesty has weakened by 100%. Sancho broke out in cold sweat from sheer panic. He's definitely an assassin. His plan is to provoke me and then kill me outright. But this is still better than dying. I'm doing it. To cover up his embarrassment, Sancho recklessly went all in. Blood burst. He swung his arm hard, sending blood flying out, but nothing changed at all except for a fresh pool of blood on the ground. Clutching his hand in pain, Sancho cursed. Damn it all. Behind him, the four others boldly approached. Demon King Churdatser. Haddock's words dripped with mockery. "Are you feeling unwell, Your Majesty?" Sang-cho opened his mouth in fear, and just then, Mikuzi appeared, gazing thoughtfully in the direction of his territory. His eyes turned distant and unfocused. "It's all rather vague, but I have some memories of my past life. I've lived this life more than 10 times. I headed toward that place. I moved because a call of duty summoned me there. But it's gone. The call of duty isn't saying anything anymore. What am I living for now?" NPC Kim Chi-U Lao, level 9,990. He shook his head helplessly. In the end, Mikuzi decided to turn around and leave. Back with Sang-cho, he alone was facing 4 figures advancing on him with raging, killing intent. Asuzit cast him a sly, threatening look. "You know the rules of the demon race, don't you? The strongest becomes Demon King." Sang-cho clenched his jaw as his whole body began to tremble. "They're terrifying. Every single one of them looks absurdly strong. I can't even use a single skill. Am I about to die?" But that silence only made Asuzit hesitate. What crushing pressure. The fight hasn't even started, and he's already concentrating power so hard that his body is trembling. Asuzit smirked to reassure himself. "But can Your Majesty really take down all 4 of us at once in your current condition?" When he turned to look at his allies, the whole lot of them had already scrambled back behind the tree. Sweat poured down Asuzit's face. "What the hell is wrong with you lot?" The 3 cowards, united in purpose, replied. "We'll stay here and watch you fight, and only join in if victory looks guaranteed." Terrified, Asuzit's breathing became ragged. "You vicious bastards." Shamelessly, they sent word back. "We're demons. Of course we're evil." Suddenly, Zephazat's voice rang out, breaking the suffocating atmosphere. According to the long-standing tradition of the demon race, all duels must continue until death, and surrender midway is forbidden. Startled, Asuzit shouted, "Wait!" Beside him, Sang-cho was equally horrified. "Look how fast this guy reacts." Then Asuzit gripped his sword and thought to himself, "Don't be afraid. I'll win. He's weakened." Meanwhile, the more confused Sang-cho became, the more terrifying his face looked. "What I do now? What am I supposed to do? What the hell do I do? Earlier, I checked my own strength, because if I'm the Demon King, I should be insanely powerful, right? But I'm not that strong at all. I'm still strong, but nowhere near enough." Then Asuzit, like a savage war god, closed in and lunged. "Here I come. Sancho Pani in shop." I've seen this move in the game before. It's either a thrust or a slash. There's no way I could dodge something like that. But his body reacted on its own, swiftly leaning aside to avoid it. "Kim Sancho stay in shop mouta agip." How'd I dodge that so perfectly? His left foot was pointed outward, so this was definitely a thrust. The movement was exactly like in the game. Asuzit missed and slid a long way back. Mist Grand Duke Haddock narrowed his eyes as he studied him. "Did you see Demon King Churdatser's expression when he dodged that attack just now? He looked like he was about to counterattack and rip his arm clean off." Ice King Seigi observed calmly. "Then why didn't he do it? Just wait and watch a little longer." Meanwhile, Asuzit kept swinging his sword, but just as expected, Sang-cho easily dodged every blow. Even he himself couldn't understand it. What is this? Every single one of his movements. They're exactly the same as in the game. The first time I fought Asuzit, I was completely stunned. No way. Can he really be defeated? He's incredibly agile, constantly using feints out of nowhere, and he has a whole variety of attacks. But after dying once, 3 times, and 10 times, I finally beat him for the first time on my 128th try. In the next 19 playthroughs, I turned him into a complete joke, clearing the stage without taking a single hit. Asuzit still kept rushing in and attacking relentlessly, while Sang-cho simply watched in calm silence. To put it simply, there was no way his attacks could ever touch me. The sound of laughter made all 3 figures hiding behind the tree trunk flinch. Sang-cho was toying with Asuzit as if he had him in the palm of his hand. The 3 of them began to feel deeply unsettled. Is he enjoying this? He's mocking Asuzit's weakness like he's having fun in a game. All his effort producing no result at all only made Asuzit more ferocious. "You bastard." Sang-cho folded his arms leisurely. That scared the hell out of me. Of course, this doesn't mean I can beat him, but I just figured out something extremely important. This world has rules similar to the game. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. "Kim Sang-cho, you have discovered the fundamental rules of this world." He stared in astonishment toward the source of the voice. "Isn't this just like the messages I always saw on the game UI?" The system continued with another notification. "You have successfully evaded the enemy's attacks through intense concentration. As a reward, part of the game system used by players has been unlocked. Targeting has been unlocked. For a moment, Sangcho froze. It was only when he saw a target frame appear over Suzit's face that he understood. Is this the targeting skill used when activating special skills? Which means, Sangcho means they said. He scratched open the back of his hand and forcefully flung a stream of red blood toward Suzit. Blood burst. In an instant, a brilliant golden light swallowed Suzit whole. Haddock and Seigi froze in terror where they stood. Right after that, the demons burst into loud, spirited cheers. That's right. Nice. Amazing. Demon King Churdatzer. Now the only thing left on Suzit's body was a pair of slacks. He twitched slightly and coughed twice. Sangcho was shaken to the core. He's still alive after taking Bloodburst. In the game, that move was always an instant kill. He used Bloodburst again. Sangcho looked crazed and terrifying. Burst, burst, burst. The other three were so frightened they were trembling. He attacked in a way that kept Suzit from dying, while still making him suffer unbearable pain. Seeing Suzit still barely clinging to life, Sangcho panted in exhaustion. He still won't die. What do I do now? Then the system chimed in with a reminder. You have torn off all of Suzit's clothes, and he is now completely naked. Sangcho read it helplessly. What kind of bullshit message is this? Can you stop phrasing it like I'm some kind of pervert? It continued with another notification. A new system has been unlocked. The function to collect armor into the equipment inventory has been unlocked. He stared at the screen in anticipation. Is there any decent armor in there? What the hell? It's only the stuff I'm wearing? There's nothing useful in here right now. I need to get rid of him first. I'm not that strong, so I can't finish him off immediately. His recovery is amazing, so he'll be awake again before long. Wait, since he isn't dead yet, I can still target him. I can keep using Bloodburst too. I can pump tons of nitrogen into the soil. That's right. Damn, I'm a genius. Those guys are probably terrified of me now, right? Perfect. Then let's try it. Sangcho put his hands on his hips and called out, "Hey, Seigi." Startled, he answered, "Yes." Sangcho ordered him, tie Suzit up tightly. Seigi's cheeks suddenly flushed red with embarrassment. His Majesty wants me to tie up a naked man? Does he want to humiliate both me and Suzit? Step 1. Prepare the lightning rod. At that moment, Suzit was still completely unconscious. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and roared, "I, the immortal Suzit, have fully recovered. You really have grown weak. You couldn't even kill me with Bloodburst. This time, I'll definitely cut your head off." The moment he saw that, Sangcho immediately moved to step 2, Bloodburst. He kept hurling streams of red blood at Suzit like he was performing some kind of exorcism ritual. Burst! That way, I can oxidize the nitrogen in the air into nitrite. When that was done, he gave his next order. "Haddock, I want you to cover this entire area in mist. It has to be so thick it practically condenses into water." Haddock jolted, speechless. What? Is he planning to soak the whole area so his lightning hurts even more? What a creatively cruel method of torture. I learned something new today. Soon, black vapor spread from Haddock's body, and mist gradually began to appear. Step 3, spread the mist. Step 4, burst, and repeat. Burst. Damn, that hurts. The one with the least to do here was probably Zephazot, since all he had to do was stand still and watch everything. The red blood and Sangcho's voice echoed through the air. Burst! At this point, Suzit could only stand there and take it from him. Burst! This is perfect. With this, I can turn the soil here fertile with nitrogen. What if this leads to a huge harvest? Just thinking about it gets me excited. Thrilled, Sangcho kept swinging his blood without pause. Burst! His savage laughter rang everywhere. Blood. Once he was done, Sangcho scooped up a handful of dirt with his bandaged hand. He examined it quietly and assessed it. Good. I just need to keep using this method to inject nitrogen. Next, I need to improve the soil quality. This kind of loose, single-grain soil structure not only blocks oxygen from entering, but also drains poorly. For farming, crumbly, granular, airy soil is ideal. So what I need to make right now is... A bold idea flashed through Sangcho's mind. Compost. No sooner thought than done. He immediately ordered, "All of you, go get me some manure." Though the weather wasn't hot, sweat poured off them like rain. They only dared keep their thoughts to themselves. After roasting him into dried squid to make an example of him, now His Majesty wants to smear manure on Suzit too? That's vicious, incredibly cruel. In another lush forest, sunlight poured down brilliantly, creating a strangely gentle and beautiful scene. Beneath the forest canopy, Mikuzi wandered aimlessly. Then a weak human voice caught his attention. Please help us." Mikuzi parted the bushes and looked inside. Dion, terrified and on the verge of tears, pleaded, "We were attacked by a group of goblins. Please help us." Beside him, Dervat had one injured leg wrapped in a crude bandage. "If you help us, we'll reward you." Carrying an intimidating presence, he stepped closer. The two of them turned pale with fear. Mikuzi stretched out a hand to reassure them. "Don't be afraid. I'm not suspicious." They were still scared out of their minds. "He looks suspicious as hell. Seriously suspicious." He came closer and asked, "Is your leg hurt?" Then, without another word, Mikuzi hoisted Dervat over his shoulder. He glanced back and said, "Lead the way." Dion obediently estamerez y gis. After walking for a while, Dervat finally calmed down enough to speak. "You're really strong. I am Envoy Dervat Hatsahan. The one behind you is my servant, Dion Furzone Teza. Could you tell me your name?" Mikuzi answered lightly. "From now on, that's what I want to know as well." Back at Sangcho's gloomy castle, the group of three sat together in discussion. Haddock broke the silence first. "How are we supposed to bring His Majesty Manure now? I mean, does he want us to just do it on the spot ourselves?" Segi bit his nails, trembling all over. "This is insane. So disgusting. This is horrible." Bon, sounding completely blank, spoke up. "Bon hasn't eaten in a long time. I can't poop. Segi can't poop either." Red-faced with shame and anger, Segi shouted, "Don't talk about my bowel movements, you idiot." Haddock laced his fingers together and spoke gravely. "Even if we could, I have no desire to offer my own manure to His Majesty. Let's beat up a few low-level demons and make them do it instead." No sooner said than done, and soon the village echoed with miserable cries of pleading. "Please don't do this. I'm begging you." One unfortunate demon was forced by the soldiers to sit there and produce manure, trembling as he screamed, "If you're all staring at me like that, I can't poop. Please at least wait outside." A soldier reported helplessly, "The others are saying the same thing, but none of them can do it either." Growing impatient, Haddock stepped in. "Why is this taking so long?" He slowly walked over to the demon. "So no matter how hard you try, you still can't do it?" Trembling with both fear and grievance, it complained, "Lord Haddock, I haven't eaten in ages, unless I can get at least a little food." Immediately, Haddock's hand shot to the demon's throat. A dark aura rose around him. "Thanks. That's a good idea." Haddock slowly extended his hand to attack it. The demon, realizing its fate, could only wail in despair. Just then, Bon appeared and grabbed Haddock's arm tightly, stopping things from going too far. Haddock squinted over at him. "What?" He suddenly got smart out of nowhere. "If you pierce his stomach, he'll die. That means no manure. They need to keep pooping if we're going to collect more." At that, Haddock coldly flung the demon to the floor. "That's surprisingly intelligent for you. If I let them kill you, maybe the rest will start pooping." Even with Haddock raging in front of him, Bon didn't seem frightened in the slightest. The demon, standing between them, nearly lost its soul witnessing both of their tempers. Then they looked ready to start fighting each other. But fortunately, Sangcho appeared and stopped them with Bloodburst. "What the hell are you two doing? Humans aren't the only things that can poop. And manure without nutrients is useless anyway. You need to find manure that can actually be used as compost." Zephazat asked doubtfully, "Compost?" Sangcho replied seriously, "Material that provides nutrients for farmland. Normally compost is made from wood ash, weeds, soil, eggshells, and chicken manure. For wood ash and weeds, we can use those abandoned houses we saw earlier. The problem is the eggshells and chicken manure." A new idea suddenly flashed through Sangcho's mind. He turned his gaze toward him. "Zephazat, bring me a map of this land." He immediately obeyed. "Yes, Your Highness." A moment later, it was in Sangcho's hands. He stared at the map without blinking for a while. "Just as I thought. The map is exactly the same as the one in the game, which means I can find them once I get here. The nesting grounds of the gull demons. In the game, they appeared all over every region. That means the gulls can eat large amounts of nutrients from human territory, then poop and lay eggs there. That's the perfect place." Zephazat asked cautiously, "Your Highness, are you planning to gather manure from gull demons?" Even Sangcho had to praise him. "You catch on fast." Zephazat analyzed the situation from his own knowledge. "That place is called the Cliff of No Return. There's no secure footing there, and if you fall, the raging waves will drag you away." Sangcho lowered his head to the map again. "I know that already." He calculated silently, because that place, in theory, isn't somewhere the player is meant to reach. Then he said something shocking, "But I can climb it." After that, they all headed to the cliff, where thousands of gulls wheeled through the sky. Haddock only dared think it, not say it aloud. What on earth is he thinking? Countless people have tried to test themselves by hunting those gulls since ancient times, and all of them ended up as prey for the sea. With his sack slung over his back, Sangcho gave his instructions before moving. I'll climb to the top and throw down this bag full of manure and eggshells. Make sure you catch it. If this works, everyone will get to eat their fill. Hearing that, even Bon was left speechless. Sangcho suddenly remembered how the small demons might be executed by Haddock, along with the sight of little demon children crying miserably after losing their families. Compared to that, this still seemed like the best way. Then Sangcho walked alone toward the rocky ledge facing the raging waves. He frowned, tried to remember. Was it on my 13th playthrough? I tried every possible way to get up there. I attempted it hundreds of times, dying over and over in the process. Sangcho stomped hard against the ground and launched himself upward. Everyone held their breath and watched his every movement. Sangcho managed to cling to a ridge of rock, but in the end I succeeded by exploiting a bug in the game. Unexpectedly, a chunk of earth where his hand was gripping broke off. The people below were instantly horrified. Sangcho quickly gave the system an order. Open equipment inventory. Remove all equipment. The 4 people below stared blankly at the incomprehensible sight before them. Sangcho's body, now without a single thread covering it, revealed only his sturdy hands and firm buttocks. They all stood there stunned and trembling, unable to look away. Meanwhile, he started twisting his body. I have to turn. Only then did Seigi come back to his senses and hurriedly cover his face with his hands. Oh shit, don't. Sangcho gave another command to the system. Equip all. The moment he turned outward, his clothes were neatly back on. Curious, Seigi peeked through his fingers, but then Sangcho issued another command. Turn and remove all equipment. And just like that, his muscular arms and firm backside were exposed again. Then he turned again and put his clothes back on. So Sangcho stayed completely naked whenever he was pressed against the mountain. Whenever he turned outward, he put his clothes back on. He repeated the process over and over until at last his hand grabbed the edge of the summit. Standing high above, Sangcho looked down proudly. There we go. A world where the game system is shared, an equipment inventory, and the edge of the map where no one can go. So it really is possible. Put all those together, and after testing it, I'm pretty sure it works. Below, Bon anxiously looked ready to rush forward. His Highness said he'll feed us. Bon will go up and help him. But then Zephazot called out to stop him. Forgive me, Lord Bon, but there, you cannot. Sangcho turned to look in the direction of Zephazot's shout. Acting in his usual, simple-minded way, Bon bent his body and leaped toward the earthen slope. Bon will follow his highness. Sangcho shouted in such panic his voice cracked. What are you doing? Just as expected, the cracked earth gave way and Bon was flung outward. Sangcho's hand shot out and caught Bon's flailing hand. Sangcho threw himself back over the cliff, once more to save Bon. He strained with all his strength to haul him up. This bastard's heavy as hell. My arm's gonna rip off. Wait, why am I even saving him? He's one of the 4 demon generals, a danger to me. Wouldn't it be better if he died? Understand this. I have no reason to save you. Yet Sangcho seemed to see something in Bon that made him hesitate. That was exactly it. Bon reminded him of a younger junior from school, an honest but soft-hearted kid back then, Jang Cheon. Please, just this once more, help me. The professor won't let me submit my thesis. He wants to keep using me as a slave forever. Please, could you talk to him? If you do, at least he'll look at my thesis once. The professors all adore you. You're the best. If it's you, maybe he'll listen. Please. He had been a junior who always followed Sangcho around. Since Sangcho was the #1 slave, maybe the professor would hear him out. But back then, perhaps crushed by too much pressure from work, Sangcho had coldly refused that plea. That's your problem. He had been afraid of losing the favoritism, afraid of putting himself at a disadvantage. Maybe, just maybe, he could have helped him. If Sangcho had tried a little harder, if he had put in just a little more strength, if Sangcho had truly done everything he could, that boy's face might have been smiling in his memories now. And so Sangcho roared and decided to use every ounce of strength he had. He struggled to pull Bon up with one hand. Sangcho's hands bulged with blood-red veins. At last, he managed to lift Bon. Using the momentum, Sangcho flung him up toward the mountaintop. Bon hit the ground with a thud like a giant sack of sand. Meanwhile, Sangcho had also climbed to the top and dropped down, clutching his arm and yelping in pain. Like a stunned child, Bon slowly forced out each word. Your Highness saved me, even though you yourself would be hurt. You had no reason to save me. Then why? Sangcho was still panting in pain. He suddenly stood up and declared boldly, because this hurts less than abandoning my subordinate and regretting it in the end. Bon froze and looked up at him. His body trembled violently, and tears suddenly began to seep from the corners of his eyes. The face of that junior back then would probably remain like a needle lodged forever in Sang-cho's mind, impossible to pull out. He should have done the same for him too. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Now all that remained in him was guilt and unending regret. Suddenly, a notification window appeared in front of Sang-cho, and the system's voice rang out. Even while not yet fully accustomed to the body of Demon King Cherdotzer, you gave it your all. As a result, you have earned the sincere gratitude of Bon, one of the 4 demon generals. For a moment, Sang-cho couldn't believe his eyes. He was that grateful. The system continued. To commemorate your achievement, a system has been established for your army. A feeling of overflowing happiness will help you accumulate a large amount of points. He frowned slightly. A large amount? Right after that, it announced the happiness point accumulation system has been activated. Sanchokan gulet silenti. Happiness points. I know this kind of thing. Is it what lets me buy discount ice cream? Is there somewhere in this world that sells ice cream? The system immediately shot back. No? What kind of game sells ice cream? He jolted in surprise. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. I can talk to it? The system continued to provide information. For every demon soldier in your army who feels happy from having a full stomach, you will receive 1 happiness point. Sang-cho stared intently at the text scrolling across the window as its voice went on without pause. You can use these points to purchase stats. At present, you can only use 20 of Demon King Cherdotzer's power. Work hard to increase all 5 stats and reach 100 of Cherdotzer's power. He knit his brows and steeled himself. Then let's see. Just as he was about to make a selection, the system spoke up. To purchase plus 10 endurance, you need 50 happiness points. That's expensive as hell. It then offered another suggestion. You can also use Vitality to purchase skill enhancements. Current skill, Bloodburst LV1. Vitality required for upgrade, 250. A trace of regret surfaced in his heart. I can't do anything yet, but if I successfully grind, then I should be able to collect quite a lot of vitality, right? I'll become extremely strong and improve my chances of survival too. And having someone be grateful to me, that actually feels pretty nice. At that moment, Bon was trembling like a leaf. His face seemed to say that he would rip me apart if I disobeyed, since I now owe him my life. Demon King Cherdotzer truly is a cruel demon king. He definitely didn't save me out of kindness. Sang-cho went back to lifting the eggshell high and called down, "Hey, you guys down there. I'm going to put manure in this eggshell and throw it down, so make sure you catch it." The 3 below still didn't understand a thing and could only stare up blankly. What the hell? Standing on a mountaintop, he hurled it down with all his strength. While the other 2 were trying to dodge, Zephizat still stood there in a daze. I seriously can't take this anymore. By contrast, Sang-cho looked incredibly excited. Farming, let's give it everything we've got. The first step in making organic fertilizer is gull manure, eggshells, wood ash, and preparing the soil. Next, crush everything up and mix it together. He coldly ordered Seigi, "Crush it and mix it." Seigi flinched. "You want me to do it?" Sang-cho calmly instructed him. "You've got a lot of hands, don't you? Do it now." Seigi finally snapped and roared in fury. "I am Ice King Seigi. My hands were not made for mixing manure." Sang-cho's eyes turned bloodshot, and his voice came out full of menace. "Is that so? Then I'll give you an easier job. Go over there. You only need to stand still in one place." Easy, right? Seigi had no choice but to use all of his hands to frantically mix the manure. Standing behind him, Sang-cho let out a sigh of relief. I got scared for a second there. These guys all have terrible tempers. I can't let my guard down, but I'm the Demon King. I'll keep pushing forward with guts and brute force. The second step in making organic fertilizer is adding water. He gave his next order. "Haddock, I want you to cover the sky with fog." The man's voice carried some resistance. "Demon King, with all due respect, the stench will only get worse with the humidity. Why should I do that?" Seeing this, Sang-cho said nothing and merely pointed toward his Suzit in silent threat. It was the same old trick, but as expected, it still worked. Haddock immediately flew up high and created a layer of fog. A while later, Sang-cho turned to Bon and asked, "Is the moisture enough yet?" Bon kneaded the dirt in his hand and checked it. It softened after the water was added, just as you said. Sang-cho folded his arms and calculated inwardly. The third step is to place the organic fertilizer somewhere dry and cover it with a blanket made from gull feathers, but even making a little of it takes a lot of time. To make enough organic fertilizer for this whole vast stretch of land, I have no choice but to mobilize all the demons. there's something that bothers me, but I have to do it now. I'll keep moving forward by using the Demon King's authority. And so, by the time night fell and the moon hung high over the mountain peak, the houses below were quiet and still. But inside, the household of DSOC was filled with sorrow and grief. Forat lay on the bed and weakly called out, "Dad." He gently raised his eyelids. "Forat, what's wrong, my child?" Tears welled up at the corners of the little girl's eyes. "Please, eat me." Forat, I've told you not to say things like that. Forat's gaze grew distant. "I miss Mom." Those words shocked him to the core, and that painful memory seemed to appear before his eyes once more. A giant demon kept screaming in front of Forat. "I am hungry. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry." The little girl was terrified, tears filling her eyes. Trembling, she crawled backward. The demon opened its huge, foul-smelling mouth, about to devour Forat. But then her mother rushed out and threw herself in front of the demon. Forat stared blankly at that familiar figure, like the final lifeline she had left. The woman turned back and looked at her child with tenderness one last time. When the girl's mother became the demon's food, she screamed. Mom, returning to the present, DSOC could do nothing but stay beside her and comfort her. If I didn't still have you here, then what reason would I have left to live? Suddenly, the door to the room swung open, and light fell across his gaunt face. DSOC gaped in shock when the dragon himself came all the way to his poor home. Demon King. Sangcho's eyes were red, and each word came out with his breath. So he still has enough strength to yell. Huh? Take him away. He looked at the girl, trembling in terror on the bed. Wait, what about Forat? If I leave her behind, the higher-ranking demons will kill and eat her. Forat struggled to sit up and called out, Dad. DSOC desperately thrashed in Bond's muscular arms. No, Forat. Sangcho didn't care in the slightest. How many do we have now? Standing beside him, Zephazat reported 20 demons. We still need 30 more. The girl's crying was so loud that it drew Sangcho's attention. He glanced back over his shoulder. Forat sat on the bed, tears streaming down her face, not daring to make a sound. The face reminded him of the moment in the game when he encountered that little girl. Sangcho decisively pressed the button on the controller to move his character. The character immediately swung his sword straight at the poor DSOC. Back in the present, the little girl was still suffering, still waiting desperately for a miracle. He turned his head away to avoid her gaze, but doing so only made compassion rise up inside Sangcho. He flung out his hand and gave a firm order. Stop all illegal killing and eating of your own kind immediately. Zephazat, I want you to gather all the remaining demons. Everyone starts making fertilizer right now. I'm the Demon King. Being a tyrant is necessary to achieve my goal. The role of a leader is to accept sacrifice. Another day began beneath the sky of Sangcho's kingdom. The demons had already begun working like beasts of burden. Sweat poured off DSOC as he grumbled in dissatisfaction. Why do we have to waste our strength on this thing for days on end? Farming sounds ridiculous. The demon beside him hurriedly shut him up. Quiet. DSOC, you'll lose your head if the Demon King hears that. Frustrated, DSOC blurted out, we're dead either way. Even if this soil becomes fertile, what are we supposed to plant? There's nothing to plant. He didn't know when Sangcho had appeared behind him. You're wondering what I'm going to plant? As DSOC went limp and said weakly, Demon King. Sangcho had already turned and walked away. Follow me. As he walked, Sangcho frowned in thought. That purple flower, I caught a glimpse of that day. That's the thing that can be planted. As expected, back then that flower had been the only life form capable of surviving in this harsh climate. DSOC poked his head out from behind him. What? Sangcho's voice was calm and cold. Yes, we're going to cultivate this kind of flower. Bon and several farming teams have already started digging them up from all over the place. DSOC plucked one of the flowers, his face turning blank with confusion. Forgive me, Demon King, but the roots of this plant can't be eaten. If you eat them, they can cause terrible stomach pain and can even kill you. But Sangcho had already pulled up an entire plant by the roots. Even so, there isn't anything else left in this place to fill your stomachs, is there? The experiment to test whether it can be eaten is about to yield results. Unable to process what he had just heard, DSOC asked, Forgive me. An experiment? Each word slowly came from Sangcho's mouth. At this very moment, your daughter is eating it. His whole body froze, his eyes wide with shock. DSOC immediately bolted off at full speed. No, why? Why would you do that to my innocent daughter? Please don't eat it. Don't eat it. Forat, don't eat it. Amid DSOC's ragged breathing, Forat's voice rang out. Dad, even though I ate it, it doesn't hurt at all. I just feel full. His whole body shook violently, and his eyes never left the little girl. Forat, are you really all right? Forat's eyes brimmed with tears of happiness. Yes. Only then did Sang-cho appear from behind them. Well, do you believe me now? A long time ago, humans in a certain land somehow found a way to turn this poisonous plant into something edible. They successfully improved it and overcame their famine. They called a potato. Holding the plate of food in her hands, Forat choked up. Demon King, I can't believe you would show kindness to a low-ranking demon like me. Thank you so much. Because of that, a flood of notifications arrived from the system. Part of your demon army feels happy because they were fed. You have received vitality for the first time. Additional rewards, +1 point, +1 vitality. Santosh is fully go. It was precisely because of the little girl's grateful smile that Sang-cho found a bit more hope. Even so, there was still something he couldn't quite accept. His face suddenly hardened. Forat's horrifying, starved expression surfaced once again in Sang-cho's mind. Just because I'm a demon king doesn't mean I always have to look stern. He put on a dark, menacing expression and threatened greedily. A brat like you just needs to eat your fill and grow up healthy. And Sang-cho succeeded in making everyone there tremble in fear. So he's planning to fatten the girl up and then eat her. He truly is a ruthless demon king. In the deepest part of the demon king's vast domain, Zephazot thought, the territory is divided into 5 regions, and this is the innermost one. It's cold at night and scorching during the day. This climate reminds me of the Andes Highlands. In the past, the people of the Andes didn't have enough food, so in the end they had to eat poisonous wild potatoes. Did they all die afterward? The image of poisonous pufferfish laid out on a plate, waiting to be prepared, appeared in Sang-cho's mind. Humans really are a strange species. They can turn things that aren't edible into things that are. By now, DSOC2 had placed his trust in Sang-cho and was working with all his might. Demon King, we've spread them all out. Sang-cho's spirit now blazed fiercely, and he roared out an order. Good. Bon, crush them. Bon immediately used his powerful body to leap high into the air. Then he came crashing down to the ground with tremendous force. He used his feet to flatten the potatoes laid out before him. They had frozen them for 5 nights, then smashed them with Bon's meteor tremor after letting them thaw during the daytime. That would allow the poison in the potatoes to seep out and evaporate. They froze them, thawed them, crushed them, and then let them evaporate. After repeating this process, they dried them, stored them, and then cooked them a little. Looking at the blackened mush in the bowl, Sang-cho murmured in admiration. Then they become wild potatoes that are safe to eat. The dried potatoes are complete. He turned around and gave an order. Gather the farming team responsible for making organic fertilizer. While he shouted instructions, Sang-cho thought to himself, they should like this as a snack, right? There isn't much food, so each person only gets 2. Seeing that, Zephazot spoke up. We still have plenty of potatoes. We could just make more. But he received a fond glare from Sang-cho. I don't think there are that many. There won't be enough to feed the entire demon army. A triumphant smile curled at Sang-cho's lips. So of course we have to plant the remaining potatoes and multiply the amount by the thousands. Meanwhile, the demons held their bowls of food and whispered nervously among themselves. This is that poisonous root, isn't it? Can you really eat it? My relative died after eating it. Holding up a pitch-black potato, DSOC objected. I told you already. The demon king transformed it, and now we can eat it. Forat ate it, and she's fine. A bearded demon shot him a look and warned, Idiot, look at the demon king. Does that look like the face of someone who'd give you food? He's just hoping we'll eat this and keel over dead on the spot. Are you crazy? Under the demon's watchful eyes, DSOC stuffed a piece of potato into his mouth and chewed voraciously. Then he calmly swallowed it. Suddenly, tears streamed down his face, and with all his strength he shouted, Long live the Demon King. After the farming team saw the first person eat it, they quickly devoured all the dried potatoes. And then the entire group of demons turned their attention toward the figure of Sang-cho standing there. Positive thoughts kept rising in their minds. The Demon King really did give us food we can eat. The bearded demon who had started things off shouted loudly, "How long live?" Right after that, all the demons raised their hands and cried out in unison, "Cherdotzer, long live! Cherdotzer!" Their cheers kept echoing, "Cherdotzer, long live, Cherdotzer!" But Sang-cho's face darkened, and he didn't look pleased at all. I don't really like this slogan. I need to remember to change it later. Zephazot glanced at him sharply and thought to himself. His expression looks like someone completely certain he can create edible food in this barren land. Perhaps he really can put an end to the disaster of famine. Right then, Sangcho received the notifications he had been hoping for from the system. Part of your demon army feels happy because they were fed additional rewards, plus 50 points. Sangcho's vitality bar had now reached 51. His eyes narrowed slightly. The next second, Sangcho curled his lips into a satisfied grin. That's a pretty decent amount of points. I can increase my strength now. But which option would benefit me the most? I don't have any ideas yet. I should probably save up more points first. While Sangcho rested his chin on his hand and calculated inwardly, I'll divide them into a fertilizer team and a potato gathering team. Zephazot seized the moment to give orders. Farming team, listen up. When you return after work, tell the whole village that edible food can now be grown on this land. We promise that anyone who digs up wild potatoes will receive food vouchers that can be exchanged for dried potatoes. Sangcho cast him a brief glance and praised him inwardly. He's as smart as he looks. Even if he is a troublesome guy, he's contributed the most. All demons in the village obediently dig up every last potato for me. One group will continue producing edible dried potatoes, and the other will make organic fertilizer. Segi kept working without pause, yet still had enough energy to simmer with anger. The smell of manure. Beside him, Sangcho was also busy directing the demons as they moved to Suzit. Right, 10 more steps. No, 10 won't do. Step back 1. 2 demons propped his body up over an empty patch of land, and Sangcho continued tirelessly using Bloodburst. Meanwhile, I'll do my best to produce more nitrogen. Now that we have enough organic fertilizer, it's time for the next step. We need to spread the fertilizer evenly across the land, but this place is far too vast. While Kim Sangcho was deep in thought, wondering how they were supposed to cover that much land with the farming team, when they had only managed to fill their stomachs with a few pieces of dried potato, a Suzit had already come to at some point and was trembling with rage. Churdatser, you bastard, just kill me already. Sangcho paid him no mind and kept thinking. Could one of the 4 demon generals really do good work, even while starving? Even without rest, he could still keep working for quite a long time. Is there really no other choice but to wait for that? After finishing his work, Sangcho returned to his familiar throne. Did you really request more troops from the Star Kings? Zephazot immediately replied, Yes, I did. We ordered them to stop attacking and send as many soldiers as possible for farming. While we sent messengers to each of the 4 Star Kings who govern their own regions, we still have not received a response from any of them. Sangcho thought it over. Could all the messengers have collapsed from hunger on the way? But with the number of troops they had now, spreading fertilizer evenly was far too difficult. Demon Territory, 1st Star Region, Valley of Death. Kneeling in the Great Hall, Fagami reported, according to the Scout Ghost report, Demon King Churdatser has truly begun farming. It seems they have really managed to produce edible food. The thick silver beard of the old man, seated on the throne, twitched slightly. Churdatser, he is doing all of this because he fears me. The one speaking was the 1st Star King, father of the death god, Sathajan. I grow stronger the more demons die. He stopped the war and reduced the number of demons starving to death in order to keep me under control. You took care of all the messengers sent to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Star regions, correct? He spoke carefully, word by word. Yes, the other Star Kings know nothing about the order to stop the war or about the farming. Sathajan lowered his cold gaze. The demons must all die of hunger. Only then can they become my food and my army. Then I will kill Churdatser and become the Demon King. My servant, Fagami. Fagami promptly answered, Yes, Lord Sathajan. The old man extended a sharp claw and cast a spell as he gave his order. I want you to destroy everything related to Churdatser's farming. Fagami's eyes lit up as if under a spell. At the same time, Suzit was still imprisoned on the pole, his whole body trembling from hunger and cold. Fagami appeared before him and did not forget to mock him. Churdatser is truly cruel. He turned Suzit into a living corpse just to make an example of him. Don't worry, Suzit. Lord Sathajan really likes your violent nature. After he kills Churdatser, he'll take you in. Ghosts destroy this dead patch of land until it can never be used again. They all rushed forward at the command. One of them pointed at the pile of dried material on the ground. Lord Fagami, this is the fertilizer the scout Ghost mentioned. Fagami shouted without the slightest concern. Throw it all over this land. They may try to gather it and use it again, so spread it evenly everywhere for me. Mix it into the soil until not a trace of fertilizer can still be seen. Bury it deep in the earth for me. As he watched the ghosts work, he laughed wildly in delight. The loud laughter startled Suzit and made him open his eyes. He remembered an earlier discussion with Zephazot. What were we supposed to do now? At the time, Sengcho had also been troubled by that issue. The fertilizer had to be crushed evenly and mixed into the soil. That made it extremely difficult, so leaving it to the farming team was impossible. Fagami waved his arms around excitedly. "You're finished, Churdatser." Suzit said nothing, only thinking to himself, what the hell are these idiots even trying to do? Under the pure moonlight, a weary sigh broke the silence. Number 1341 sat dejectedly on a jagged rock, muttering to himself, "No matter how long we do this, we just can't finish." His words made the other team members shout in irritation. "Hey, you, stop slacking off. If any of it is left over, Demon King Churdatser will turn it into farmland." But number 1341 kept rambling. "Number 2718, you're working especially hard today. Aren't you usually lazy?" That remark happened to be accurate, making the other demon nod awkwardly. "Oh, why, yeah, that's true." Number 1341. Number 2718 fell silent for a moment, then let out a soft sigh. "But I don't know. When I look at what we've done, I feel proud. You know? Like I've finally done something useful." Those proud words left number 1341 stunned for a moment. Then, just an instant later, he smirked at him. What an idiot. Yet, those words somehow stirred number 1341's will to work, and he hurried back to the task he had abandoned earlier. "Today, I'll become an idiot too." At once, the air was filled with the laughter of the three of them. "There's not much left. Aren't we amazing? The sun is coming up before panic could consume them at the miraculous light high above. I got so caught up working that I lost track of time. We're going to die." Whether the pain all over their bodies brought them enlightenment or not, every one of them suddenly smiled. But dying like this isn't so bad. In the end, we were really productive. In that fateful moment, hundreds of souls ascended to their final resting place. Holding an umbrella over himself as he watched it all, Fagami could not hide his emotion and broke down crying. After a while, he finally whispered through his tears, "You did it. Rest in peace. Now let's see how Churdatser reacts." At the same time, Sangcho stood inside his storage shed, repeatedly sighing in admiration. Tilling the fields took longer than expected. Even with just us, it already took a lot of time. These potatoes are in a dormant state. Hearing that, Zephazot tilted his head. A dormant state? Without even turning around, Sangcho nodded and explained, "That's right. They won't sprout. Planting them like this won't do anything." His creative mind even came up with a short animated image for the new idea forming in his head. It was like a potato sleeping underground, and then someone yanked hard on its stem, and the potato fainted from shock. Their biological rhythm has been paused. Sangcho sank deeper into thought and kept nodding. Their dormancy will end faster if we keep them at around 4 degrees Celsius for 2 to 3 weeks, then suddenly move them somewhere warm and dark. I want Ice King Seigi to channel his cold energy into them, but he's really angry right now. Haddock is scheming too. I can't avoid them attacking again, so I'd better think of another way. Sangcho passed by the retainers who were training, still unable to settle down. It should work if we raise the storage temperature to around 23 degrees. So I'm having the farming workers practice squats, but they'll tire out quickly. That won't work either. All his complicated thoughts came to a halt, and he let out a quiet huff in frustration. Sangcho quickly turned away. "Let's go to the farm." Zephazot followed as Sangcho resumed his private train of thought. "For now, I can only do what I can. At the very least, I need to get nitrogen into the soil." Then suddenly, the sight before him made Sangcho stop in his tracks. The new discovery shocked him so much that he stammered in his mind. "What? The soil's all been turned over." The moment that thought flashed through his mind, Sangcho's heart skipped a beat. Not only that, his nose was assaulted as soon as he saw Suzit's distant figure. A foul stench had spread everywhere. Everything was now ready for planting. What kind of miracle is this? Meanwhile, Fagami shook with laughter when he saw Sangcho's stiff expression. He's completely stunned. What a huge success. But he had no idea that Black Stone Tyrant Bon had already come up behind him. Bon quickly hoisted Fagami up and brought him before the boss. He was hiding, no matter how Fagami struggled and screamed. "Let me go." Sangcho merely sank into thought. That was Fagami, one of the leaders from the Valley of Death. Did he come alone after hearing my request for reinforcements? After a moment, he coldly asked, "What are you doing here?" That attitude frightened Fagami so badly he broke out in a cold sweat. "Well, that is..." Before he could answer, Sangcho lost patience and punched him first. The rash action made Zephazot protest at once. Why did you hit him before he could answer? Sangcho answered flatly. It looks like he's hiding something. Beating someone to a pulp is the best way to deal with that. Hearing that, Fugami endured the pain and muttered, as expected of the Demon King. But Fugami, will not speak so easily. Just like before, Sangcho started using him as a human punching bag, leaving Fugami unable to form a proper sentence. Wait. A few minutes later, Brother Sangcho paused after his exercise to catch his breath. Good grief, seriously. He quietly spent life force to buy more stats, raising all of his own stats by another 10%. The system urgently announced, current life force, 51. You have used 50 life force to increase endurance. Stamina has increased by 10%. Thanks to that, Sangcho found even more strength to keep punching, making Fugami hurriedly cry out, "Wait, I'll talk. Actually, I was ordered to ruin this farmland, so you would all starve to death." After that bizarre interrogation, Sangcho returned to his castle in an indescribably foul mood. So in the end, Sathajan is the one who cut off all my requests for reinforcements. Well, I understand. He can only grow stronger when more demons die of hunger. After hearing him out, Zephazat gave his opinion. This is an act of rebellion, but it is also a good opportunity. If you defeat the first star King Sathajan, the demons who have been complaining because the campaign of territorial expansion was put on hold will take it as a warning. Yet instead of feeling reassured, Sangcho looked away and quietly sighed. Even if that weren't the issue, they'll keep sabotaging the farming if I leave them alone. I need a way to deal with them once and for all. Zephazat did not notice his unusual expression and continued. The problem is how to defeat Sathajan. Before he could finish, Sangcho abruptly cut him off. Right, he could transform himself into a ghost. Sangcho's mind began recalling what he knew. In the game, Sathajan was everywhere throughout the Valley of Death, which was like an incredibly complex maze. The whole stage was basically a game of hide-and-seek with him. If it's hard to exterminate pests because they keep hiding, then I just need to lure them out of their nest. Meanwhile, Forat stared blankly at the strange sight before her. Her intent gaze made as Suzit, who was hanging suspended in the air, glanced downward. His irritation rose at once, and he ground out, "What are you looking at?" His hostile attitude made Forat fumble nervously. "Well, I heard that thanks to your sacrifice, we have food now. That's what I meant. Thank you very much." Unexpectedly, that polite and earnest sentence made Suzit's face twist with fury. The next instant, he opened his mouth and roared, "You dare mock me?" Suzit shouted, "I'll kill you, you damn brat." Terrified, Forat ran away immediately. Once he had his privacy again, his thoughts heated up rapidly. "Just wait, Cherdotzer. The moment I get out of here, I'll come find you and kill you." Suddenly, a familiar voice cut straight through Suzit's mood. Now, altogether confused, he turned toward the sound. "Cherdotzer?" From the distance, cheers echoed across the empty plain. This is so fun. A little later, Suzit saw the irritating banner and a group of dancers flailing around like drunken fools. "This is so much fun, everybody." Sangcho cheerfully led the dancing demon procession straight ahead. So fun, so fun. Suzit ignored the song and focused only on the words on the banner. What, a second lightning rod? Then does it mean I'm free? I don't have to keep being roast chicken all day and all night anymore, right? His brief joy ended the moment he saw Fugami being set up right beside him. Without a word, Sangcho channeled power into his sword. Suzit felt the electric current spread through his body and slowly realized the bitter truth. So now there are two of us serving as lightning rods. The two of them were continuously electrocuted and could not even get a word out. Elsewhere, Sathajan watched everything unfold. With his aged face looking like a Greek god cosplay gone wrong, the old man burst into tears. My retainer, Fugami, as Sangcho angrily shouted, "Break!" and Fugami screamed in agony from the powerful current. Sathajan panicked and cried out like a loving parent. "Fugami, how much pain must he be in?" Sangcho ignored the suffering of the two before him and continued casting. "Break!" By that point, Fugami no longer even had the strength to scream and could only groan weakly. The sight pained Sathajan so much that he cried endlessly. "Stop, please stop." At that very moment, Sangcho quietly lifted his gaze upward, where a strange bird was perched on a dead branch, and he paused and thought, "That's the scout ghost from the game. So they really are watching me. They dared to ruin my harvest. I'll make them regret it." Who knew how much time had passed before sunlight spread everywhere? For some reason, Fora was repeatedly raking the soil with a shovel. The pointless action left Asuzit speechless for a moment, but when his eyes fell on the small hands covered in countless scars, Asuzit could not help asking, "Hey, brat, what are you doing?" Caught off guard by the question, Fora hesitated for a few seconds. Well, the Demon King and the 4 demon generals, all the grown-ups are working hard at farming, so I wanted to help somehow too. Hearing that, Asuzit snorted mockingly. "You stupid, low-level demon brat. The idiot next to me already finished plowing the field. At the very least, go find something more useful to do." Forat failed to notice his contempt and sincerely thanked Fagami instead. "Really? Thank you, sir. You plowed the field and also became a lightning rod for us." It was the first time Fagami had heard such words, and he could not hide his confusion. What? But once he processed what she had said, he became so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. "You're such a cute kid. You've made all my hard work worth it." That emotional display made Asuzit mutter in disgust. This guy's completely lost it. What's so great about plowing fields anyway? You think farming on this barren land is even possible? That stupid potato thing you're trying to grow won't even sprout. They say if you keep potatoes warm, they'll sprout faster, but you're all going to starve to death either way. Before he could finish, Asuzit saw Forat suddenly run off. "Thank you, sir. Potato sprouts." That made him shout after her irritably, "Hey, you little brat." But when Asuzit saw the peaceful look on her face, he could not help chuckling to himself. What could a low-level demon possibly do? Sometime later, at Sangcho's castle, Zephazat slowly voiced his concern. "I'm a little worried about your plan, Demon King. Sathajan will surely realize this is a trap. Will he really come to rescue Fagami?" Sangcho answered immediately after he finished. "Of course not. First, he'll send his subordinates. If we want that idiot to show his face, we need to wipe out all his underlings first. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one." High in the sky, the spy bird quickly captured the image of Sangcho's army below. Seeing it, Sathajan did not hide his scorn. "Cherdot, that fool. Does he really think that by sitting there waiting, ready to attack, he can make my subordinates appear? Though it is unfortunate for Fagami, I have only one goal, to destroy that crop." With silent authority, Sathajan quickly ordered his ghostly soldiers, "Go, my harvest ghosts." The spectral troops swiftly appeared on the cold ground. The moment they received Sathajan's order, they rushed headlong forward. Watching them, the old man barked, "Crush every last potato until nothing remains." The instant the ghosts charged into the potato storehouse, Sangcho, who had been waiting for this very moment, casually said, just as expected. That unscripted voice startled the ghosts out of their wits. However, Sangcho paid it no mind and calmly continued his cool-as-hell presentation. "We knew those harvest ghosts would come. Welcome to your grave." The terrifying aura pouring out of his body made the harvest ghosts shrink back in fear. Meanwhile, Sangcho was busy sinking into his own thoughts. "The first time I ran into harvest ghosts in the game, I was desperate. Sathajan's second elite force. The problem was that they always moved in packs." Thinking back on everything he knew beforehand made Sangcho's breathing grow heavier than ever. If they so much as touched you, they would cling to you and rapidly accelerate your aging. And that wasn't even counting the fact that they copied your skills too. They were unbelievably annoying. But there was still one way to wipe them out. Sangcho didn't even bother finishing the thought before speaking leisurely. "All right then, who wants to become deep-fried ghosts first?" He cracked his hands excitedly and thought, "I just need to hit them with lightning element attacks." Only now did the stupid ghost soldiers realize that an unexpected variable had come crashing in. "It's a trap. Run." Too bad for them. Sangcho had already switched into full Battle Maniac mode. No, the real trap is what comes next. The internal energy he released through the ghosts in a panic, both outwardly and inwardly. What's that? Blood? The blood of Cherdotzer had been spread there last night, and now Cherdotser's second stage ability came into play. Without a word, Sangcho slammed his hands into the ground, causing a current to race along the blood traces inside the storage shed. The whole point was to block every escape route for the ghost soldiers. In that brief instant, Sangcho silently uttered the skill's name. Great Blood Rupture. The powerful attack dropped the monster horde on the spot. That glorious sight gave Sangcho the chance to issue a majestic command. Now we can finish them with normal attacks. Faminko deploie. At that very moment, the soldiers Sangcho had trained beforehand rushed into the storage shed with sickles in hand. A good harvest season, a righteous spirit hoping for a better future. Everyone charged together at their hated enemies. Charge! Watching that scene, Sangcho couldn't help frowning in thought. The farming corps might not look impressive, but they were the strongest unit in the final stage. The soldiers' battle cry rang out. Attack, brothers! And Sangcho's blood started boiling right along with them, his whole body surging with energy. I really do feel like a cruel, brilliant low-level demon king. Maybe I really am perfectly suited to this world. There are still a few that haven't been struck by lightning and are trying to run. Sangcho immediately burst forward toward the unlucky ones to send those ghosts to their final resting place. I'll finish them off myself. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out, making him jerk around in surprise. At some point, Forat had apparently hidden herself in the pile of potatoes and popped up to gulp down some air. The sight made Sangcho freeze. What the hell? Since when? Shockingly, at that very moment, one crafty harvest ghost changed course toward Forat, instantly turning Desos's earlier excited cheering into open panic. Forat! The unscripted scene made Sangcho click his tongue in annoyance. There's always one crackhead in the bunch. Whatever. Right now, the top priority is killing as many harvest ghosts as possible. What do? Blood rupture won't reach that far. The moment that thought crossed his mind, his arm moved on reflex, launching a potato straight forward. The unconscious action visibly threw him into turmoil. Idiot, what do you think throwing that will accomplish? Unexpectedly, the potato bonked the ghost right on the head. Hit by the sudden blow, it swiftly used its agile spirit body to snatch the weapon that had struck it. But strangely enough, that force not only failed to seize the object, it separated from the ghost's main body and began circling around the potato. While Sangcho was still baffled by the sight, the potato suddenly sprouted under the influence of the harvest ghost's energy. Forat watched it fall into the pile of potatoes below and was too stunned to say a word. The remaining ghosts had already fled the storage shed without leaving a single one behind. Sangcho didn't spare them a glance and stared blankly at the potato from before. Wait, that's a potato sprout. The new discovery was far beyond anything he had expected. Sangcho could barely even breathe normally as his eyes widened. His mind immediately pieced together the strange event. The ghosts accelerate aging. It accelerated the potato's biological clock. Sangcho promptly scooped Forat up into the air, grinning brightly as he praised her. Great job, kid. His terrifyingly twisted expression scared poor Forat half to death. Sangcho quickly tossed the little girl aside and shouted to the troops below. Farming Corps, listen up. Forget drawing Sathagen out. He casually picked up a potato and hissed excitedly. From now on, it's time to attack them. In the burning heat outside on the barren land, Asuzit began drifting into a hazy delirium. Where am I? Who am I? What am I living for? The sun is so beautiful. O source of life, it is an honor to behold you. The growling of his empty stomach brought Asuzit slightly back to reality. Is this hunger? Even in this state, I still crave life. Right then, a bright little voice suddenly rang out, making him lower his gaze. Lord Asuzit. Forat came up excitedly, carrying a bowl of dried potatoes and thanks. Thank you for your hint about the potato sprouts. Everything turned out wonderfully. I even got a whole bunch of dried potatoes. Lord Churdotzer gathered a lot of farming soldiers and went outside to plant the sprouts. Unfortunately, Asuzit had no interest in those flowery words. The moment he caught the smell of that strange dish, he frantically twitched the strings in his hands. Food! That food! Forat showed no fear at his bizarre behavior and simply picked up a piece of potato. You must be very hungry, right? I'll give you this. The little girl used all her strength to throw it toward him. Here! Her so-called throw instantly turned into slapstick when the dried potato smacked straight into Asuzit's eye. With his pupil struck, he screamed in agony. I'll kill you. Seeing that, Forat hurriedly took out another handful of potatoes. I am sorry. Just one more. Whether her terrible luck had finally let up on Asuzit or not, besides one piece flying straight into his mouth, those cocky eyes of his were also hit directly by two more dried potatoes with no defense at all. Even so, Asuzit was very satisfied with what he was eating. So good. The system then began firing off a series of notifications. Part of your demon army has become happy after being fed. Score increased by +1. Your current vitality has now risen to 302. After reading all that, Sang Cho went silent in thought. Counting the new recruits from last time, there are 300 who got dried potatoes, plus that demon kid makes 301. So who's the other one? Whatever. The more vitality, the better. I'll need to save it for the assault on Sathagen. With that in mind, Sang Cho quickly regained his energy and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Farming Corps, move out for a bountiful harvest." His troops swiftly advanced towards some gloomy area. The feeble spirits, having sensed the smell of an attack, hurriedly raised their axes. Cut the bridge. The moment the blades struck the thick rope, the foolish ghosts burst into laughter. What are you going to do now without a bridge? Then they froze when they saw Sang Cho leap right in front of them. Unbelievably, the protagonist's aura did not save him, and he began falling into the ravine while still several meters from the enemy. Seeing that, the two ghosts laughed hysterically. "Sure not, sir. You idiot." That moron jumped straight down like a complete dumbass. Suddenly, a bizarre sight quickly drew their attention. Sang Cho was now using his utterly broken burrowing technique, and the sight of his two arrogant legs completely sent the two ghosts in a panic so deep they choked on their own breath. Farther off, they could also see the front half of Sang Cho's body, partly hidden by cloth. That bizarre split body move gave him unimaginable mobility, using two separated halves like tools to throw the enemy into confusion. When Sang Cho reached the cave entrance, the two ghosts naturally fled in terror at once. Gross as hell. This is terrifying. Scary, scary, scary as hell. Without saying a word, he turned and gestured toward his people on the far side of the broken bridge. Do exactly as planned. The moment he saw that, Zephazat gave a small nod. Once he had that silent confirmation, Sang Cho immediately whipped his cloak around and ran deeper into the cave. According to his absolutely brilliant tactical plan, the harvest ghosts were terrified of potatoes, but if I charge in alone and unarmed, then Sathagen will let his ridiculous pride take over and issue the order. He's alone, and he doesn't have any cursed potatoes with him. Go harvest ghosts. If you can even lightly wound him, that counts as a victory for us. The monsters, hearing that, rushed straight at Sang Cho. Not only was he unafraid, he charged headlong into the heart of the enemy. Secret technique, quantum leap. In a brief instant, Sang Cho's body returned to that same bizarre burrowing form as before and crawled up the stone wall. A while later, he suddenly stopped moving altogether, then abruptly vanished into thin air. The bizarre scene threw the harvest ghosts into utter confusion. That movement is creepy as hell. Since when can he pass through walls? Up there. He's on the upper level. Catch him. If I catch him, I win. Impossible. The Demon King vanished in an instant, while Sang Cho was dangling his backside to lure the ghosts along. His mind was rapidly calculating. This is the 19th time I've done this. I know every corner of this place. If I gather all the enemies in this area of the game into one spot, and once the opportunity arrived, Sang Cho quickly returned to his normal form. He slowly opened his mouth and took a light breath. That look made the ghosts misread him completely. You're tired now, aren't you? Even if you're the Demon King, this is the end of the road. Sang Cho did not hesitate for even a moment and answered calmly. No, right now, I'm not the Demon King. I'm a veteran player. The instant he finished speaking, Zephazat's voice rang out from somewhere unseen. Do it. Sang Cho's demon soldiers immediately hurled dormant potatoes down at the harvest ghosts. Make them sprout. Make them sprout. The sudden attack caused potato after potato to sprout with ease, creating a perfect spectacle for Sang Cho to shine like a god. Now plant them. Standing high above, Zephazat could not help going still as his mind raced. At first I didn't really believe it, but once again, the Demon King's words were correct. The memory of Sang Cho's instructions came back to him. While I heard them all into one place, you, Zephazat, will lead the farming corps along this map. He also remembered his own reply back then. But the old waterway has been abandoned. It's a dead end, and there's almost nothing there. All he had gotten in return was a quiet little chuckle from Sang Cho. Actually, there is a hidden shortcut. That expression still sent chills down Zephazat's spine even now. Meanwhile, Sang Cho was silently calculating the next stage of his plan after escaping that terrifying death pit. Right before reaching the final map, I explored the area and found it. When the character he controlled had spoken, "There's nothing here," So why is it made so elaborately? Sang-cho quietly recounted the scene exactly as it had happened. And I thought, why does the surface here look different? Sang-cho also could not forget what he had happily said back then. Jackpot, baby. The familiar memory returned, making him sigh. This is how the areas are connected. This tunnel links the place where we had our first battle with Sathajan to this cave. I remember thinking, what is this? I can't get in, but it turns out you can enter it after clearing this region. You could get a transformation pill there. I have to take it if it exists in the real world. Sang-cho suddenly returned to reality when he heard DSOC's joyful crying. They're potato sprouts. We can plant them now. Just wait, Forut. At last, we can finally live with full bellies. Those words made Sang-cho's thin lips press tightly together. A memory of his beloved grandmother suddenly surfaced without warning. You've gone hungry too much, Sang-cho. Grandma promises you'll have a full meal tonight. Just wait a little longer. He had never imagined that when he came home from school, he would see paramedics carrying his grandmother into an ambulance. The painful memory caused Sang-cho's mood to visibly sink. After a long while, he finally spoke slowly. Anyone who dares stand in the way of us eating will pay. The terrifying aura pouring from him immediately made the soldiers even more excited than before. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Demon King, sir. Blackstone Tyrant Bond had come over to Sang-cho at some point to voice his thoughts. Sathajan is strong. I will help too. Unfortunately, that warrior spirit did not earn Sang-cho's approval. You just carry the potatoes. Leave this to your master. Deep within the cold cave, Sathajan stood before a magical altar and shouted at the top of his lungs. Great core of the ice spirit, defeat and bind even more souls with your mighty frost. Grant me more soldiers and power. Before the altar could even respond, Sang-cho kicked Sathajan right off the platform. The sudden appearance of his opponent visibly threw Sathajan into panic. Sure not, sir. How did you know the way here? Sang-cho swiftly cut him off, sounding excited. None of your business. It's time for me to exterminate every last one of these pests. Hearing that, Sathajan fell silent for a moment, before recovering his spirit and firing back. You're a fool, Churdotzer. You came here alone and think you could defeat me? Sathajan suddenly split his body into streams of grotesque liquid. You haven't seen my true power yet. For some reason, his arrogant laughter echoed throughout the chamber. Sang-cho silently answered in his mind. Or maybe I have. In fact, 19 times. While chasing after Sathajan as he fled across the cliff walls, I kept running into his subordinates over and over, and by the end, I had practically wiped out every enemy on those cliffs. Then he fled into the chamber where the core of the ice spirit was kept. It was a terrifying item said to have been created by an ancient dragon at the cost of its life. A bone-chilling cold that imprisoned the souls of the dead in this world. The train of thought kept flooding through Sang-cho's mind, making him appear frozen stiff to anyone watching. He planned to summon more minions with that power, but the night arrived in time and the battle began. Back then, he used his true power. Seeing that, Sathajan quickly transformed himself into a new form. Feeling the power surging through his body, he grew even more thrilled. You're strong? Churdotzer, which means I. Sang-cho stayed silent, waiting for him to finish the sentence, but Sathajan only arrogantly updated his line after the transformation was complete. We'll win this battle. Sang-cho was already very familiar with this form and rapidly reviewed it in his mind by perfectly copying the opponent's stats and giving them shape. Back then, in the final stage, he had copied my character's stats at their absolute peak, with insane attack power and dodge skills that were practically cheating. If I made even the slightest mistake, I'd die instantly. But the stats he just copied came from the current demon King Churdotzer, who was no longer as strong as before. When Sathajan began swinging his claws and rushing at him, Sang-cho silently spent vitality to buy a series of stat upgrades, boosting all added stats by 10%. The system immediately displayed a new notice. Current vitality, 302. You have used 50 vitality to upgrade agility. Agility is now at 30%. Sang-cho gently tilted his body to dodge Sathajan's attack, then drove a powerful kick into his stomach. Sathajan endured the pain and swung a fist at Sang-cho. Take this. But he had no idea Sang-cho had already spent 50 vitality to upgrade physical strength. Their fists slammed together in midair with a thunderous crash. Almost instantly, Sathajin grabbed his hand and hopped around in pain. Damn, that hurts. Are you still fine? As if he had been waiting for this exact moment, Sangcho calmly replied, times have changed. Even farming requires brains. The moment he heard that, Sathajin got so furious his teeth ground together. After a while, the old man finally managed to let out a drawn-out roar. Motherfucker! He failed to notice that his opponent was enthusiastically spending 50 vitality to upgrade magic and another 50 vitality to upgrade mental strength, raising both his magic stat and sanity stat to 30. Sangcho quietly circulated his inner power and produced a burst of lightning to block the attack. That sudden move made Sathajin falter for a moment, and that tiny lapse was enough to make him suffer a powerful electric shock. It hurts. The resounding strike was more than Sathajin could bear, forcing him back into his loose, weakened liquid form. Sangcho stared blankly as the old man splat onto the ground, then patiently watched the lively fluid wriggle about like a jellyfish. The system suddenly displayed a notification. You have used Vitality to upgrade all stats by 1 level. Endurance 30, Mental Strength 30, Physical Strength 30, Agility 30, Magic 30. Startled, Sangcho quickly skimmed through the rest of the information that followed. Growth mission achieved. Upgrade all stats. As a reward, a new skill has been unlocked. Summon Golden Hoe of Farming. Unlock cost, 100 Vitality. Golden Hoe of the King of Farming, equipped with countless sturdy farming tools. The moment he read the item description, Sangcho nodded to himself in satisfaction. Nice. I need more tools. Suddenly, Sathajin's gentle, feeble voice rang out in the air. Chirred it. Somehow, the old man found the strength to shout confidently. Did you really think it was over? Tired of this fast food plotline, Sangcho muttered, nope. There's always a phase 2 in the second half of a boss fight. Sathajin, now in the mighty form of a dragon, proudly declared, this is my true original form, the form of an ancient evil dragon. Sangcho was nice enough to offer commentary. Seeing it in person, yeah, you do look pretty badass. Your attack power and vitality pool are no joke either. Well, you were the regional boss before the final boss, after all. Then he curled his lips into a grin and muttered softly, but you know what? Unexpectedly, Bond suddenly led his troops charging into the cold chamber. With such a powerful force backing him up, Sangcho immediately felt his authority and burst into laughter. I came here from the final boss zone, so what now? The moment Sathajin saw that scene, he froze for an instant before awkwardly raising a hand in surrender in hopes of saving himself. W8, let's sit down and have some tea first. Unfortunately for him, the kids all rushed him from every direction at once, their mouths still busy shouting, a bountiful harvest. You dare obstruct our farming, D. Racked with pain all over, Sathajin hurriedly screamed, spare me. Standing silently behind them, Sangcho calculated to himself. I could beat him one-on-one, but since he can still talk and move, killing him myself feels kind of wrong. We've been hitting him for a while, and he still hasn't died. Maybe we need to fight more efficiently. With that thought, Sangcho immediately unlocked the Summon Golden Hoe of Farming skill, leaving himself with only 2 HP. Even so, the clouds high above began to part, and a mystical light shone down from the sky. Summon Golden Hoe of Farming. The hoe, looking like a low-budget cosplay version of the Iron Throne hoe, slowly descended, as if some board god were bestowing it upon the chosen one. It fell slowly and directly towards Sathajin. Then, only a few seconds later, that golden hoe officially sent him off to the darkest depths of hell. The bizarre turn of events left Sangcho completely dumbfounded. The soldiers also stood there awkwardly, stunned by how sudden it all was. But only a moment later, they happily began cheering the sweet victory. As expected of the Demon King, he didn't let him die right away. He had to finish him with one last blow to the head. How cruel, how savage, truly wicked, a real villain. That's how a Demon King should be. How could small fry like us ever compare to your majesty? That's right, long live Chirdet. Yes, long live Chirdet. After a brief internal struggle over whether he should claim the credit or not, Sangcho decided to just go along with everyone's joy. Whatever, fine. At the same time, while General Acmea was still being left out in the wind together with his Suzette, he suddenly sensed something strange. His body unexpectedly turned into a weak stream of spiritual energy and floated into the air. I'm ascending. All the fields had been plowed, and the potato sprouts had come up beautifully. Even the pests threatening the harvest had been dealt with. After overcoming all those difficult stages, Sang Cho happily shouted, "Now then, it's time to plant potatoes." At that very moment, the ice spirit suddenly trembled abnormally, drawing both his attention and Zephazot's. The system suddenly announced, "Mission to eliminate Sathagen of the Abyss of Death. 20 attempts completed." That made Sang Cho think hard. Did I continue after 19 retries in the game? But before he could dwell on it, the system gave him more information. As a reward, a hidden event has been activated. The sealed source within the core of the ice spirit has awakened from overuse. The ice spirit suddenly opened its mouth like Pandora's treasured box, and Sang Cho, full of curiosity, walked toward it. What the hell? From a frigid space inside the ice spirit, Tai Bong suddenly appeared after a long sleep. The moment Sang Cho saw it, his whole face froze. A dragon? The soft voice quickly caught Tai Bong's attention. It tilted its head blankly and said something that sounded like an Airhead cartoon character, Tai Bong. The instant the strange creature produced its first sound, Tai Bong. Sang Cho silently walked toward Tai Bong, making it uneasy under the terrifying aura coming from him. Is this creature my dad? When Sang Cho crouched down and slowly reached out his hand, Tai Bong let him touch it without the slightest resistance. On the contrary, it even giggled happily. Ba Bong. Its little mind also gave its first heartfelt thought. I hatched from an egg, and everything around me was dark. I was so scared, but now Dad has found me. Before the narration could even finish, Tai Bong had already come face to face with Sang Cho's ugly yet friendly expression. So cute. Needless to say, it was instantly traumatized, trembling all over. Didad. As if that weren't enough, Tai Bong then had to hear the deafening cries of the soldiers following behind Sang Cho. Eat it, let's eat it, let's eat it. Those words made Tai Bong so anxious it almost cried without tears. And then, to make matters worse, Sang Cho suddenly concluded, idiots, we need to raise it first so we can get more meat. That truly devastated Tai Bong, and tears streamed down in 2 lines. Wait, Dad is planning to eat me? Sang Cho paid no attention to his new pet's feelings and simply looked up at the scene before him. The families of the demon soldiers happily ran over, cheering under the pure light of dawn. Your Majesty, the farming army has returned. Look, potato sprouts everywhere. Good work, everyone. Thank you for your hard work. That warm scene quickly drove the surrounding chill away almost at once. As a newborn creature, Tai Bong could only stare at them in confusion. I can feel warm energy from everyone. These creatures, they're not scary at all. That thought died the instant Sang Cho's face, like Samyuk-shot demon, scared Tai Bong half to death. I take it back. They're scary as hell. And so, by the time the group returned to the castle, evening had already fallen. Terrified by everything it had seen and heard, Tai Bong hid in a corner of the castle in pure defensive panic. It anxiously glanced behind itself to check. Then Tai Bong found itself under Sang Cho's special scrutiny once again. The courage it had just gathered was smashed to pieces. He's just waiting for me to grow up. Meanwhile, Sang Cho's great-grandpa-level frown twisted his face in irritation as he thought things through. What should I feed it? I've heard baby dragons eat refined gemstones. But where the hell would I get gems in a place like this? There's nothing but rusty old metal here. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, Zephazot stepped in and spoke. My lord, I have a report. Once Sang Cho nodded for him to continue, he bluntly delivered the bad news. As expected, we're having trouble making furrows. Sang Cho let out an annoyed sigh. Of course we are. Then his mind took that chance to dive into deeper thought. To farm properly, we have to make ridges, those rows of earth along the edges of the fields. Naturally, that requires pure soil, but this place is nothing but rock. Sang Cho fell silent as he listened to the mournful cries of his peasant crew while inspecting the land for more information. My pickaxe. The more I dig, the more rocks there are. Why are there so many rocks? That sight made Tai Bong sweat bullets with anxiety. We're all slaves, aren't we? I'm gonna be worked to death, just like them. While it was still trembling like a machine with a broken motor, Sang Cho let out another heavy sigh. This isn't farmland, it's in our mind. At this rate, it'll be New Year's before we clear all these rocks. And if we keep using this much labor every day, we'll run out of the dried potatoes we use as rewards soon enough. Even if I call in more manpower from the other lords, this problem still won't go away. If only I were like some protagonist from a novel or comic who could summon beasts or something, like a bare-nosed wombat that could clear all the rocks or anything like that. That would be great. Suddenly, at that moment, Sang-cho noticed Forut frantically hacking at the ground with all her strength. Looking at her young, pale face, there wasn't a shred of giving up in it. Sang-cho silently watched her for a while, then sighed again, changing his earlier pessimistic thinking. Enough complaining. I have to figure out some way to deal with this. Honestly, it's just one endless series of unexpected problems. Then someone suddenly cried out, making everyone jump. A slicing tornado. Sang-cho froze stiff when he saw the violent whirlwind in front of him. The powerful rotating winds formed a bridge between the earth and the sky in only an instant. The out-of-nowhere sight made Sang-cho grind his teeth in panic. Damn it, I completely forgot about that. This land sometimes spawns slicing tornadoes without warning. If anyone gets caught in one, they'll be torn to pieces instantly. Understanding just how terrifying the tornado could be, Sang-cho clutched Taibong tightly and shouted orders. Hide now. Get behind the rocks. Grab onto something. Lie flat, as low as possible. Sang-cho wasn't stupid either, so he immediately turned to flee the area. Shit, even from this far away, the wind pressure is insane. What I felt in the game was nothing compared to this. A natural disaster, the greatest enemy of farming. The thought had barely crossed his mind when, from the corner of his eye, he saw Forut running in the opposite direction from everyone else. While Sang-cho was still trying to understand why, Forut didn't forget her newly made friend and ran toward him. A Suzit. While DSOC frantically chased after his daughter, yelling in panic, Sang-cho could not hide his irritation and growled, "That brat again." He quickly shoved Taibong into DSOC's arms, then hurried off to save them while still barking orders. "Protect it. I'll kill anyone who follows me." Seeing that, Bon could not hide his worry and shouted, "Demon King, it's too dangerous. If you go in there, you could die." Where no one could see, Sang-cho gritted his teeth so hard the veins stood out on his face. "I know that, but I can't lose my lightning rod and my valuable labor. Farming isn't some relaxing hobby where I can stroll around picking apples and pears." Meanwhile, a Suzit glared at Forut, who was trying to pull out the stake pinning him down, and roared angrily, "What do you think you can do? Get out of here!" Seeing that, Sang-cho couldn't help muttering a piece of truth in his heart, almost in fragments. Farming is, life is, a battlefield. As soon as he reached the two of them, he barked, "Move aside, kid." Startled, Forut immediately let go. Demon King. Sang-cho quickly activated his strength and kicked the pole in half. Because of that, a Suzit cried out in confusion as his body pitched forward. In just an instant, he ended up kissing Mother Earth in a very uncomfortable position. At that same moment, Sang-cho's cheek was sliced open and began to bleed. Forut also suffered a series of similar wounds all over her body, but still gritted her teeth and tried to untie a Suzit. Her meaningless effort forced him to tell the harsh truth. Even one of the 4 demon generals can't undo that, not idiot. You'll never get it off, so get out of here now. Forut was about to ignore him and keep going when Sang-cho grabbed her by the waist and hoisted her up. With his other hand, he slung the pole, binding a Suzit over his shoulder. Watching from afar, Taibong frowned in worry. "I can feel that creature's strength. Dad isn't that sturdy." But Sang-cho didn't care about any possibilities running through his head at that moment and simply let out a battle cry. Then he hurriedly sprinted back toward where everyone else was hiding. Taibong, seeing it clearly, forgot to even breathe. Even so, Dad still went that far to help them. In the tense atmosphere, Sang-cho unconsciously clenched his hand and strained every muscle as he ran towards safety as fast as he could. No matter how closely the raging tornado pursued them, he remained calm and kept running. And yet, only a moment later, his body was covered in wounds big and small, making Sang-cho cry out in pain and lose his grip. His once tough body collapsed onto the rough, stony ground. That bravery to the very end moved Taibong so deeply that it spread its wings and flew in to save him. My dad is a kind creature. It quickly flew in front of the raging tornado. Taibong took a deep breath into its mouth. That unleashed a blast of icy breath straight ahead. Taibong deliberately kept some distance from the fallen group, so its attack wouldn't affect them. Having regained a little strength, Sangcho thought silently. The slicing tornado has weakened. It used ice energy to weaken the upward current. He silently watched Taibong, who had unleashed such a huge amount of power at an age far too young for it. Its body quickly drained to the point that its cheeks visibly hollowed. Sangcho couldn't help closing his eyes with a sigh before fainting. That's too much for a newborn dragon. Without him able to witness it, the tornado, thanks to Taibong's help, no longer advanced forward. The weakening winds gave Sangcho's comrades a chance to rush in and carry the trio away. Moonlit night gradually enveloped the castle, and more crows began to gather. Inside the quiet room, Sangcho had sunk into a deep sleep. Seigi and Haddock strode quickly down the hallway, their faces stern enough to be frightening. At that moment, Haddock said coldly, "While the Demon King has just been brought down, we'll cut off his head." Seigi's eyes filled with killing intent as he replied, "Then, after I deal with those idiots Bon and Asuzit, one of us will become the new Demon King." As the two climbed the stairs, Haddock glanced at Seigi and said, "Until then, we are allies." Soon after, the door to the room where Sangcho lay was quietly pushed open. Without hesitating, the two of them quickly approached Sangcho. Terrifying purple spiritual energy radiated from Haddock's entire body. In an instant, Haddock and Seigi lunged at Sangcho, their faces full of greedy anticipation. Suddenly, both of them stopped short as if realizing something. At that moment, Sangcho's face suddenly became incredibly eerie, with blazing red eyes and sharp fangs. Under the pressure pouring from him, Haddock and Seigi could only panic inwardly. He was waiting for us from the beginning. Unwilling to waste time, they gritted their teeth, charged forward, and shouted, "This is our only chance." Suddenly, a voice cut across them. "You two, what do you think you're doing?" Standing outside the door, Bon and Asuzit stared inside with murderous expressions. In the next second, Bon spoke in warning. "The Demon King is sleeping. Do not disturb him." Hearing that, they looked at Sangcho's bizarre expression and inwardly cried out, "That's what a sleeping face looks like? No wonder he's the Demon King." Then Bon continued in a low, threatening voice, "If you wake him up, I will not let it slide." Hearing that, Miss Grand Duke Haddock immediately looked displeased and said, "If that blockhead did it, I could understand, but you two Asuzit, are you actually taking the side of that Demon King who wants to go farming?" In response, Asuzit merely answered calmly, "Not exactly. He saved my life before, so I'm only repaying that debt now. Next time, I'll side with you." After hearing that, Haddock spoke the truth. "You still haven't realized it? We've only just started growing potatoes, and we've already run into this many problems. This crop is going to fail, and we'll all starve to death. Don't you understand?" Asuzit's lips moved as he replied, "That's only natural." As soon as he finished speaking, the image of Forat hoeing the ground appeared, her small hands covered in mud. At that, Asuzit said in a firm voice, "If you don't want to starve to death, then you have to stake your life on it." Then he concluded with a decision of his own. "Well then, if I'm going to stake my life either way, I'd rather fight. That's more my style." Hearing that, Haddock warned them in a quieter tone, "You'll regret this, you fools." With that, he and Seigi walked out the door and left. Just then, a lazy yawn came from inside, and Bon said, "The Demon King is awake." Sangcho had just woken up, looking exhausted, and muttered, "Asuzit?" Seeing that, Asuzit let out a sigh from outside and said, "So you heard. It's not like I've joined your side or anything. I'm just repaying my debt this time." No sooner had he finished than Sangcho frowned in confusion and raised his voice. "Why is the lightning rod just standing around outside like nothing happened?" At that, Asuzit tilted his head to look over. Suddenly, a powerful electric bolt shot out of nowhere straight at the castle. Crash! A moment later, Bon was carrying Asuzit's battered, smoking body over his shoulder. Walking beside him, Sangcho shouted excitedly, "We don't have any time to waste. Gather everyone and keep clearing the rubble." At that, Bon said in a softer voice, "That pile of rocks is almost gone already. Zephazot is stacking them up." Hearing that, Sangcho turned in slight surprise. Before him was the sight of demons diligently working under Zephazot's command. As soon as Sangcho arrived, he called out, "Hey, Zephazot." Seeing him, Zephazot turned and asked, "Your Majesty, you're awake?" Sangcho continued, "Where did you put the pile of rocks?" Asked that, Zephazot quickly pointed in that direction and answered, "If you mean those rocks, they're over there." Suddenly, over on the other side, Taibong wobbled and fell downward. Someone cried out in surprise, "Sungsud." In the very next instant, he scraped hard across the ground, his mouth full of dirt and stones. But Taibong immediately struggled back up and flew high into the air. As he shot upward, he thought with determination, I couldn't stop the slicing tornado because I was still too small. But I eat everything now without being picky anymore, so I'll grow fast. At that moment, Sang-cho stood below and waved his hand, shouting Sung-sud. Seeing that, Taibong exclaimed inwardly, Dad. In an instant, they rushed in and embraced each other. Sang-cho excitedly rubbed Taibong's head and cried out, Sung-sud, my sweet baby. Right after that, he turned into a whirlwind and thought to himself, slicing tornadoes don't happen often. They need time to build up. If I have Sung-sud watch the sky and fire cold air currents at the right moment, I can stop the tornado from start. What a pain. But there are no weather forecasts here, so I don't have any other choice. Then he stood in front of the field and thought, the plowing is almost done, so now it's time to take care of the potatoes. Zephazad asked, we're almost out of dried potato chips for rewards. Should we make more? He answered firmly, no need. After saying that, he sank into thought and worried to himself. The number one enemy of farming is natural disasters. Number two is cost. Those are the obstacles we have to overcome. The scene shifted inside the castle. The atmosphere had become strangely quiet. Seigi was sitting in front of a mirror, looking worn out. A moment later, he quickly removed the cumbersome hat from his head and let out a relieved sigh. After that, Seigi lowered his face and sniffed the smell clinging to his body. Then he looked into the mirror and said coldly, this fertilizer smell. Even though I haven't gone out to the field for days, it still won't go away. Suddenly, Sang-cho's voice came from outside. Seigi, I need to talk to you. The moment he heard it, Seigi recognized him and wondered to himself, the Demon King. He's never come all the way to my room before. Then he replied aloud, what is it? I have nothing to say to you. However, Sang-cho insisted, I need your help, so please open the door. Hearing that, Seigi ground his teeth helplessly and said, don't say things that make it sound weird. Sang-cho replied, not talking face to face is what causes misunderstandings. Seigi continued, trying to send him away. Please leave. But no, he refused to give up and shouted, I'm coming in. The moment those words fell, Seigi whipped around with an angry expression and shouted, I told you, there's nothing between us two. But the instant he looked over, he saw Sang-cho use a phasing spell to come through the door, making Seigi scream in alarm. Watching Sang-cho walk in so calmly, he shouted in confusion, are you insane? Who barges into a man's room like that? After saying that, Sang-cho dropped to one knee right in front of Seigi. Seeing this, Seigi looked baffled and wondered, what the hell is this? A moment later, Sang-cho said gently, Seigi, without you, I can't do anything. Those words made Seigi freeze for a moment. In the very next second, his cheeks flushed red. At the same time, Sang-cho's face turned frighteningly serious as he had already calculated everything in his head. If I can save money, I don't care how many times I have to kneel. Right now, I need your sharp blade. Hearing that, Seigi let out a shy breath, twirling a strand of hair with his hand as he said, if, in an instant, the whole room was flooded with a dreamy, pink atmosphere. Seigi awkwardly continued, if you put it that way, fine. At the very least, I'll hear what you want to ask of me. Sang-cho kept his head lowered, inwardly bewildered. Really? What's this? Why all of a sudden? Is this so ridiculous that even he can't take it anymore? Sometime later, the two of them were standing in front of a mountain of enormous potatoes. Sang-cho turned to Seigi and ordered, cut these potatoes for me. We have to cut them in half before we can plant them. The moment he heard that, Seigi froze for a few seconds. In the very next second, Seigi's face showed obvious fury as he ground his teeth and cursed inwardly. This bastard played me for a fool. That damn Demon King. One potato had 6 sprouts sticking out of it. Sang-cho's voice explained, the job is simple. Don't cut a potato if it has 3 sprouts or fewer. Only cut it if it has 4 or more. Immediately, the potato was split cleanly in two. He continued, you have to cut it so the sprouts are evenly divided between both sides. As soon as he finished, Sang-cho quickly turned to Seigi and urged him on. All right, got it. It's potato time. Hearing that, Seigi angrily shouted, I never said I'd agreed to help. Without wasting words, Sang-cho decisively swung his hand down and shouted, cut. The instant he heard the command, Seigi took a slashing stance. And just like that, he used his arms to continuously split the potatoes in half. One potato after another was mercilessly cut into 2. At that sight, Sang-cho could only gape in astonishment. He bent down, picked up half a potato, and exclaimed in surprise, how the hell are you cutting them this accurately? Sang-cho immediately spun around and praised him without restraint. Just as expected, you're number one. Those words made Seigi blush again in embarrassment. but he instantly changed his attitude and shouted furiously, "Do you think sweet-talking me like that will work? Lies, wickedness, deception." After that angry outburst, Sangcho suddenly blinked over right in front of Seigi. He grabbed Seigi's hand, making him blurt out in both embarrassment and alarm, "What are you doing?" Sangcho said nothing and gently wiped the blade. In just a moment, the sword was gleaming brightly. That action made Seigi widen his eyes and stammer, "Why, you're..." At that moment, Sangcho kept running the cloth along the blade and calmly replied, "Potato juice got on it. Of course I have to wipe it off." Hearing that, Seigi couldn't help being astonished as he inwardly marveled. What is with that look in his eyes? How can it be sincere, gentle, and passionate all at once? What's happening here? But in truth, Sangcho had a purpose for doing this, and thought to himself, "They're clean now. Good. If I don't wipe the sword properly, the potatoes could get infected. I have to clean it carefully and thoroughly." As soon as he finished, he looked straight at Seigi and pleaded, "I'm asking you one more time." At that point, Sangcho used his usual slickness and said softly, "Only you can do this." In his mind, he had already decided Seigi was the only one who could cut the potatoes while minimizing the use of dried potatoes. Hearing those words, Seigi could only frown awkwardly. After a while, he let out a breath and accepted. "I'm only helping this one time. Just this once." Inwardly, he was secretly delighted. The Demon King really can't do anything without me. After getting his agreement, Sangcho excitedly ran off, not forgetting to turn back and cry out, "All right then, I'll go get more hot water and some cloths. Tonight, we'll stay up cutting potatoes together." Seigi wondered inwardly, why is he so excited? Idiot, what an idiot. And the potatoes continued to be cut in half. At that moment, Haddock was silently standing above, looking down as he observed. Sangcho and Seigi's voices alternated noisily. "Lift your left hand. I'll wipe it clean right away." "Hey, don't hold my hand like that." Saw thee. Aren't you tired? It's not like it's killing me or anything." At times like this, there's a song that's perfect for raising morale. And so Seigi unleashed one precise sword stroke after another, while Sangcho busily wiped the blade clean with an excited expression. Seeing this unbearable scene, Haddock's face darkened as he ground his teeth inwardly. "So that's how it is, Seigi. You're just another lowly fool, willingly becoming a servant just because of a few compliments." The scene shifted to where Asuzit was tied tightly to a cross under the blazing sun. By now, his face was utterly drained, and he spoke in a weak voice. "What is life? What does living mean? What is a living lightning rod supposed to live for? Is a life of suffering even truly life?" Suddenly, Forut came over carrying a basket of potatoes and innocently asked, "Lord Asuzit, the adults saved a few pieces of dried potato. Let's play catch with dried potatoes." Hearing that, Asuzit only coldly threatened her. "You damn brat. Do you think I, Asuzit of the 4 demon generals, would lower myself to play with a low-level demon like you? Come any closer, and I'll eat you on the spot." The moment he finished speaking, Forut fearlessly threw a dried potato piece straight at his face. She kept throwing them again and again, making Asuzit curse in irritation. "You idiot, you can't even throw right. Over here, can't you aim properly? I'll kill that brat." None of them knew that Haddock had been watching from afar. He frowned and thought helplessly that Asuzit is beyond saving. He got taken down like an idiot. He's completely helpless now. Suddenly, someone's urging voice caught Haddock's attention and made him turn. "Farming team, gather up. These are the potato seed pieces that have been cut and dried." At that moment, Bon was carrying a huge sack over his shoulder. Sangcho couldn't hide his delight as he shouted, "At last, we're finally planting potatoes in the field." Haddock only cast a disdainful glance and thought, "That Bon bastard was always a blockhead, so I never had any hopes for him to begin with. This one, that one, all of them are hopeless fools." Over on the other side, the demons joyfully bowed deeply before Seigi in respect. "Thank you, Lord Seigi. Thank you so much for cutting all these potatoes for us." Even so, Seigi tried to act cold as he denied it. "Shut up. It's not like I did this for your sake, got it?" Haddock stared closely at Seigi's embarrassed face and judged inwardly. "What is that dreamy expression, Seigi? Is that really the face of one of the 4 demon generals?" He then shifted his gaze to the ones holding baskets of potatoes in their hands and thought emotionally, "Potato sprouts? Are you really crying tears of joy over something like that? You're powerful demons, and you're not even ashamed?" Then Haddock straightened up with a stern look, smug in his heart. Fools, fools, all of you are fools. I, Haddock, the most intellectual of all demons, will definitely seize the Demon King's throne. At that moment, Sangcho loudly gave another order. Keep planting and listen. Soon, potato sprouts will come up from the ground. He continued, when that happens, we'll have to pinch the eyes. Bon blankly asked. Bon is very good at poking eyes. But whose eyes are we pinching? Sangcho coldly ordered, forget the eye part. Just shut up. In the next instant, he held up 4 fingers and said, 1 seed potato will grow at least 3 shoots, and at most 5 or 6. Then he asked seriously, the question is, which is better, more shoots or fewer shoots? Hearing that, the demons immediately broke into heated argument. More, the more the better. Wrong, fewer is better. Haddock crossed his arms and looked on, inwardly mocking them. Pathetic. Why do we have to learn things like this? Suddenly, one demon looked up and asked, why would fewer be better? The one beside him agreed. Isn't more of something always better? They continued in confusion. Right, the Demon King must be mistaken. Meanwhile, Haddock heard those words and only clenched his teeth in irritation. In the next second, he couldn't hold back and burst out, you low-born idiots. The demon immediately turned around and cried, Lord Haddock, come here. One of Haddock's eyes immediately gleamed brightly as he explained through gritted teeth, if you use your brains just a little more, you'd understand right away. If there are too many shoots, then as they grow, they'll draw away more nutrients, and the potato roots we actually eat won't get enough nourishment. Understand? The moment he finished, the atmosphere sank into thoughtful silence. Sangcho also turned to look at him. Then Sangcho sounded curious as he asked, Hey Haddock, how do you know that? Did you study farming somewhere? Haddock only answered coldly, why would I need to study something so simple? Potato shoots and sprouts are connected and share nutrients. Isn't that completely obvious? Still wearing a blank expression, Sangcho asked again, then how many shoots is ideal? Hearing that, Haddock replied irritably, obviously around 2. Why does your majesty even need to ask? If you're only thinking in terms of nutrient efficiency, you might assume 1 is best, but if that 1 shoot breaks, it could easily die. You hadn't considered that, had you? Not yet satisfied with that answer, Sangcho asked another question. Then after pinching the potato eyes, there's still 1 more step. What do you think it might be? Haddock patiently explained, this is specially prepared, high-quality planting soil, right? Organic fertilizer has been mixed in, and the ground has been loosened to let air through. Haddock's next words left both Zephazot and Bon utterly bewildered. This kind of soil isn't only good for potatoes. Even Sagi was shocked and opened his eyes wide. Weeds, those useless things that steal the potatoes' nutrients, will grow too. That conclusion left Sangcho stunned speechless. So we have to pull them out. Anyone would realize that if they just thought a little. In the next instant, Sangcho pointed at Haddock and excitedly ordered, clap. Clap right now. Incredible. He's a genius. Applaud Haddock, the genius of farming. They obeyed and shouted, genius, genius. Hearing that, Haddock frowned in annoyance. However, the cheering didn't stop and only grew louder. Genius, genius. It made the veins bulge on Haddock's face as he gritted his teeth. The air suddenly seemed to freeze, and Haddock remembered what his mother used to say, thinking, Mother always called me Blockhead Haddock. In the next instant, he covered his face, overwhelmed, and inwardly cursed. What is this, you idiots? At that moment, Sangcho approached Haddock and called out, Haddock. He put on an excited expression and declared loudly, O wise and enlightened intellect of demonkind, from today onward, lead all of us as captain of the farming corps. Hearing those words, Haddock looked displeased and inwardly scoffed. Ridiculous. I am a demon. My intellect is meant for killing and plundering. Without waiting for Haddock to answer, Sangcho immediately turned toward the others below and shouted, What are you all waiting for? Show your reverence to the pride of demonkind. The moment he finished, everyone raised their hands together and shouted in unison, the pride, the pride, the pride, the pride. Standing to one side, Haddock could only gnash his teeth in extreme fury. Shut up, you stupid, low-born demons. Even though that was what he was thinking inside, his outward attitude was completely different. Haddock raised his voice. From this point on, listen carefully to me. Inwardly, he thought, very well, I shall lead you. Just a little. Hearing that, everyone became even more overjoyed and kept cheering nonstop. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. You have won 4 battles of wits. The moment he received that message, Sangcho wondered in confusion. Battles of wits? What is that supposed to mean? The system continued. You understood Bond's abandoned childhood and turned him into a loyal subordinate. Sangcho thought in shock, I did that. I didn't even realize it. You gave a Suzit who had never had a single true friend, a real companion. and as a result his violent nature has softened. Sangcho grew confused again and wondered, "Who, me? You melted the heart of Seigi, who had never once been loved." Sangcho nodded to himself and thought, "That's good. But when did I do that?" "You fulfilled the desire in Haddock's heart, a man who only wanted to be acknowledged." Sangcho wondered in confusion. So all of them were that easy to win over? Then the system kept sending notifications. You can unlock a new skill with 200 happiness points. New skill, Blood Eye. Still not over his confusion, Kim Sangcho wondered to himself, Blood Eye? That wasn't in the game. Is this another new skill like that ridiculously overpowered throne thing? The system added, you can see the target's near future. At present, the farthest you can see is 6 hours ahead. Kim Sangcho read the notice carefully and fell into thought. The target you observe can be a living creature or an object. That part does not matter. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had noticed something. It was the next line of the notice. Even the sky, if you wish. Kim Sangcho cried out in shock. What? At that, a smug smile slowly spread across his face, and inwardly he rejoiced. So it's basically a weather forecast? The location marked with an X on the map was somewhere between the abandoned land of the demon race and the human domain. The village of the exiled, a place somewhat desolate and deserted. Someone's foot stamped hard on the ground. Zephyt looked down and said, "Your treatment is finished now." Hearing that, Dion exclaimed, "That's wonderful, young Master Zephyt." At that moment, Zephyt put on a gentle expression and said warmly, "Dion, you've gone through so much just to take care of me. In my next life, I want to be born with a stronger body." Hearing that, Dion replied half jokingly, half seriously, "I'd rather be richer, you know. Become a noble with wealth and be able to give people orders." That made Zephyt laugh as he teased him, "Still just a pipe dream for your next life then." After saying that, he turned to Makunji and asked, "We're planning to return to the kingdom now. Will you come with us, Mr. Long-Fermented Kimchi?" After thinking for a moment, he replied softly, "I'm not sure." Seeing the stunned expressions on Dion's and Zephyt's faces, Makunji said sadly, "As I already told you, I don't even remember who I am, and I'm not from the land of humans either." At that point, he recalled the fearful looks the demons had given him and said heavily, "Even when I first came to this village, the villagers didn't exactly welcome me." After that, he fell silent in thought and asked himself, when will someone like me ever be welcomed? Hearing Makunji bare his heart, Dion and Zephyt could only stand there in silence. The next moment, Zephyt smiled kindly and advised him, "Try changing your clothes." Sometime later, the three of them stepped outside. Dion asked in confusion, "So you still won't take off those strange clothes?" Zephyt replied at once, "Looks like you've grown attached to them." Makunji lowered his head, thinking heavily, "Clothes. I want to take them off too." Then he gripped his collar tightly and thought gloomily, "But they won't come off. It's like they've become one with my body." After a while, they were nearly out of the village. Zephyt said gratefully to the man, "Thank you for your kindness. Having to live here forever simply because you're a descendant of the exiled is truly too cruel. When I return to the king, I will certainly tell him your story." Seeing that, Makunji evaluated him inwardly. A noble sent by royal command to explore near demon territory. Yet he isn't arrogantly full of himself at all and is instead very polite. He's a good person. Remembering his own aggressiveness, he brooded bitterly, "But what kind of person am I?" Now they had gone quite a distance beyond the village gate. Makunji glanced at Zephyt, who was waving goodbye to the villagers, and became tangled in thought. "I only ever do what duty and the summoning command me to do. I just kill and kill, never stopping." His expression darkened again as he tormented himself. What else can someone like me do besides kill? Elsewhere, the demon underlings were staring intently at a newly sprouted shoot and muttering, "A sprout." The very next second, they jumped up excitedly and shouted with joy, "It's a sprout. It sprouted. It really sprouted." Bon and Seigi couldn't hide their curiosity and crouched down to look. "It's real. A whole bunch of sprouts. They've all come up." Ford also couldn't help crying out to Asuzit, "Lord Asuzit, a sprout. They say it sprouted, but he only coldly snapped, 'So what, idiot?'" At that moment, Kim Sangcho struck a proud pose and gave an order, "Farming unit, listen up. The next step is hilling the rows." Then he raised his voice and changed targets. "Genius Captain Haddock." Hearing that, Haddock answered a little bashfully, "Explain it." Hilling means we'll gently mound soil back up around the base of the sprouts. Doing this prevents the potatoes from being exposed to sunlight as they grow. If potatoes are exposed to the sun, their color changes and their taste gets worse, and sometimes they form toxins, so they can't be used to make dried potatoes. An image of a horrifyingly smiling potato flashed by, and Haddock concluded, right? It's like potato corruption. As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Sang-cho shouted applause. Applaud right now. Then he immediately looked up at the sky with a determined face and thought to himself, time to check today's weather. Spend 200 happiness points to obtain weather forecasting ability. Blood Eye's been unlocked. Activation condition. Stare without blinking for 200 seconds. Sometime later, Kim Sang-cho's face was scrunched up, tears streaming down as he cried inwardly, damn, this is hard as hell. Seeing his expression, the underlings whispered among themselves, look, the Demon King is crying. The one next to him added, I guess even the Demon King is overjoyed about these sprouts. By then, the sky had already turned to sunset and a notice appeared. Use the Blood Eye skill to see the future of the sky. For the next 6 hours, the weather is forecast to remain sunny and dry. You may wish to put away the humidifier. At that, Kim Sang-cho smugly handed a piece of bread to Taibong and said, good. No tornado, / today. Get some rest, cartilage. Suddenly, Zephizat's voice cut in. Demon King, I have urgent news to report. Then he informed him, a subordinate of the second King Felonut has arrived, which left Kim Sang-cho somewhat taken aback. Outside the old castle, Laflo's voice rang out. I am Laflo, the loyal aide of the second King Felonut, and I have come to seek an audience with the Demon King. He dropped to one knee and reported, the moment we received your order to halt the offensive and your message about farming, the third King Zatter launched a full-scale assault on us. Looking up at Kim Sang-cho's listless expression, Laflo continued. He declared that the Demon King had weakened and that he would become the successor. But in his heart, he sneered contemptuously, these damn demons are all the same. Standing beside him, Zephizat warned, if the third King Zatter crushes the second king and the two sides form an alliance, it will be difficult for us to stop them. Hearing that, Kim Sang-cho pressed a hand to his forehead and realized in frustration, right? They may be low level, but there are a lot of them. His expression grew tense as he calculated inwardly. Then before the second king's faction is completely overwhelmed, we have to quickly defeat the third king. But I can't leave the farming unattended either. The second king's territory under attack is far away at the bottommost stretch of the Valley of Death, the Swamp of Decay. Compare between the game and real life. The map here is probably 10 times larger, which means it's insanely far. The Abandoned Well is what handled power upgrades and jumping in the game. If I use it, I can move quickly, but the one beneath the Demon King's castle isn't functioning. How am I supposed to handle both farming and fighting? Suddenly, Kim Sang-cho calmed down and steadied himself inwardly. Wait a second, why am I getting worked up over this? Meanwhile, Taibong was licking Kim Sang-cho's cheek until it was wet. At that, Kim Sang-cho's face turned frighteningly smug, and he thought in self-satisfaction, I'm the Demon King. Final bosses don't fight by themselves, do they? Seigi blushed awkwardly and pretended to deny it. It's not like I'm going to fight for the Demon King or anything. Meanwhile, Bon said eagerly, Bon will do anything the Demon King commands. Looking at his mighty army, Kim Sang-cho felt satisfied. 2 of the loyal 4 demon generals are heading out. The demons who aren't smart enough for farming but are strong in battle will follow them too. After briefly surveying the route, Kim Sang-cho calculated carefully. Since we'll be going back from the final boss area, there should be some useful shortcuts. We can get to the Swamp of Decay quickly. Kim Sang-cho immediately waved his arm and shouted, long-range holy sprinkler, get over here. Haddock quickly flew over. Haddock and I will focus our efforts on growing potatoes here. In that case, everything should work out. Sometime later, the place was submerged in a sea of gore, and flames consumed the entire castle. Felonut stood within the flames, snarling ferociously. He shouted in fury, Zatter, you bastard! How dare you defy the Demon King's order and plot a rebellion? Second King Felonut, Zatter slowly approached and said in a low voice, that's right. Just as you said, this is rebellion. But don't misunderstand me. I had no other choice. With a deadly glare, he added, if we stop this war, it will only lead to the destruction of our demon race. Third King Zatter. Hearing that, Felonut roared unwillingly, but the Demon King's message already said it, that we can farm on this land, that we can eat our fill without having to wage war against humans. Zatter replied, his eyes heavy, that's not the issue. With that, he raised his spiked mace high and declared, fighting with courage is the history our demon race has carried on, and it is our pride. He brought it down in a monstrously powerful swing. Suddenly, an axe came flying from nowhere and saved Felinut from death in the nick of time. The act made Zatter freeze for a few seconds. From within the sea of fire, Bon and Seigi slowly stepped out. Zatter shouted in shock. The 4 demon generals. Hearing that, Seigi answered coldly, "Zatter, you're right. We're a race of warriors." At the same time, Fort's little legs were running quickly across the ground, while Seigi's voice still echoed, "We love battle and find joy in killing." The girl looked frantic, as if she had just witnessed something incredible. "Over here," Seigi asked in a low voice, "since when did we become like this? Why do we turn out this way?" Right then, Fort threw open the door and screamed, "Dad, hurry to the field. Hurry." Seigi wore a cold expression as he spoke with quiet meaning. "Perhaps now, at last, we understand." At that moment, Forut and her father suddenly stopped short, their faces full of astonishment as they looked ahead. Seigi continued, "Not by killing someone." Before them was a truly magnificent sight. Beyond the towering mountain ranges shone a dazzling radiance. Seigi's words still rang out, "But by saving a life, you can gain an even greater pride." Tears of happiness began to fall from Forut and the 2 men behind her. Even as Suzit could not hold back his tears, while Zephazot and Haddock remained fairly composed. Only Kim Sang-cho stood there speechless before the sight of the demons cheering with hope. Just then, Forut saw Kim Sang-cho arrive and happily ran over, crying out, "Demon King." Her face shone with indescribable brightness as she said in wonder, "It's so beautiful. I've never seen anything like this before." Hearing that, Kim Sang-cho pressed his lips together and said nothing. On the other side, Seigi had already taken up a fighting stance and rushed forward with his weapon. He brought down a slash, but fortunately Zatter raised an arm to block it. The very next second, Bon locked an arm tightly around his neck from behind. In that opening, Seigi unleashed several rapid slashes, leaving Zatter to do nothing but cry out in pain. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kim Sang-cho finally answered Forut in a hesitant voice. "Yeah, there are a lot of them. Those little sprouts have all bloomed." Back to the battle, Zatter kept shouting in protest. Wait a second. Didn't you say killing isn't something to be proud of? Didn't you say we should save people? Then why are you acting the exact opposite?" Seigi paused at that, then answered calmly, "Well, that's true, but..." But in the very next second, he lunged forward and attacked again, saying, "One of us has to die so the others can live." At those words, Zatter shouted angrily, "I don't understand a damn thing you're saying." Then Kim Sang-cho suddenly raised his voice and gave an order with a murderous expression. "All right, cut off every last one of those useless flowers for me. Hurry up." The moment the words fell, all the demons burst into tears in sympathy. Hearing that, Asuzit struggled and shouted, "You cold-blooded bastard of a demon king. I'll never forgive you." Haddock stood below with a smirk and said in satisfaction, "Even before a sight like this, your heart remains unmoved." As expected of the demon king, without another word, he waved his hand and urged them on. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry and pluck every single one of those flowers." Meanwhile, Asuzit kept yelling, "Bastard, you son of a bitch." Hearing that, the demons quickly answered, "Why, yes, sir." One man plucked them while unable to bear it, his eyes already brimming with tears. Even the flowers seemed to sob in sorrow. Seeing such pitiful expressions, someone cried out, "I can't do it. Captain, we planted these with our own hands. It's the first time something this beautiful has ever bloomed on this land." Hearing that, Haddock's face twisted with irritation as he growled, "Obviously, if we leave them like this, all the nutrient from the sunlight will be used up to feed the flowers and seeds. Don't you understand? This is the Demon King's ultimate strategy to funnel all nutrients into the growth of the potatoes." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere sank into grief. Both people and flowers cried miserably. Suddenly, Kim Sang-cho burst into savage laughter and said loudly, "I can hear the potatoes growing like crazy from here." Seeing that, someone thought resentfully, "A demon truly is a demon king who takes destruction as his joy." At the same time, Zatter sat on the ground with his hands and feet tightly bound. Seigi coldly announced, "Zatter has been captured." Sitting on the raised seat, Kim Sang-cho lowered his head and asked sternly, "Do you see the consequences of daring to rebel now? Even a top-ranking king was brought down, so what exactly did you think you could accomplish?" At that, Zatter shot him an infuriated glare and said, "Kill me." A demon who has lost the pride of a warrior might as well be dead anyway. No sooner had he said that than Kim Sang-cho flung out a hand, and Zatter's entire body was surrounded by flames. "Fine." Birn. But this much is nothing. Zatter said smugly, my flesh is iron armor. That attack was no more than a mosquito bite. Kim Sang-cho had to admit, oh, you're right. It really didn't do much at all. Sometime later, Zatter had been tied tightly to a cross. Kim Sang-cho said excitedly, I found something insanely useful. No sooner had he said it than flames engulfed Zatter's whole body with terrifying intensity. He screamed miserably, damn it, just kill me already. The next moment, Kim Sang-cho pointed at Asuzit and said irritably, hey, somebody get over here and untie this first-generation lightning rod. His recovery's been terrible lately, so it's about time to retire him. Hearing that, Asuzit jolted in shock. What? The ropes were immediately undone as well. Asuzit had just collapsed to the ground when Forut hurried over and cried out, Lord Asuzit. Suddenly, the girl froze, her face full of surprise. At that moment, Asuzit bared a savage grin, showing his sharp teeth as he threatened. So a lowly demon like you has dared laugh at me all this time, huh? I'll tear you apart first, and then I'll deal with Demon King Cherdatzer. Faced with his terrifying appearance and voice, Forut could only widen her eyes in fear and back away. In an instant, Asuzit transformed into a fiendish demon and lunged at her. But before he could do anything, his legs gave out. The next second, he pitched face first onto the ground, leaving Forut staring in shock. Asuzit lay sprawled helplessly on the ground and thought, damn it, it's been too long since I walked on solid ground. Bon appeared from somewhere and said, Asuzit has regressed to an infant form. Asuzit angrily shouted, where the hell are you pulling those fancy words from, you lunatic? Without another word, Bon lifted Asuzit up, which made him scream furiously, don't, what the hell are you doing? Don't carry me like a princess. To humor him, Bon stopped cradling him and instead slung him over his back. The scene looked oddly warm, like a mother and child. Bon glanced back and reminded him, this is the Demon King's order. Stay like this for a while. Hearing that, Asuzit could only swallow his anger and scream inwardly, how humiliating. I'll never forget this disgrace. Watching that piggyback scene, Kim Sang-cho thought in relief. I was worried he'd go berserk, but when I used Blood Eye earlier, I saw that he wouldn't be able to move for the next 6 hours, so I let him go. As he thought that, he remembered how he had been unable to hold back tears when he saw Asuzit's motionless body on the cross. Sometime later, Kim Sang-cho immediately pointed ahead and gave a loud order. Now then, harvest time is drawing near, so let's pick up the pace. Watching Seigi's skillful sword swings, Kim Sang-cho marveled inwardly. Seigi's lightning-fast, weed-clearing technique wiped out the Flower Kingdom in an instant. Then he turned his gaze to the swirling cyclone around Haddock and inwardly marveled again. Haddock's awakened technique makes irrigation as easy as turning over your hand. Standing there with his arms folded, Kim Sang-cho calculated silently, we don't have many dried potatoes left, and the amount we can pay the workers is steadily decreasing. Looking at the farmers diligently plucking flowers, he evaluated inwardly. Even though they're used to famine and going hungry, it's obvious they're growing more gaunt. Kim Sang-cho also did not forget to glance toward the 2 children busily plucking flowers over there. Suddenly, Felonut's voice sounded from behind him. Demon King. That made Kim Sang-cho turn around in surprise. You are. Bowing respectfully, he said in gratitude, I am the second King Felonut. I came to thank you for saving us. Hearing that, Kim Sang-cho frowned slightly in confusion and asked, thank me? Those words made Felonut pause involuntarily. The very next second, Sang-cho was frowning, his teeth clenched in a terrifying way. That attitude left Felonut bewildered, wondering, why is His Majesty angry? At that moment, Sang-cho was radiating an almost suffocating aura as he fumed inwardly. This guy came all the way here to thank me empty-handed? Usually demons should at least bring a crate of liquor or some red ginseng. Seeing that, Felonut lowered his head and said, I am mobilizing the armies of the 3 kings, along with my own forces as well. I will dispatch workers here immediately. Hearing that, Sang-cho thought to himself, well, it's not like they even have food. I've gotten used to Korean customs. His lips pressed together with resolve as he thought potatoes. We're really going through with this. I want us to hurry and make tons of dried potatoes. Watching the demons work diligently, Sang-cho thought with hope, I want to see them eat their fill. Then Sang-cho suddenly paused and stroked his chin, wondering, why did I even start farming in the first place? When no answer came, Felonut quickly informed him, then I will go gather the troops right away. Sangcho blankly replied, sure, go ahead. Watching Felonut's back as he left, Sangcho mocked inwardly. That guy was a late-game species with low difficulty and a backstory bland as distilled water. He went around whining that power was truth and then blindly pledged loyalty to Churdoser. At that point, he suddenly remembered something and thought, well, he is a plant type, so maybe he'll be useful for farming. Felonut walked along the flower-lined paths, his feet slowly stepping over each patch of earth, and marveled inwardly, this land. It's unbelievably fertile. The whole space seemed to freeze. Felonut stood still, thinking the soil here is overflowing with nutrients. I've never felt anything like this in the rotting swamp. Recalling the place where he had grown up, he silently judged. Ever since I was just a sapling, the land where I lived never had enough nutrients for me to sustain myself. Thinking that, Felonut leaped down into the abyss, muttering to himself. But here, on land personally cultivated by Lord Churdoser, a demon king, Felonut fell at high speed, clinging to the cliff wall as friction kicked up clouds of dust. His body split into countless fragments. I can grow stronger here. I can become a demon king. In the next instant, wooden shards from Felonut's body lodged deep into the cliff face. Sunlight blazed brightly from behind the mountain peaks. Sangcho shouted an order. Demon morning exercises, READY, start. He stood in front and led the demons through the motions, counting out each beat evenly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The first set ended, and everyone let their arms drop with Sangcho's count. 7, 8. They were full of fighting spirit, exercising while shouting aloud. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sangcho, still energetic, squatted down to demonstrate. 1, 2, 3, 4. He glanced at everyone clumsily flailing their arms and legs and thought. At first they were just a complete mishmash, but now they're following my commands perfectly. Demon physiques really are something. Even with sudden orders, they keep up. The moment he finished that thought, Sangcho immediately shouted, "Roll left." They obeyed and all rolled at once. Roll. Sangcho kontin nordvin vonzai. Roll. He thought to himself, basic stamina is essential if they're going to do hard farm labor. From now on, they'll know to train on their own without me forcing them. Suddenly, Bond came running over in a panic, shouting, "Demon King, this is bad." In alarm, he reported, "The potato leaves have all turned yellow." Faced with that unexpected news, Sangcho could only freeze for a few seconds. On the other side, nearly all the potato leaves had withered yellow, and Haddock, Zephazot, and Segi all fell silent for a moment. Then Zephazot spoke helplessly. I knew it. In the end, was this simply too much after all? Segi frowned deeply without saying a word, while even Haddock said in confusion, "I do not understand this sign either. Could be not enough wind or water." Then he clicked his tongue and thought helplessly, what was I expecting from farming anyway? How foolish. Hearing Sangcho's footsteps, Zephazot turned and asked, "Demon King, what is this?" Without answering, Sangcho walked straight to the potatoes and crouched down to inspect them. Suddenly, he pulled up a withered potato plant. Along with it came a plentiful cluster of potatoes from the roots below. The sight made Haddock think in shock. What? Looking carefully at the potatoes in Sangcho's hand, he analyzed them in disbelief. The color is pale, but they're huge, twice the size of the original seed potatoes. No, 3 times. Only then did Sangcho softly ask, "Should I say the potatoes have finally awakened?" He curled his lips into a smug grin and said slowly, "They absorb nutrients from the leaves so they can grow bigger and taste better." Amid everyone's shock, he praised them loudly. "You all worked hard." Then Sangcho put on a deeply satisfied expression and emphasized, "You're the ones who planted them." Hearing that, everyone let out sighs of relief and smiled faintly. Even Baon and Zephazot could not hide the emotion on their faces. Outside the castle by then, dusk had already settled and the moon was gradually rising high. Inside the room, Sangcho lay with his head resting on his arm, looking pensive as though deep in thought. In his mind, he remembered words he himself had once said as a child. "You planted them. You planted them yourself." A small tomato pot had borne fruit, each tomato plump and full. His grandmother's admiring voice rang out, "Oh my, your cherry tomato plant is bearing fruit so well." The warm scene of grandmother and grandson appeared before him as she said tenderly, "My dear Gang Treon, you did so well." Then came the image of Sangcho standing behind an ambulance, watching her being taken inside. At the time, all he could do was cry out in anguish. Sangcho's grandmother lay dying on the stretcher, completely motionless. Returning to reality, he remained lying silently on the bed without a word. The next second, Sang-cho turned onto his side and hurriedly rejected the thought. Damn these pointless thoughts. I'm a rational person. I'm not going to let a few emotions affect me. Then his expression suddenly tightened, and he thought anxiously, soon we'll have enough potatoes for everyone to eat. But I can't lower my guard yet, if we rely only on potatoes. The grim specter of famine surfaced again in his mind. Then one potato blight would be enough to wipe us all out instantly, just like the Great Famine in Ireland. Sang-cho could not break free of that train of thought and sank deeper into calculation. We can ease things for now with potatoes, but I need to get seeds for other crops as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the ground shook, making him open his eyes in surprise. Then Sang-cho jolted upright and shouted, "What the hell is that? Is there construction going on or something?" At that moment, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the ceiling. In the blink of an eye, gigantic roots burst violently through the walls, sending dirt and stone flying everywhere. The scene before Sang-cho was utter chaos as the roots swelled larger and larger. Sang-cho roared in fury. What the hell is this? On the other side, Foret noticed something strange about the leaves and looked startled. As the leaves were gradually tearing apart, she quickly said, "Wait, no." The Demon King said potatoes were just trying to grow. He said the leaves wither to help the potatoes grow. More and more tattered leaves fell away. Sensing something wrong, Foret frantically clawed at the soil and shouted, "Wait, no, this isn't right. Something's wrong. This is wrong." She yanked up a plant, but when she found no potatoes at all, she froze in confusion. Foret immediately burst into tears. "No, the potatoes! Our potatoes!" The next second, she hurried off, thinking in panic, "I have to tell the grown-ups right away." Suddenly, the sight above made Foret's eyes go wide, and she froze for several seconds. The entire castle was already being constricted by massive, iron-hard roots, while tremors continued rumbling beneath the ground. By then, Sang-cho had already been bound hand and foot by them and lifted into the air. Felonut burst into delighted laughter and sneered loudly, "You look just like a bunch of insects." Demon King Churdoser. Recognizing that familiar face, Sang-cho roared in anger, "You." Felonut. Felonut opened his mouth wide in a terrifying grin and said excitedly, "It was thanks to the fertile land and nutrient-rich potato field this Demon King created that I was able to become this strong." Those words made Sang-cho freeze in shock for a moment. Witnessing this, Foret could only collapse to the ground and cover her face as she cried. Grinding his teeth, Sang-cho shouted, "You." His face was twisted with extreme rage as he bellowed, "You bastard, what did you do to our food?" But Felonut only mocked him and challenged, "Feeling it now? So what can you do?" With those words, he raised Sang-cho's body higher into the air, then slammed him mercilessly into the ground. From the violent impact, Sang-cho spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. Meanwhile, everyone else was struggling to flee from the monstrous roots. Haddock shouted urgently, "Hurry, escape!" Bon lost his composure and roared, "Let me go. I have to save the Demon King." Asuzit desperately held him back and cursed, "Are you insane?" Segi also stopped him and said, "We're still alive, aren't we? There's no way His Majesty will be taken down so easily. Get over here now." But Bon stubbornly refused. "No, he's too weak. I realized it when I carried him. He's really very weak." On the other side, dirt and stones were flying everywhere, and the whole scene was pure chaos. After wreaking havoc everywhere, Felonut finally stopped and struck a ferocious pose. Calmly, he looked down at Sang-cho, who had been flung into the abyss. Zephazat and the others stood stunned by the horrifying scene. Zephazat stared blankly ahead. "That is Felonut?" Felonut spoke in a hoarse voice. "Listen well, demons. Churdit is dead." The world seemed to stop for a moment. Zephazat could not believe what had just come out of his mouth. Felonut continued gleefully. "According to the ancient law of demonkind, power is authority. From this moment onward, I am the Demon King. Kneel before absolute power." Haddock, ever loyal to his beliefs, could already guess what had happened. Felonut has absorbed all the nutrients in the soil. Now that Churdit is dead, the strongest one here is Felonut. Demonkind submits to strength. When he saw Haddock kneel, Segi bit his lip, then reluctantly followed. One by one, they all knelt down. "We pay our respects to the new Demon King of this land." Zephazat's heart dropped when he saw them bow so easily. Asuzit urged him, "What are you doing, Zephazat? Kneel." Zephazat trembled with rage. He was unwilling, but rules were rules. By then, all the demons had completely submitted to Felinut. A bitter tear rolled down Zephazot's cheek. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out in Sangcho's consciousness. Sancho. Behind him stood the mother he had always longed for. Do you want to play hide-and-seek with Mommy? Little Sangcho cried out happily yes. Let's play. Sancho Falcon Foot. Is this that day? Am I dreaming? His mother stroked the boy's head. Sancho, close your eyes tight, count from 1 to 10, and then come find me, okay? Little Sancho not dead? Yes, Mommy. His childish counting rang out. 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10. All of Sangcho's painful memories rose before him once more. Mom? Mom? Where are you? I can't find you anywhere. Mom, you left, didn't you? Mom, I'll count to 10 one more time, okay? You have to come out when I get to 10. Mom. Every number he spoke felt like it was stabbing straight into Sangcho's heart. 8, 9, 10. Mom, he counted to 10. Even as a demon king above 10,000 others, Sangcho still could not forget that pain. Mom, I finished counting. The moment little Sangcho's cry faded. Mom, the system immediately dragged Sangcho back to reality. He struggled to open his eyes. His face was drenched in blood. What? Did the system window just call my name? Hey, system, where am I? Am I dead? The system only suggested that he try moving. If he could still move, then he could still live. Sangcho tried to move his fingertips. Can I use some kind of quantum jump through a game bug? No, I can't even move an inch. There's not enough space here to move. My hand can move. I'll dig, even if it's only little by little, little by little. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. Outside the rubble, Felinut called Zephazot over. Historian, come here. Zephazot respectfully answered. Archivist Zephazot greets the Demon King. Felinut slowly ordered, record this great first step clearly. From this moment on, demonkind shall invade humanity. We will crush humans and turn them into livestock to be eaten. Haddock narrowed his eyes, so we returned to the beginning. Asuzit did not object to the murderous plan. Well, fine. That sounds fun too. I can fight and kill as much as I want again. Segi somewhat agreed. This is how demonkind has always lived. Bon never thought too deeply about such things. As long as we get to eat our fill. Even so, a strange feeling rose in all of them. But why does my blood boil so much? Beneath the thick layer of earth, Sangcho was still struggling to move. 5, 6. Damn it. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Up on the surface, Felinut hurried to carry out his ideal. Demonkind, take up your weapons. We march to war. Zephazot hesitated for a few seconds, then straightened his back. Demon King, we cannot go to war yet. Felinut's terrifying pupils shrank. Haddock and Asuzit had already broken into cold sweat. Zephazot calmly explained, the only food we have right now is a few small potatoes. With that amount of provisions, how can we possibly sustain a campaign? Felinut stared at him, as if he were some complete fool. We already have enough food. He extended a branch from his body, and it clamped tightly around Forut. Zephazot cried out in shock. Forut! Asuzit glared at the scene. Felinut dangled Forut in the air. Aren't there plenty of weak, useless demons here to use as food? In panic, the little girl screamed, no, we're not like that anymore. We can live now without eating each other. Our Demon King Churdoser said he would make that possible. But Felinut had no heart to begin with. He only stayed silent for a moment, then cruelly loosened the branch wrapped around Forut, dropping her from high above into that darkness. Sangcho placed a hand on his chest. My heartbeat is slowing. If I die, they'll all starve to death too. Blood burst. A tremendous force surged through Sangcho's body. His eyes flew wide open. I can't bear to watch anyone suffer from hunger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outside, Felinut's gaze suddenly shifted toward the place where Asuzit had just rushed forward and caught Forut. Meanwhile, Sangcho was still writhing beneath the ground. Blood burst. Every time he cast the spell, the shock racked him like madness. Sancho daget himself forward in being. This is too hard. Too hard. How much farther? Am I even going in the right direction? Am I doing something that has even the slightest chance of succeeding? Shadows closed in around him, as though trying to swallow the last of his chances to survive. Above ground, Haddock stared in shock at Asuzit's actions. Segi's breathing grew more ragged. Even Bon did not know how to react. Asuzit held Forut in his arms, and the little girl trembled as she looked at him. Lord Asuzit, Felinut spoke with contempt. What is this, Asuzit? Did you take the wrong medicine? Asuzit only stared at him in silence. After a moment, he suddenly remembered just how terrifying Felinut really was. Suzette quickly explained, "No, that's not it. Wait, this is my food. I had my eye on it from the start. I just wanted to save it so I could eat it while it was still fresh." Felonut lashed out with a dry branch from his body, striking straight at Suzette and Forat. The attack was so fast that Suzette had no time to react. He was violently knocked backward, without mercy, then left sprawled on the ground. Zephazot frowned slightly. Felonut spoke in a tyrannical tone. "This is your final warning. Prepare for war." Zephazot's fury had already risen to his throat. He finally spoke up in opposition. There was no justifiable reason to go to war now. Without another word, Felonut launched a branch straight at Zephazot, but Blackstone Tyrant Bond's axe was faster. He chopped it apart before it could even reach Zephazot. That only made Forat furious. Bond pulled Zephazot behind him. His Majesty has already assigned Zephazot a task. If Zephazot dies, we won't be able to count the potatoes. Felonut let out a low growl. "You dogs, are you trying to rebel?" Haddock was still kneeling behind them. "Rebel? Of course not, my lord. It's just that, instead of invading, we believe the path of farming that the former Demon King said it try to pursue is the right choice." Then Segi continued, "I beg your pardon, sir. Your Majesty, the former Demon King opened a path where we would not need to kill. Why start a war when we can choose a better road?" Felonut roared in fury. "You filthy worms." Clusters of dried roots shot out in rage. "I possess supreme power. I am power itself." Haddock's face hardened. "No, power belongs only to the worthy." Taibong flapped its tiny wings, and at the same time the demons shouted in unison, "Our Demon King is Lord Xetit. Pay for the potato field, you bastard." Sharp branches stretched out from all directions, aiming straight at them. Haddock immediately cast a spell. Bone Shield. He created a barrier to protect the demons from the mass of roots. Bond braced Segi with his hands. "Go!" Using him as a human launch pad, Segi leapt high into the air. Segi swung all 6 of his arms wildly, slashing away Felonut's branches. He charged straight at him, raising his sharp sword. "I'll gouge your eyes out." But before he could strike, Felonut slammed him to the ground. Below, Bond was also tightly bound by roots until he coughed up blood. Haddock fared no better, pinned beneath a huge root. Felonut's wrath made heaven and earth tremble. "How dare you? How dare you defy me, the Demon King? Go rot in the underworld with your ancestors. Burn this into your memories. I am far greater than that weakling Xetit. And yet you dare call him our Demon King? That pathetic thing who died without even putting up a struggle. What was so special about him? What was so great about that damned Xetit?" Amid the chaos, Zephazot had managed to scoop up Forat and flee. Then a voice rang out, making Felonut freeze. "Damn, did dog chew up your self-confidence or something?" Sangcho had escaped from the restraints beneath the ground. He reached out and caught the branch that was about to crash down on Zephazot, then casually tore it apart. Felonut glared at him. "You..." Zephazot had not yet processed what had just happened. The system announced that Sangcho had obtained a new skill after escaping death, and the demons cheered at his return. "Your Majesty," the system activated nutrient concentration to help Sangcho recover rapidly. 10 minutes earlier, while Sangcho was buried beneath the barren soil, a hazy mist had covered his eyes. "It's too hard." Then suddenly, memories of the days when his grandmother was still by his side appeared. Tilting her head, she asked, "Sangcho, what did you say?" In the illusion, Sangcho hung his head low. "I said it's too hard. Why do I have to live when life is this difficult?" The wrinkles on her face deepened. "Because you are a seed." That answer made him lift his head. She gently peeled back the shell. "All life in this world is a seed. No matter how hard it is, you must push through the dirt and stones to sprout. When that tender sprout rises, it will give strength to other seeds, and soon green shoots will spring up everywhere. And one day, new life will come flooding in. Trees will bud and leaf out, covering this whole land in green." Sangcho suddenly snapped. "Stop saying that cheesy crap." "Then why did Dad, who was always kind, die while working? And why did Mom abandon me? Then that means I'm a rotten seed, right? Stop spouting that nonsense. I'll live for myself from now on, just like Mom did. I'll succeed. I'll eat well and live well on my own." Those were perhaps the words Sangcho would regret for the rest of his life. Because even before her dying breath, his grandmother had still gently told him, "Sangcho, we are all seeds." Her final words truly planted an enormous strength in his heart. Ignoring the agony tearing through him, he forced himself forward. Bloodburst. The system's cold voice announced that Sangcho had overcome the pain of death and been reborn. His will and soul had broken past their limits, unlocking a new system. The magic seed system had been unlocked. Sangcho stared at the words on the screen in exhaustion. Magic seed? That wasn't in the game. The system replied that this was the reward for successfully reincarnating 3 times. The magic seed would begin at level 3 and would amplify all of Sangcho's stats by a fixed multiplier, currently at 1.3. Squinting, Sangcho did the math. All stats up by 30%. With that, can I get out of here? At that moment, the nutrient concentration skill from the seed system was unlocked. Activate Magic Seed. He stared blankly at the notification panel. The system explained it could concentrate all of his stats into a single attribute, with a limit of 10 minutes per use. Sangcho's eyes lit up as if he had struck gold. Activate Magic Seed. His endurance, spirit, physique, agility, and magic stats were all currently at 30, and an Essence Seed was summoned. The Magic Seed did not take long to show its effects. In only a moment, all of Sangcho's stats had risen to 39. Still unsatisfied, he said, nutrient concentration. Pour everything into physical strength. His other stats rapidly dropped, funneling all resources into physical power. With 155 strength, Sangcho easily tore himself free from his earthen grave. Outside, while Felinut rampaged in arrogance, small cracks split across the ground. From there, Sangcho's arm rose up. The surging wind made his cloak billow, and Felinut stared in shock at Sangcho's comeback. His eyes darted wildly. Said it, you're still alive, even after being buried down there. Sangcho wore an extremely punchable expression. Are you blind or what? Shit for brains. The demons rubbed their eyes twice. Lord Xedit. It's Lord Xedit. They cried out in joy. Lord Xedit is still alive. Our demon king has returned, along with the hope of a bountiful harvest. Taibong flew over in tears, rubbing itself against Sangcho's cheek. Haddock let out a quiet sigh of relief. What a relief. But Seigi was breathing hard. Right now, Felinut's power is too great. Bon's heart was full of unease. His majesty can't defeat him. Felinut's heavy breathing filled the air. Actually, this works out nicely, said it. Right here, right now, I'll tear you and your lowly underlings to pieces. But Sangcho was not afraid. He already had a plan. No, you won't kill any of us. No matter how powerfully he swung, his movements were still exactly like in the game. Just imagine his attack range being wider than it was in the game. And I can dodge everything easily. And so can the agriculture army after all that physical training. Everyone, stay close behind me. Let's dance with the wolves. All the demons gathered into formation behind Sangcho. He shouted at the top of his lungs. Jump left. With that one simple move, they avoided Felinut's attack. Sangcho kept commanding the troop. Jump right, duck, roll left, keep rolling. Roll, 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 turn back, jump. Felinut was practically losing his mind. What the hell is this? Why? Why can't I hit even one of you? Sangcho was having the time of his life. Nice. Felinut has a pretty long pause in this part, so spin. The demon army carried out the move in perfect unison and even struck a mocking pose for Felinut to see. Humiliating as hell. Felinut roared with an ear-splitting cry. The roots stretched wildly in every direction as if they too knew rage. Sanjojuka. There it is. He's finally gone berserk. If everything until now has followed game mechanics, then this time I'll crush him with real-world logic. Go. Taibong. Taibong flew upward, opened its mouth, and drew in a deep breath. Then it released a freezing gust. Frost breath. The icy current slowly began freezing Felinut. Sangcho knew his own limits well. Even if I boosted my physical strength 1,000-fold, punching that giant brute 100 times wouldn't do a thing. Felinut could not keep up with Taibong's movements. You cowardly rat. Sangcho observed him closely. Still, no matter what, he's a tree. If I freeze his body with extreme cold, his body will expand, his bark will split open, and then one of Felinut's branches suddenly went limp, and then tore apart on its own. Even Felinut himself found it unbelievable. Sangcho calmly watched his body break apart. That stupid monster driven mad would not be able to withstand the pressure and would destroy itself. Felinut's panic was plain on his face. What the hell is this? After completing its mission, Taibong flew back to Sangcho. Seeing how exhausted it was, he encouraged it at once. Well done, Taibong. Leave the rest to me. Sanjo stipet bakto gato momentum. Then charge straight at Felonut. Let's finish off this bastard. As Felonut's bark rotted and peeled away, his fatal weak point was exposed, which worked greatly in Sangcho's favor. Another weak point on a tree was the eye socket. He poured all his strength into his fist. Almost instantly, Sangcho abruptly lost all power. He did not even have enough strength left to land on the ground by himself. Meanwhile, Felonut let out piercing screams. Watching from one side, Zephizot said, "Your Majesty." 1. The system appeared to announce that nutrient concentration had ended. Sangcho let himself fall freely through the air. Felonut growled in unwillingness, but in the end, he too had no choice but to surrender to fate and return to the earth. Zephizot stared at Felonut as he dissolved. His face is gone. Is he dead? Now Felonut was nothing more than a pile of withered roots. Sancho pantet hivili. Strange. In the game, his body broke down and vanished completely. Why is it still here? He froze when he heard a sound nearby. A small cluster of twigs sprouted from the middle of those rotten roots. Felonut returned in a new form. Sancho kuset inwali. Shit, what the hell is this? I don't even have enough strength left to move now. Felonut gradually recovered his original power, and that only made the demons even more wary. Felonut lifted his face. I absorbed a vast amount of nutrients. Even on the brink of death, I still forced my remaining strength together to create another body. I am a seed that accidentally fell on a poisoned mud and grew into a cursed sprout. Now, with the power of a demon king, my mission is to drown this world in poison and death. Di Xidot. Bon rushed in front of Sangcho and used his axe to block the attack. The axe blade sank deep into one side of Felonut's face, but such sharp metal meant nothing to him. If anything, it only made his fury flare even higher. With a single swing of his arm, Felonut sent Bon sprawling. Sagi did not hesitate to attack him, but he too was easily defeated by Felonut. Right after that, Haddock tried using his power to ambush Felonut, but he was beaten down mercilessly as well. You damn dogs. Even so, Felonut did not foresee that Asuzit was already behind him. A prayer echoed in Asuzit's heart. We are seeds, seeds among others. Looking at him, he seemed to gain strength. We are all seeds. May there be a bountiful harvest. Then Asuzit struck Felonut's head straight down. Sangcho struggled to stay conscious, just so he could witness Felonut's complete defeat. His body gradually dissolved. The trunks that had once obeyed him turned into green dust. Even the huge skeletal tree met the same fate. Before long, not even his remnants remained. The green dust floated through the air, creating a scene beautiful enough to break the heart. Sangcho ga pet fobudit. That bastard. Serves him right. Haddock struggled to stand. Zephizot took out his record book. Based on the act of rebellion just committed, I hereby formally bear witness to and record the victory of the Demon King's army. Haddock suddenly raised his hand high and shouted with all his strength, "Long live Xedit." All the demons cheered together. Long live Xedit. Long live Xedit. However, Sangcho did not look happy at all. Stop. I said stop. All the remaining demons instantly stiffened in silence. Sangcho glanced to the right. On the ground, only a scattering of tattered leaves remained. He looked ahead. The farmland was hardly in any better shape. He dropped to his knees in despair. The whole field was nothing but a mess. Everything had returned to square one, and everyone would have to go hungry again. After this disaster, you still want me to farm? No way. I can't make them work that hard again. Asuzit and the others silently watched their leader. But heaven never seals off every path to survival. The aftershocks of the battle had not yet faded. The green dust created from Felonut's body was still drifting through the air. One speck settled onto the ground, nestling against a shriveled leaf lying there. Suddenly, the leaf trembled faintly, as if the heartbeat of the field had begun again. Zephizot remembered those dark days, when death had been spoken of as though it were only natural. I just heard it from the demon in charge of the livestock. He said they replaced the Demon King just a few days ago, right? So what? No matter who the Demon King is, we're still just livestock. Back then, Zada had appeared with bloodshot eyes, unlocking the iron cage. The demons inside had fled in terror to the corner. Zadar's gaze stopped on Zephizot because he was the only demon who showed no emotion at all. At first, Zadar observed him carefully. Only after confirming that Zephizot truly did not shrink away did he seize him. Zadar lifted Zephizot up in front of himself. Even then, Zephizot showed no fear. Zadar revealed the instincts of a demon. and cruelly swung his sharp blade towards Zephazot. But at that very moment, Sangcho appeared behind Zatter. He immediately performed his magic trick and separated the man's head from his body. Zatter's head rolled across the stone corridor. Sangcho's shadow fell over Zephazot. "Kid, why didn't you tremble and kneel to beg for your life?" Zephazot answered indifferently, "Because I wasn't afraid. On the contrary, I felt rather relieved. No matter how hard livestock struggle, there is no way for them to survive. The best choice for me was to shorten the time I had to spend trembling in fear while waiting for death. That's what I believed." The corner of Sangcho's mouth lifted. "You're different from the rest. Come with me. I appoint you as the new recorder of the demon race's history. It would be a waste for someone like you to be eaten. For a while longer, we may still have to eat demon meat like livestock, but one day Demon King said it, will put an end to it. This tragedy of having to devour our own kind." Returning to the present, Zephazot perhaps finally understood the disappointment on Sangcho's face. He sympathized with his leader's ideals, yet was helpless before the cruelty of reality. Zephazot turned away and picked up a hoe. The rustling sounds on the ground drew the demon army's attention. Perhaps Zephazot wanted to use this action in place of words of comfort for Sangcho. Miss Grand Duke Haddock only watched for a moment before immediately understanding what Zephazot meant. He urged the demons on at once. "Farming, why are you still just standing there blankly? Move your hands, hurry up, level the soil, and make the ridges." The demon army did not hesitate and got straight to work. They picked up shovels and hoes, shouting as if this were the greatest job in the world. "Let's do this." Sangcho stared at them in astonishment. The demon army enthusiastically tilled the earth. "Up we go, up we go, up we go, up we go, up we go. We're my brothers. Come on, let's all work together. Dig the earth, turn the earth." The ox plows slowly behind us, and the ridges appear beneath our hoes. Our sweat falls like the rain of February. Up we go. Their song lifted Sangcho's spirits. Team 1, try to find even a single patch where any potatoes are still alive. Teams 2 and 3, pick up your hoes and line up. Sagi, cut apart the remaining potato seed pieces. Zephazot, help her wipe the blade clean. Haddock, command Team 1. Asuza, go get the tools I designated. "Yes, sir," the demon army answered in unison. "A bountiful harvest." After saying that, Blackstone Tyrant Bond clenched his jaw and turned into a sturdy work ox to help everyone plow the field. The soil was quickly loosened. Sangcho had completely returned to being a true demon king. I had completely forgotten. This is what farming really is. Natural disasters, pests, soaring prices, climate change. You have to fight every kind of enemy, fail, collapse, and then turn the land over once again. Survival is war. Forut was fumbling about when she suddenly saw something miraculous. Her eyes lit up. This potato sprout is still okay. Forut ran over to where the sprout was pushing out of the ground and grabbed the stem. Even one more potato sprout is better than nothing. Meanwhile, the scarecrow trembled and pleaded, "Spare me." Forut pulled with all her strength. "This thing, why won't it come out?" The scarecrow looked like it was crying without tears. "Please, just spare me." At that moment, a Suzit appeared behind her. "Hold on tight, little low-ranked demon." 1, 2, 3. A Suzit and Forut both froze when they saw the roots of that tiny sprout. It was not just one potato, but a whole cluster. The pull was so strong that potatoes flew everywhere. One potato lightly kissed the scarecrow on the cheek. A Suzit had never seen anything so bizarre. "What the hell?" Meanwhile, Forut was overjoyed. She immediately ran to Sangcho. "Demon King, Demon King." He looked at what was in Forut's hands in surprise. She carefully cradled the tuber and said, "Look, a potato. It's huge." A Suzit took the enormous potato. "Is this really a potato? Where did you find it, kid?" Forut beamed. "I just pulled out a sprout over there, and a whole bunch came up with it." Sangcho carefully thought back and felt as if he had realized something. There had been a similar scene in the game. After defeating Felinut, little sprouts grew from his corpse. That meant his nutrients had seeped deep into the earth. And now he was over 100 times bigger. No, maybe even 1,000. Sangcho immediately gave the order. "Farming Corps, stop what you're doing and dig deeper into the soil right now." Before long, everyone had found the gold of the earth. It's huge. It's unbelievably huge. The field isn't dead yet. Potatoes are everywhere. A whole pile of gigantic potatoes. Over here, there are more here too. Just how many are there? Joy burst out into cheers. Zephazot spoke up. "Demon King, does this mean it is a bountiful harvest?" Sangcho felt the tightness in his chest ease. "Thank God. Yeah, that's right. This really is a bountiful harvest. Thank goodness. Everyone will be able to eat their fill now. Inside the simple wooden house, standing against the barrenness of this wasteland, Sancho looked frighteningly serious as he thought. Summarized the current situation in the wastelands. He slowly reviewed each territory. First, the first star territory. The first king, Sandithan, rebelled and has already gone to heaven. After the great Heartbone Ice Spirit was defeated, all of his underlings vanished along with him. Now, it was completely desolate, without a single soul in sight. Next, the second star territory. He realized that after the second king, Felinut, was wiped out, his subordinates had fallen into confusion, unable to understand what had happened. The next area, the third star territory. Sancho asked himself, the third king, Zatar, is currently being used as a lightning rod. Should I punish his underlings for rebellion too? The remaining area is the fourth star territory, which belongs to the snake god, Tattoo. He recalled that in the game, Tattoo had been described as rather loyal. Sancho frowned and rubbed his chin in concentration. The remnants in Territory 2 and the ones in Territory 4 should be easier to mobilize. But I can't summon them carelessly. Not only do I need to find more labor, I'd also have more mouths to feed. Better take it slow, at least until the next harvest season. Zephazat entered and interrupted his thoughts. Demon King, we have prepared a large quantity of soup as you instructed. Sancho praised him at once. Excellent. Good work. Make sure the meal tickets are distributed properly. A minor demon reported on the progress. Demon King, I have already sent the waiting order to each territory. Sancho asked about the response. Are they obeying? I can't trust them anymore. The minor demon explained. Territory 4 is not complying. Sancho cursed. Damn it, why are they always disobeying? The minor demon replied, as for why, they didn't say anything specific. Sancho blurted out in disbelief. What? You didn't even ask them why. The demon answered in confusion. Who was I supposed to ask? Sancho furiously stepped forward to punish the minor demon. Are all mid-ranking demons this brain dead? I want to know why the fourth king is not following orders. The demon tried to explain. The four-star territory only has a handful of servants left now. That place is completely empty. Sancho frowned and pressed further. Did you ask the servants? The minor demon answered fearfully. No, he confirmed once more. So you also don't know why it's empty? The demon calmly replied, yes. Sancho could only curse inwardly. This is so damn frustrating. It's like talking to brain-dead office workers. Zephazat was writing down his every gesture. He's acting kind right now, but he is still the Demon King, so his face looks truly terrifying. Even if hundreds or thousands of years pass, no one will ever have a face more horrifyingly ugly than Demon King Gezedat's. Sancho snapped back at the thought. The hell? What if somebody like that actually shows up? Zerdan, you fool. He let go of the minor demon and said, I'll ask them myself. What did the servant say? Where did the fourth king go? The minor demon stammered and then explained in detail. He went to invade human territory, saying he wanted to gather human corpses to offer up as fertilizer. Sancho froze for a moment when he heard that. Then he cried out in alarm, Oh no, we're screwed. What did you just say? Sancho recalled the sequence of events. According to the game's storyline, the ancient Holy Knight would awaken around this time, and when the demons invaded, he would immediately wipe them out the moment he saw them. He suddenly understood the issue. In other words, as long as we don't invade, the Holy Knight won't attack. Quite a bit of time has passed, and that aged kimchi freak still hasn't appeared, so I must have guessed right. Sancho imagined Mukuenzi appearing and the worst possible ending. Sweat broke out on him as he thought anxiously, but if the fourth king attacks the humans, that old fermented bastard will come. Zephazat noticed how frantic he looked and asked, Demon King, where are you going? Sancho swept past quickly as he answered, To stop that bastard fourth king, obviously. Zephazat asked in concern, Should we send reinforcements as well, my lord? Sancho's retreating figure only left behind his hurried answer. Going alone is the fastest. As he ran, Sancho thought back. After defeating Felinut, the magic seed had reached level 4. He shouted, Focus the nutrients into the magic seed. Pour everything into agility. The agility section of his status panel rose rapidly. Sancho sped forward, using every game exploit he could, taking shortcuts, using everything possible as fast as he could. The abandoned demon lands. Not far away stood the Tower of Life, the tomb of the Holy Knight, the ownerless land where old fermented Kimchi Mukuenzi had met Iobia's group, and the village of the exiles where they had taken shelter. If one went a little farther down from there, it was the boundary between humans and demons. Machiat Fortress. A guard on the wall peered through a spyglass and frowned. "What is that?" The guard shouted the report. "It's Envoy Asahan. Envoy Asahan has returned. Where are the soldiers? Why is only that ugly attendant here? And who are those strange people with him?" Volcott was already standing at the fortress gate to receive them. "Thank you for your hard work, Lord Asahan," he asked. "But where are the soldiers who were sent out with you?" Davat explained gloomily. "We ran into a group of monsters on the way. We couldn't even get close to demon territory." Volcott looked mournful in sympathy. His Majesty's orders to explore the demon lands are a special mission carried out regularly, but they always come with sacrifice. They were all fine warriors. He opened the gate and invited them inside. "Now, then, please come in and rest." Davat replied gratefully. "Thank you, Commander Volcott." The three of them started inside one by one. Volkot Sudinu Dlokte Mukunsi. With sharp suspicion, he said, "But not you." Davat and Dion looked at him in confusion. Mukunzi looked at him with a dangerous, razor-sharp gaze. Volcott was instantly intimidated by that look. Davat hurriedly cut in to explain, "We met him in the ownerless land. He saved me when I was injured." Volcott repeated himself. "Have you forgotten, Lord Asahan? Only those who leave through this gate may enter through it again." Dion also stepped forward and pleaded, "Oh dear, I think there's been some misunderstanding." He rummaged through his clothes, pulled out a few gold coins, and whispered to Volcott, "I'm not asking you to let me in for free." Volcott slapped Dion hard across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground with the gold coins. He harshly condemned his behavior. "You crude little potato head, ugly inside and out. The sons of your sons of your sons of your sons will keep living just like that forever." Dion could only bear the cruel words in sadness. Volcott pointed his sword at Mukunzi and ordered, "You, take off your cloak at once. If there is anything suspicious about you, you will be executed on the spot." Davat was alarmed by that demand. "No, that won't do. What he's wearing under that cloak definitely looks 100% suspicious." Mukunzi's eyes passed over Dion. Mukunzi's expression suddenly became even more terrifying. Volcott was frightened by that pressure. A trumpet suddenly blared, cutting through the conversation. A guard shouted a warning, drawing everyone's attention. "They're coming! They're coming!" In the distance, an army was approaching. Demons, they're advancing with overwhelming force. "It's the demons!" Volcott shouted his orders. "Battle formation! Battle formation!" Mukunzi turned to look at the army. A demon. The demon army kept drawing closer. Mukunzi suddenly felt as if he were holding a game console. Something urged him on. "Kill them." Sangcho was racing toward the battlefield that was about to erupt. As he ran, he pleaded, "Please, please, don't attack." He looked toward the fortress and shouted, "The entire demon race is going to get wiped out." The demons began concentrating on the siege, charging the gate with a massive battering log. The soldiers on the walls shouted to one another and loosed arrows. "Prepare! Fire!" Under the rain of arrows below, some demons blocked them while others collapsed on the spot. Arrows and stones continued to rain down. Soldiers who were struck fell from the walls as well. The battle grew more and more vicious, and the tip of the battering log was slowly breaking the gate. Those hiding inside could feel the fortress trembling. Mukunzi thought, "I was about to throw myself in a battle on instinct." He remembered what had happened before. Perhaps the memories of slaughter from his 19 previous lives kept repeating themselves, as if guided by the hand of fate, trying to force him to fight once more. He gave silent thanks. "If Count Asahan hadn't held me back, I probably would have fought as if it were the most natural thing in the world, without even knowing what I truly intended." Mukunzi doubted himself. "But everyone here is trembling in fear. At times like this, should I really fight?" The gate had begun to crack apart, and the soldiers inside panicked and fled. Everyone inside grew anxious when they heard the shouts. The castle gate. The gate has fallen. The gate had completely split apart. The monsters surged in quickly, shouting to one another, "Kill them all. Turn them into fertilizer." Volcott urgently ordered, "Destroy the rear bridge." One soldier stammered, but Volcott still insisted, "We're going to die here anyway. Don't let a single demon set foot on the continent." Shouts rang throughout the fortress. "The main gate has fallen. Blow the bridge immediately. Destroy the bridge." The bridge was blasted to pieces. Davat calmly announced, "I just heard the explosion. They destroyed the bridge. Dion panicked at that. So we're really going to die here? I haven't even gotten married yet. Davat's face darkened. He casually replied, "Don't be too bitter about that. Even if you survive, you still won't be able to marry anyone." It was an honest attempt at comfort. Hearing that, Dion cursed inwardly. "You bastard. If I'm born a noble in my next life, you'd better be ready to work yourself to death for me." The shelter shook again, and everyone clutched their heads in terror. A demon had smashed the shelter to pieces. Unable to resist, the people could only scream in despair. The demon swung its sharp claws at the civilians. It snatched up a little girl, who could only cry out helplessly in terror. "Mommy!" Her mother desperately tried to pull her back, sobbing. Dave had also reached for the girl, but Dion held him back. Mukuinzi watched with the same steady gaze. The demon was dispatched with ease, and the little girl began to fall. Dion panicked when he saw her falling, but Davat caught the girl. Mukuinzi's cloak flared as he rushed forward into the raging battle. He charged straight at the monster, landing heavily. His presence made the demon hesitate for a moment. Mukuinzi stood there like an unshakable tower. The demon focused all its attention on him, then blurted out at the sight of Mukuinzi's ridiculous appearance, his clothes. "What kind of messed up outfit is that? He looks high as hell." Mukuinzi calmly declared, "I do not wish to fight. Withdraw." The demon paid no attention to his words and shot back provocatively. "You think you can dress like an idiot and order me around? And if I refuse, what exactly can you do?" Mukuinzi fell silent for a moment, then stated decisively, "Your entire clan. I will slaughter every last one of them." The demon immediately lunged at Mukuinzi. He remained utterly calm in the face of the attack. At last, Mukuinzi closed his eyes and thought, "So this truly is still my only choice?" He tightened his grip on the staff in his hand and made his decision. "Fine, if this is fate, then I will accept it." Mukuinzi's eyes sharpened with resolve. "I am the slayer of demons." The demon was suddenly stopped by Sangcho, just in time. Mukuinzi stared in blank surprise at the interruption. The demon was flung far away. Sangcho bent over, panting heavily after chasing the demon army for so long. He raised his head to assess the situation. Mukuinzi also fixed him with an oppressive stare. Sangcho was horrified the moment he saw him. "Old fermented kimchi. Why? Out of all places, why here?" The demon trembled and stammered, "Demon King." Sangcho kicked him straight in the face. He vented all his anger on the demon. "You stupid bastard, you disobedient bastard. Why did you invade? Why did you attack the humans?" The demon could only endure it. "He used. Demon King." Sangcho kept stomping on him. "Shut up, you pathetic weakling. Just die already." After that burst of madness, he turned to check Mukuinzi's expression. Sangcho resumed, trampling the demon while continuing to scold him. "We were living in peace. We were farming. We were trying to lie low and skulk around like rats. Wasn't that the plan?" He kept demanding answers. "We don't need to attack anyone. We were doing just fine as we were. Why? Why did you act on your own?" In his heart, Sangcho had only one desperate wish. "Please spare me. Just this once. Let this slide." Sangcho wanted only one thing. "Please don't kill off the entire demon race." Mukunzi Sudinlu spoke. "I know who you are." Sangcho stopped at those words. Breathing hard, he turned to look at him. Mukuinzi asked, "You're the Demon King, Gezadot, aren't you?" Hearing that, Sangcho was left dumbfounded. Sangcho became certain of one thing right away. First of all, he was completely screwed. All the soldiers were staring at him. Just now, he had said Demon King, and now the Demon King had appeared in person. The demons were murmuring among themselves about the exchange between the two. Is His Majesty saying something? They're too far away. I can't hear a thing. Sangcho, try to brush it off. Gezadot, what was that? Some kind of computer operating system? Mukuinzi declared in a ringing voice. "I am not asking because I do not know what a computer is. This is my final confirmation." Sangcho was shaken by how certain he sounded. He had figured it out, and he was absolutely sure. Sangcho moved at once. If he just stood there frozen, he was 100% going to get beaten to a pulp. Right now, the best move he could make there was only one option left. He rushed toward Mukuinzi. Sangcho placed both hands on the ground, making Mukuinzi wary. Then Sangcho slammed his forehead hard against the ground. Everyone around him was bewildered by what he did. Sangcho struck an utterly undignified pose, while Mukuinzi simply stood there watching his ridiculous display. After a moment, even he looked uncomfortable because of it. The demons, however, completely misunderstood his actions. The enemy is totally confused. Is this some new intimidation posture of the Demon King? Mukuinzi asked, "What are you doing?" In the sincerest voice he could manage, Sang-cho pleaded, "This is called a grand, full prostration. It is the deepest possible expression of gratitude or apology." Demon King Gezadot truly had no intention of invading humankind. That bastard lizard acted on his own, so I rushed here to stop him. Mukuinzi shot back coldly. "Do you really think I would believe the words of a demon?" Sang-cho banged his head against the ground again as he spoke with desperate sincerity. "Please believe me. Until these horns were down, I will apologize 10 times, even 100 times if I have to." The demons remained deeply impressed by his actions. One aggressive posture, like a raging bull plowing up the earth, as expected of the Demon King. While bowing over and over, Sang-cho thought to himself, "I probably look pathetic right now, but if I don't do this, the entire demon race will be slaughtered." Deeply anxious, he could only do his best. The one at the top had to take responsibility. It reminded him exactly of something from his previous life, a salesperson kneeling and begging a nasty customer. That rude customer had arrogantly sneered. He actually knelt just because we told him to. "Damn, that's hilarious. You think this settles it? I'm planning to leave a bad review." Sang-cho remembered every word from back then. "I am truly sorry, sir. I promise this will never happen again." The him of that time had cried when he saw it. "Please just let it go this once." Even now, Sang-cho never stopped telling himself, "I am willing to suffer humiliation for my people." He kept bowing without hesitation. Mukuinzi remained resolute. "It is useless, Demon King. I exist only to kill you." He raised his staff decisively. "I will kill you right now, and after that, every last demon that remains." Sang-cho's horns were grinding the earth thinner and thinner. His actions were beginning to shake Mukuinzi. "I should be killing him. But this guy," he had carefully counted every bow. Sang-cho was doing exactly 10 bows in a set. Mukuinzi noticed every movement, and then Sang-cho would pause. Mukuinzi stopped and focused on what he was doing. Then Sang-cho would do another 10. This felt familiar. 10 times, 10 times. Mukuinzi was startled by what he sensed from Sang-cho. It reminded him of the feeling of holding a game console. Something about Sang-cho was giving off that exact sensation, drawing his full attention. Mukuinzi noticed every small detail. The duty summons. It was always 10 times. Even when he was sweeping through demon territory, he did things in sets of 10. Mukuinzi began recalling everything from before. Even before charging into a trap, he had always counted 10 beats. 1, 2. It was all strangely similar. Even when he rolled around for no reason, he rolled exactly 10 times. "Sang-cho get betting non-stop. I'm super sorry. Please let me go. Please let me go, please." Mukuinzi gradually started to feel that something about Sang-cho's behavior was off in that tone. It was nothing like a demon king, yet it felt very familiar. Then he realized something. He was utterly baffled. Why was the duty summons appearing before him in the form of the demon king? Mukuinzi abruptly cut him off. "Stop." Sang-cho painfully raised his head to look at him. In a terrifying voice, Mukuinzi ordered, "Get out of here, quickly, because right now, I really want to kill you." Hearing that, Sang-cho was overjoyed. Sang-cho hurried off, not forgetting to give thanks. Thank you. I will never forget this kindness for the rest of my life." As he ran, he shouted, "Fourth Army of the Demon King, retreat at once. Run. Hurry, move." He urgently called out, "Everyone fall back." The demons were startled by his order. Why all of a sudden? What's going on? No idea, but His Majesty the Demon King said so. Though confused, they obeyed and withdrew. Mukuinzi stood there in silence, watching the demon army retreat. One demon caught Sang-cho's attention as it looked toward Mukuinzi. That demon was standing there alone, and suddenly it shouted, "You lowly wretch! How dare you!" It leaped down and charged at Mukuinzi, slashing at him with its sharp claws. Sang-cho could only cry out to stop it. "No!" Mukuinzi turned and lightly swung his hand. The demon was instantly cut into pieces that flew everywhere. The sight left Sang-cho utterly shocked. Fragments of the demon's body scattered in all directions. Sang-cho stared after them in horror. He trembled violently as he saw the result of such stupidity. Mukuinzi looked at him with overwhelming pressure in his eyes, as if questioning him over what had just happened. Sweat poured down Sang-cho's face, and his eyes darted wildly. He was so terrified that all he could do was curse inwardly. Damn it. Mukuinzi said calmly, "That was not your intention just now. I understand it was his own decision. Those words only made Sang-cho even more stunned. Mu-Kuan-zi turned sharply. As he walked away, Mu-Kuan-zi left behind a warning. If I ever see those horns again in the human world, but then I will kill you. That warning was the absolute final line Sang-cho had to be careful not to cross. The demons withdrew swiftly, and peace returned to the fortress. Davat and Dion worried over him. Mr. Kimchi-elu, are you hurt at all? You suddenly disappeared, and we were really worried. Mu-Kuan-zi answered indifferently. I only fought a little. Davat asked for clarification. Against those terrifying demons? Volcott suddenly approached and addressed him respectfully. Honored guest, you're Kimchi-elu, correct? He sincerely apologized. Sir Kimchi-elu, you crushed those demons in the blink of an eye, and even made the rest kneel and beg. We all witnessed it. Please forgive my earlier discourtesy. He was so overwhelmed by the respect that he blankly muttered, Mr. Kimchi-elu, I knew you were strong, but this. Volcott shouted, everyone, cheer for Sir Kimchi-elu, the man who protected our fortress. Everyone shouted in unison, hooray, hooray, hooray. Mu-Kuan-zi stood there blankly, looking at them. He reflected to himself, now in my 20th life, I have finally escaped the endless cycle of slaughter. He smiled faintly and thought, I chose the path of saving the world, even if I still had to kill those two just now. Everyone was left staring at his expression in confusion. Wasteland, the four barons of thousand-fold desolation and storms. The demon army was gradually retreating. Sang-cho grumbled inwardly, finally made it back. Moving a crowd this big is exhausting as hell. He angrily warned them, now get back to your homes, or your castles, or whatever, and stay there. If any of you invade the humans again, we're all dead. The demons tried to explain themselves. We only came because we were following Lord Tattoo's orders. He cut them off at once. Enough with the excuses. Just go home. Go now. Sang-cho left, ignoring the demons. Exhausted, Sang-cho reminded himself, if you follow the game's proper progression, you can't exploit any bugs. And there aren't any shortcuts, so it takes forever. I need to hurry back and check on the potato field too. Looking at the well, he wished, if those things worked, traveling wouldn't be this exhausting. He recalled what he knew. There were systems for power-ups and fast travel. I checked every single one, but none of them worked. Sang-cho slumpet in withy longving. I want teleportation so badly. It probably don't work because I'm not a holy knight. Suddenly, the well lit up, startling him. A system voice rang out, and Sang-cho was teleported away. Upon encountering a holy knight, a new game system has been unlocked. Teleportation via abandoned wells has been unlocked, the system announced. Teleportation through abandoned wells has been unlocked. The well slowly began pulling him inside. Before he could react, he was already being taken away. Another system message appeared. All wells you have visited since entering this world have been activated. Where would you like to go? He thought, the well beneath the Demon King's castle. Wait, that one was broken though. The system immediately replied, the well is still operational. He rejoiced inwardly. Okay, nice. Then send me there. The system responded, teleporting to the basement of the Demon King's castle. The system then carried him away. A Suzit and Flute were rummaging through the rubble. This place is ruined too. I guess we have to give up. Please, just one intact farming tool would be enough. Flute suddenly found something, and then Sang-cho's face abruptly appeared in a terrifying way. He crawled wildly out of the ground. The little girl stared at him in shock. Then she fainted on the spot. A Suzit saw it and was horrified too. Flute was completely unconscious, while Sang-cho looked like he was about to throw up. He immediately vomited everything out. A Suzit rushed over at once, shielding the girl from the pile of vomit. Sang-cho wearily complained to himself while Flute ran over, worried about a Suzit. My stomach feels like it's doing acrobatics. Couldn't it have teleported me gently like in the game? The little girl was terribly worried about him. Sang-cho thought with relief, well, vomiting up one breakfast to get here instantly is still a fair trade. Now then, quickly, the girl cried out at his miserable appearance while he was already fired up. Time to start mass-producing giant potatoes. At their wooden hut, Sang-cho stood looking at the results of his work. Even now, looking at them again, these potatoes still look insanely huge. Zephazot explained, Lord Haddock's mist washed them clean. He said nothing and simply stared at the pile of potatoes. He picked one up and examined it. What is this? Why does this one keep rolling down? His sudden behavior left Zephazot thoroughly confused. Sang-cho's expression suddenly changed, and he swore, oh, damn it. He climbed onto the pile and searched frantically. It's not here. Not this one either. They're all gone. Zephazot asked, my lord. Is something wrong with the potatoes? Sangcho slowly explained, these giant potatoes. Then he clarified, they don't have any eyes to sprout from. Zephazot gravely confirmed, no eyes means they cannot sprout? Sangcho spoke sao. These potatoes, he could only say helplessly. They're sterile. Temporary base, Demon King's castle. Sangcho informed his subordinates, so even if we plant giant potatoes, we won't get anything out of it. Haddock spoke up. Their properties have been unnaturally altered, turning them into mutant plants that have lost the ability to reproduce. Bond stupidly asked, so we can't eat them? Se pisot explan. No, idiot. We just can't plant them. Once we eat what we have, that's it. Sangcho cut off the discussion. Either way, we can't keep relying on potatoes forever. Potatoes get diseased easily. Once blight hits, we're finished. He made his decision. No matter what, we have to grow other things. Asuzit asked, other things? What could possibly grow in this land besides potatoes? He explained quietly, nothing. But Sangcho continued, I know a place with countless seeds we can plant. Zephazot guessed, don't tell me. He said aloud, a place with plenty of crop seeds, the human lands. His words shocked everyone. They immediately protested. That's invasion. That's looting. It's no different from starting a war. Hey, wait a second, idiot. Zephazot said darkly, the one who hates were the most. After saying that, he fell silent. That is the Demon King. Sangcho immediately ordered Zephazot, make a whole batch of dried potatoes right now. He assigned work to each of them and stayed to help Haddock manage the farming group. He mobilized everyone. Meanwhile, Zephazot, Bon, Asuzit, and I will. He proposed a surprising plan. Sell dried potatoes to humans and use the money to buy seeds. Sangcho thought to himself, Kimchi Elu, as long as we don't run into him, there won't be any problems. And somehow, we'll make it work. Silence suddenly fell over the room. Zephazot doubted his plan. Go to the human world to sell dried potatoes? Have you lost your mind, my lord? Sangcho shot back. Why should I listen to your nonsense? Zephazot pointed at the others. Just look at the 3 great demon generals you're planning to send. He evaluated them one by one. One looks like a monster. He described Asuzit. To human eyes, they would look like walking danger signs. That one looks exactly like a serial killer, and his skin looks like a graphics glitch. Next was Seigi, and the last one looks like some half-human, half-octopus freak with explosive diarrhea, pale as if she just crawled out of a freezer. He bluntly concluded, if humans see them, they'll definitely scream, demons, and attack on sight. The others grabbed him at once. I'm just telling the truth. Think about it logically. Asuzit warned him, we are always logical, you weakling. Which means killing you right now would be entirely logical. Bon confidently cut in. Zephazot got one thing right. Every one of you looks disgusting. I'm the only handsome one here. He casually added, what the hell? You're the one who looks most like a demon. Haddock also mocked them. Your self-awareness is terrible. Aside from me, a true gentleman, the rest of you all look the same. The other man snapped back. You mean like dried up corpses, you old zombie? Seigi laughed and said, you all look like rotten fish, so there's no point fighting over it. Asuzit immediately cursed at her. Shut your mouth, you inflamed gut hag. He bluntly hurled another insult. Can't you tell you're the strangest looking one here? You half-human, half-octopus woman? The 4 of them argued non-stop until it nearly became a brawl. Watching them, Sangcho came to an understanding. Everyone here is sensitive and obsessed with appearances. Sometimes I honestly feel a little sorry for them. He gestured to them. Stop. Sangcho got an idea. Maybe I should crack a joke to lighten the mood. Wearing a face practically made to get punched, he teased them. Don't fight, everyone. None of us are good looking enough to show off outside anyway. The moment they heard that, they all fell silent. Not happy, huh? Still, if they got quiet, then it worked. That's enough. He turned and asked, hey, Zephazot, did you bring the thing I told you to get from the secret tunnel in Zerdan's castle? Zephazot confirmed, yes, the item from the hidden passage, correct? He then presented several worms. The wriggling green worms looked absolutely revolting. The worms themselves seemed frightened by the people around them. You filthy weirdos. What is this? Sangcho's expression abruptly changed, and his tone turned serious. These are transformation pills. If you eat one of these, you'll turn into a completely different creature. His words left them stunned. With these, we'll disguise ourselves and move deep into human territory. Seigi asked in horror, you're telling us to eat these? He answered flatly, did you think I brought them back for skincare? Bon grabbed one and shouted, I'm not a picky eater. He quickly dealt with one, and the others recoiled in fear at the sight. Bon blurted out, tastes awful. The others asked, you ate it just because you thought it might taste good? Light burst from Bon, blinding everyone. Sangcho silently hoped that the result of the transformation would depend on the eater's personality. Hopefully no one ends up looking rabid. A mass of bones flashed into view, obscuring their sight, and Bon Bon cried out. He had changed. Feeling out his new form, he began to say. Feeling out his new form, Bon blurted out, "This feels so different." The transformation pill had changed him so much that even Sang-cho barely recognized him. I get it now. So that's what your true personality is like. Bon, Seigi shouted, then grabbed one of the worms. The Demon King's orders were absolute. Sang-cho wondered, Seigi, you really do want to be pretty that badly, huh? Another white mist rose up, and her new appearance looked utterly ridiculous. Zephazat immediately held up a mirror for her to see herself, and all she could do was scream and cry. Ice Emperor Seigi, one who wants to become a demon with a warm heart. Asuzet was held down by the others and forced to eat. We don't have much time. Eat it now. His new form was revealed, and he struggled about in the shape of an animal. Blood Prince Asuzet, one who longs to live freely after spending so long as a lightning rod. Sang-cho quickly swallowed one too. He was next. Another cloud of mist burst out. King Zaduth. His new appearance wasn't all that different, just like a college graduate with a rotten personality. He picked up the mirror and studied his new face. It hasn't changed that much. Is this really okay? The others stared at him intently. Sang-cho shouted his order. Fine, let's just say I look like someone with liver failure. All right, let's go. Seed Survey Squad. And they finally set out for human territory. The system drew Sang-cho's attention. While using a transformation pill, you will not receive any benefits from happiness points. He clicked his tongue inwardly. So many restrictions. Then Sang-cho thought back. Even in the game, if you used a skill or took damage, you would immediately revert to your original form. So we need to be extremely careful. They used the warp gate, then the abandoned well. We were quickly transported to human territory. Thankfully, group teleportation worked as long as we held hands. The well sucked them in and sent them away. They arrived somewhere else, but everyone looked exhausted. The problem was the castle before them. Sang-cho stared at it and wondered, how are we supposed to get past that? Sang-cho frowned as he thought. What I'm most afraid of is running into that aged Kimchi and having him spot me here. Which means he's gone deep into human territory, right? He figured quite a bit of time had already passed since then. So maybe Mu Kuan-zi had already reached his destination and was no longer around here. Sang-cho confidently told himself that, and even if Mu Kuan-zi were here, he probably wouldn't recognize him. Please, right? He won't recognize me, right? Please don't. Please don't recognize me. For now, the only thing to do was gather the seeds as quickly as possible. When a trumpet and an announcement rang out, a suspicious group is approaching. The people around them began whispering noisily about their appearance. Demons again? I don't think so, but their assessment of the group was pitiful. They looked seriously ill. Then Volcott appeared, and the two sides faced each other. He bluntly drove them off. You must be from the village of the exiles. Go back. You have no right to pass through this gate. Seigi immediately grew worried. Just as expected, this plan was never going to be easy from the start. But this reaction was also within Sang-cho's expectations. I figured this would happen. The demons invaded not long ago, so of course they won't let just anyone through. But this was no problem for Sang-cho. I'm a veteran gamer. I practically ground the story journal into dust and memorized all the game settings. Volcott was surprised by what Sang-cho did next. Sang-cho made his move, putting on a pitiful expression. Even a lowly exile like me managed to bring back real treasures from the demon's domain. Volcott repeated in confirmation. The demon's domain? Sang-cho was certain the human king would want to know what existed there. He had even sent a special envoy to investigate. With this trick, they'll definitely let me through. Volcott asked more clearly, treasures? You mean those things behind you? With a fawning smile, Sang-cho replied, yes, exactly. Your eye is sharp indeed, sir. Then he explained shamelessly, these are monsters I captured deep in demon territory. If you butcher them for meat, they're absolutely delicious. The two behind him stood still and let him spout his nonsense. Hearing that, both of them paused for a moment, as if they were starting to understand something. At last, they understood, and they were deeply shocked by what he had said. Sang-cho kept up an awkward smile, but no one moved. The atmosphere turned painfully tense. Volcott narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice, you caught them in demon territory? He stared straight at the two beasts before him and thought with open disdain. To them, it was like a bolt from the blue. That one's a pelican, and the other's a camel, right? You're telling the king ordinary animals like these are treasures. Even Sang-cho was startled by that. This wasn't how he'd planned it all. What the hell is this? In a medieval European setting, pelicans and camels are common animals? What kind of insane world building is that? Volkott's face darkened further and grew frightening. Those useless, foul-smelling things. Take them back immediately. The camel clenched its teeth and growled, face flushing red with rage, veins bulging. Unable to swallow the insult, it craned its neck and let out a loud cry. Volkott stared at the camel in shock for a long moment. His confusion only deepened. That pronunciation, it was clear and accurate, just like a human's. Wasn't it supposed to be an ordinary camel? Seeing the fear and suspicion in Volkott's expression, Sancho acted at once. Here's my chance. He rubbed the camel's head hard, laughed loudly, and used his experience to manipulate the man's thinking. What a keen eye you have, sir. Creatures from the demon's domain cry out very clearly. At once, he shifted his gaze to the pelican beside it and continued his introduction. And this one cries especially loudly and clearly. Hey, you there, cry for him. Come on, cry. The moment he finished speaking, Sancho lunged over and yanked a tuft of feathers from its head, making it shriek in pain. And Volkott had no choice but to hurriedly shout, "You may pass. Get inside quickly." Just like that, Sancho's group successfully made it through the checkpoint gate. They had made it through cleanly. Volkott still glanced back and added a final warning. Even if you possess rare monsters, you are still descendants of the exiles. I cannot allow you to wander freely through the kingdom. Then he made Sancho an offer. A delegation is on its way to the royal capital. Go with them. But inwardly Sancho looked disgusted. What a pain in the ass. They arrived. The camel and pelican waited outside, while voices from within drifted out. That's good news. I didn't manage to gather anything from demon territory, so if no one had brought anything, I'd have been humiliated before the king. The two men politely bowed. One of them introduced himself. I am the royal envoy, David Azahan, and this beside me is my attendant, Deontija. Sancho quickly replied, "A pleasure to meet you, sir. I come from the village of the exiles, Kim Sangjo, and this is my friend, Smelly Feet." Davat's eyes widened at that. From the village of the exiles? And that name. Then he bluntly exposed Sancho, throwing him into utter panic. I stayed there for months, and I've never seen you before. At once, the soldiers behind him drew their swords and pressed them to the pair's necks. Sancho and Bond both raised their hands. "Reveal yourself. You're demons, aren't you?" Sancho cursed furiously inside his head. "You son of a bitch." At that moment, Dion beside him finally spoke up in a syrupy, affected tone. "Our young master Davat is having one of his forgetful spells again." He pointed at Sancho and whispered, "Look carefully. He's the one who lived in the second house on the left." Davat followed his gaze. "Which left?" Dion leaned close to his ear and suggested, "Just take them with us. That way, we'll have something to present to the king, won't we?" Davat's face darkened with hesitation. "But what if they really are demons?" Dion shook his head with certainty. "No, impossible. Absolutely not. I'm serious." The whispering ended. Davat clapped his hands loudly and spoke to them. Right. We haven't spoken much, so I completely forgot you." "Yes, of course, you really are from there." After watching Davat for a while, Sancho had an idea. That potato-faced bastard's pretty practical. I can use him. And he had already figured out what to do with Dion too in the blink of an eye. That sickly-looking bastard. I'll squeeze him dry and toss him to the dogs. Davat now looked visibly excited and cheered. "All right, enough talking. Let's get moving. Another member waiting outside will join our group." He stood up and introduced one more person. "This is Sir Mukuenzi, who kindly offered to escort us." Sancho had no idea what was going on, but the moment he merely looked at the man, his whole body began trembling and his lips quivered, unable to form words. Mukuenzi maintained his cold, unapproachable composure. Sancho struggled to open his mouth at all, but only managed to stammer, "HLO. I'm Kim Sangjo." Inside, however, he was in full panic. "Oh shit, we're dead. We're all completely screwed." Mukunzi looked puzzled by his reaction and said mockingly, "It seems your liver isn't in very good shape. Do take care of your health." Sancho froze, sweat pouring down him, not even understanding what Mukunzi meant. Not wasting any more time there, the three of them turned and left first. Now then, the royal capital is still far away, so hurry along. Sancho's heart felt like it was going to leap out of his chest. 100,000 questions exploded in his mind. He didn't recognize me? Seriously? The transformation pill really worked. But it wasn't that simple. Mukuenzi seemed to sense something and cast a thoughtful glance behind him. Several watches later, night had fully fallen, and the moon hung high in the sky. Their group stopped to rest and lit a fire for warmth. Sang-cho pressed his lips together, still unable to calm down as he kept brooding over what had just happened. Too dangerous. Extremely dangerous. If bandits attacked, or if a whole crowd jumped us, the transformation effect would vanish, and Mu Kuan-zi would kill me on the spot. Without thinking, he stole a glance in Mu Kuan-zi's direction. The capital is way too far. We only need to sell the potatoes and buy seeds, so why do we have to go all the way there? Just then, he met Mu Kuan-zi's fierce gaze, as if the man wanted to devour him alive. At once, Sang-cho shrank back, fear spreading through his body. But suddenly, he burst into loud laughter, breaking the tension in the air. Mu Kuan-zi's gaze softened again, as though dismissing him as some fool putting on a show. It was like Sang-cho had just dodged a bullet. Turning away, Sang-cho gasped for breath. Damn it, the second our eyes met, my balls jumped straight into my throat. He felt like he couldn't endure even one more second of this. I have to run. I have to get out of here tonight. Sometime later, everyone returned to their own tents to sleep, and outside the air grew colder and colder. Inside the tent, Sang-cho sat up and repeatedly smacked Bon's cheek to wake him. Hey, Bon, wake up, hurry. Bon kept his eyes tightly shut and made excuses. Bon needs 8 full hours of sleep to grow up strong and healthy. Annoyed, Sang-cho snapped back. You stopped growing centuries ago, you delusional idiot. After struggling for a while, he finally dragged Bon out of the tent. Then he carefully began walking one cautious step at a time. With every step, he glanced toward their tents to make sure nothing strange was happening. The camel looked at him and asked quietly, "Where are we suddenly going in the middle of the night?" "Sang-cho bolin get." "You can talk." It nodded. "Of course. I just needed a little time to get used to the structure of this mouth." Sang-cho moved deeper into the bushes, grumbling as he went. "Why should we stay tangled up with that bunch of trash? We already got past the checkpoint, so they're worthless to us now." His tone turned forceful and determined. "We have to complete our objective. If we waste time and get exposed, we'll be in huge trouble." The moment he finished speaking, a familiar voice rang out. The man had suddenly appeared right in front of him. "That identity of yours, what exactly is it?" Mu Kuan-zi lazily stared straight at him, waiting for an answer. "The abandoned land, the father bins you enter." Sang-cho gaped in terror, unable to believe it. Outside, it was still pitch black, the place wrapped in fog. This was a land known as the land of stray dogs. Haddock, who had been walking along, suddenly stopped short. A huge mass of monsters had appeared right before his eyes. He stared in bafflement, unable to make sense of it. "What is this? I never summoned you. Why have you all gathered here?" The lead creature stammered. "WL, our demon king is here, so we heard that if we came here, we might be able to eat our fill." Haddock was speechless and slapped his forehead in complete defeat. "Until the Demon King brings back seeds, where do you think all that food is supposed to come from?" Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from somewhere. "What the hell? Why are all these shellfish bastards here?" A crowd of plant monsters came charging over wildly. "Lord Haddock, please let us in. That rebellion by Flanup has nothing to do with us." And it didn't stop there. Cries for help rose from behind as well. "Lord Haddock, please save us first." A group of lizards with suitcases strapped to their backs came rushing over. "We've traveled a long way. Everyone's on the verge of starving to death." They stood in front of him, begging nonstop. "Food, please have mercy. Lesson first, please." Haddock's face darkened, and he quietly asked Zephazot, "How many giant potatoes do we have left?" Zephazot answered with just 2 words, "A great many." After a pause, he continued, "But there are too many mouths to feed. We still have many days to endure." Haddock understood that as well and let out a helpless sigh. He recalled what Sang-cho had told him when entrusting him with authority. "While I'm away, you are the Demon King. Think and act like one." Haddock pressed his lips together, unsure what the right thing to do was. In the end, he still had to make a decision and steel himself. Separate each species into its own area and settle them in properly. "I will bring you food." Sang-cho froze stiff, as if he had been caught in the act doing something wrong. Mu Kuan-zi remained completely calm and asked evenly, "Talk. Who are you really?" "Kim Sang-cho." Just hearing his name, Sang-cho flinched and didn't dare speak. "I." From behind him, Bon even added mockingly, "Why are you trembling like you're scared shitless, my lord?" "I Bon." "Ah, right. Smelly feet. We'll smash him to pieces if you give the order." Sang-cho whipped around and hissed, "Don't go picking fights like an idiot, you moron. Look carefully at that Mu Kuan-zi." To Sangcho's eyes, Mu Kuanzi's entire body seemed to radiate a mystical aura that could not be underestimated. Does he look like the kind of person whose strength you can even guess at? Actually, at first I thought he was pretty scary too. Before they could test Mu Kuanzi's patience any further, he growled, "I can hear all of that." The moment he heard that, Sangcho instantly shut his mouth and did not dare utter another word. Mu Kuanzi's expression did not change in the slightest, but many thoughts ran through his mind. Summons of duty and demon King Kim Sangcho. He once led me into a cycle of slaughter, but now he desires peace. What is his true intention, and why has he come all the way here? Sangcho grew more and more flustered. I want to know what he's really thinking inside. He opened his mouth and breathed hard, his heart pounding ever faster. The truth is, we didn't come here to offer tribute to the king. That made Mu Kuanzi pause in surprise. Sangcho began explaining everything to him. As you can see, our land is desperately short on food. Even so, we still have to find a way to cultivate crops. On the wagon behind us is our local specialty. Sangcho knitted his brows tightly, speaking with utter seriousness and emphasis. We came here to sell dried potatoes and buy seeds to plant. He was trying hard to stay calm, forcing himself to hold it together. That's why we try to slip away quietly without getting caught. Besides, the royal capital is far too distant, so we only plan to go to the nearest city. After that long lead-in, he finally reached the main point. Please let us off just this once. I am truly sorry. I hope you can understand. We're just too poor and hungry. Sangcho was actually quite confident in this tactic. I'll appeal to his sympathy. If that works, we'll get through this just fine. Mu Kuanzi remained silent, showing no reaction at all. Sangcho swallowed and waited in silence too. And yet, Mu Kuanzi seemed to soften a little. He did believe him somewhat. Those eyes were hiding something, but they weren't lying. So the demons have started eating humans because they don't have enough food? Mu Kuanzi parted his lips, about to say a few words. And just when it seemed things might go smoothly, this obstacle proved impossible to overcome. It sounds reasonable, but I still can't let you go. Mu Kuanzi turned it back on him. Azahan has guaranteed that you will present tribute to the king. I can't disappoint him. He even added a proposal that left Sangcho rooted to the spot, dumbfounded. Let's do this. Along the way, you can sell your potatoes and buy seeds, but you must continue on to the royal capital. Then he mentioned the two beasts behind them. At the sound of it, both creatures jolted in alarm. And as agreed, those two monsters will be offered to the king as tribute. Feeling that he was being ignored, he immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, gladly. Back where I'm from, things like these are basically trash. Seeing how firmly he spoke, they were thrown into confusion. That man wasn't joking. It hadn't been a complete success, but it had gone through well enough. Kim Sangcho bared his teeth in a sly grin. Of course, I don't really mean that. We're making a run for it the moment we get the seeds. The next day arrived. The sky was clear and bright. A question rang out. Are you planning to sell dried potatoes along the way? Dave, I was extremely curious. Can you show me what they look like? Sure. There's nothing special about them. They're just potatoes a bit bigger than usual, cooked and dried. He reached out and gently pulled back the covering for the man to see. Here, take a look. The two of them followed his gesture with their eyes. The man smiled faintly. I wish you good business. But beside him, Dion jumped at those words. Young master. He looked openly displeased and challenged Kim Sangcho. Take these and offer them as tribute instead. They look far more valuable. Kim Sangcho let out a weary sigh, as if he didn't even want to continue. They're just some huge, ugly potatoes. Why would you offer those to the king? Dion raised his voice even louder. They're not just big, they're enormous. Hearing that, Kim Sangcho couldn't help laughing and teasing him. You're hilarious. If size were all that mattered, the tallest man would be king by now. Hearing those words, even Davat couldn't hold back his laughter. It seemed he liked the joke because it sounded a bit like himself. Dion could do nothing and couldn't argue back, so he could only curse inwardly. One day I'll be rich and make you live on shit. Just wait. The two resumed their journey, but only Kim Sangcho seemed to have something still weighing on his mind. He furrowed his brows and thought it over carefully. Still, maybe that potato-headed idiot was actually right. These potatoes are so strange that maybe the king really would reward us for them. Every problem starts with that Mu Kuanzi bastard, but getting away from that aged kimchi is more important. We have to get out of here before we're exposed. As they were walking, Davat suddenly shouted excitedly, "There it is!" A large city appeared right before them. Welcome to the trade city, Zapazacha. Every house was built in a terribly shaky, run-down state. Thanks to Sahan's generosity, Both Bon and I got rooms. Muku and Z's group was also assigned rooms. The camel and the pelican, meanwhile, had to remain outside. Monsters, of course, weren't given lodging. It looked ugly on the outside, and the inside made even more sense of it. In a bustling trade city, how could there be an inn that still had vacant rooms and looked this miserable? But that wasn't Kim Sang-cho's concern. Whatever. The first goal was to sell the dried potatoes. The pelican stared straight into his eyes and demanded, "Are you really going to hand us over to the king?" Annoyed, Kim Sang-cho reassured it over and over. "Of course not, idiot. You're my precious lightning rod." It blinked in confusion. "Huh, I thought that job was already over." He emphasized it again. "You're just on leave. You'll be back to doing it soon enough." It looked around the area as if sensing something strange. But there's something off about this place. I heard human markets were supposed to be lively. Even though this was supposed to be a marketplace, there were barely any people around the whole way. This place is even deader than demon territory. Kim Sang-cho glanced at the shopkeeper next door, who was dozing off and not paying attention to anything. It had already felt odd from the moment they arrived. Does that mean the economy here is bad? Will I even be able to sell these dried potatoes? But Kim Sang-cho reminded himself that worrying was useless. Just do it. With a swift motion, he spread the pile of potatoes out on display. Taking a deep breath, he started hawking them at the top of his lungs. "Come take a look. We've got giant dried potatoes here. 1 for 20 coins, 2 for 30. Come pick some out." He poured all his strength and all his sales experience into it. "Ladies and gentlemen, come on over. These potatoes are even better than your ex." Beside him, Bon's face turned bright red, as though he didn't know where to hide. "This is so embarrassing. Is this really our demon king?" Those words hit Kim Sang-cho like an icy spear to the face, and he exploded with anger as though his throat had been cut. "Shut up. We need to eat, got it? What's there to be ashamed of?" He shouted fiercely. The demon race used to eat its own kind just to survive. If a little humiliation is enough to spare us from that, then we ought to be grateful. Bon froze slightly, only looking at him and not saying so much as half a word in reply. And then the two of them spoke in unison, strangely in sync. "Come buy some, everyone." Kim Sang-cho mobilized all available manpower to drag in customers. "You too. Why aren't you helping?" So the two men and the two beasts started acting like fools, doing everything they could to sell potatoes. Kim Sang-cho kept calculating in his head. Usually, when someone gets transported from a modern world into a fantasy one, they sell modern things like ice cream or recipes loaded with MSG and instantly strike it rich. He looked at the goods laid out before him with hope in his heart. But these were just oversized potatoes. Expecting to sell a lot just because people were curious was honestly too optimistic. The four of them even climbed on top of one another's backs, determined. That was why they had to give it everything they had, because all of this reminded him of the hardships of real life. Scraping out a living was always like this. After struggling for a while, someone finally came over and asked, "Excuse me, are you really selling these for only 20 gold?" Kim Sang-cho instantly brightened and welcomed him enthusiastically. "Our first customer." "Yes, of course. And if you buy two." Before he could finish, something suddenly caught his attention. Completely beyond his expectations, a crowd of people came rushing over in droves to buy potatoes. "Give me 4. "Me too. Sell me some." "I'll take 6. "No, give me 10. He hadn't expected so many people so quickly, and Kim Sang-cho was caught totally off guard. "Wait, what's going on? How was this tiny thing attracting this much attention?" The two beasts even snapped back at him. "Don't just stand there like an idiot, Belly. Hurry up and start selling." Yes, the Demon King's plan has succeeded again. He was too flustered to keep up. "All right, yes." And just like that, the whole market turned chaotic. "Line up, everyone, one at a time." After a long while, he finally managed to collect a bag stuffed full of money. Excitement surged through him. "We sold a third of them in no time at all. If word spreads, we might sell out completely tomorrow." Kim Sang-cho boldly declared, "For great demon generals, wait at the inn. I'll go buy the seeds and come right back." The four of them looked up at the sky, stomped one foot down, and shouted together, "May there be a bountiful harvest." Kim Sang-cho went to a stall, but the owner stopped him. "You want to buy seeds?" "Are you joking?" he asked in confusion. "What?" The man shook his head in resignation. "You can't buy seeds in this city." Kim Sang-cho instanti wenzit. "What the hell? He seemed unable to accept this reality. What do you mean I can't buy seeds here? The man had no other answer. Most of the food and seeds have all been bought up by the big merchant guilds. Kim Sang-cho's expression grew uglier by the second. He slammed the table and demanded, "And where exactly is that place?" But the man saw his face and frowned. "Hey now, why you look so pale?" Kim Sang-cho bikam mo di. Forget that. What's the guild called? The man said nothing, only tilted his head and jerked his neck in a way that left him thoroughly confused. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. Seeing that, the man immediately turned away to avoid involvement. "Over there, ask that man." The newcomer walked up close to him, then spoke first. "Excuse me, du ciolon asket politely. You're the one selling those giant potatoes beside the fountain, correct?" Without much thought, Kim Sang-cho nodded right away. "That's me." But the man patted his chest and introduced himself. "I am Du Siolan, secretary of the Zikman Merchant Guild. I oversee all operations of the Zikman Guild." Hearing that name, Kim Sang-cho finally began to understand. "Ah, I see. So why are you approaching me?" Yet inwardly, he remained suspicious. Is the Zikman Merchant Guild the big guild that old man was talking about? Before Kim Sang-cho could say more, the man got straight to the point without the slightest detour. "I'll be frank, 20%. I'll buy your entire stock of potatoes at a price 20% higher than what you're asking." Kim Sang-cho get so Manhwa boo. Wait, what? Raising an eyebrow, he fired back with a question of his own. "Let me ask you this first. How much is a handful of cabbage seeds?" Du Siolan repeated his words. "A full handful." Then he spat out an outrageous number. "At present, we sell them for around 100 gold per handful." Kim Sang-cho's expression changed at once, and he immediately went on guard. That's highway robbery. After only a few exchanges, he already had a rough idea what kind of guild this was. Based on this world's market prices, the most it should cost was around 50 gold, but they were charging nearly double that. This Zikman Merchant Guild, and the man standing before him now, was no lightweight. They were hoarders and profiteers. They controlled distribution, stockpiled goods, and made enormous profits. That also seemed to explain the state of life here. The shabby inns, the complete lack of guests. The place was bleak and eerily deserted. A market district slowly dying. No wonder those people had rushed over to buy his potatoes. Those desperate people scrambling for potatoes. It was all because of this lot. Kim Sang-cho's eyes darted back and forth without stopping. So that means, as he was thinking, he suddenly burst into laughter and rubbed his chin with obvious satisfaction. Seeing that expression, Du Siolan was deeply puzzled. What's with that look? Kim Sang-cho clenched his teeth and laughed, having realized something absurd. Even if I sell every last dried potato, I still won't be able to afford seeds at those prices. But there's no rule saying I have to buy from them. Well, maybe there is, but I'm a demon. The law doesn't bind me, right? At that moment, a figure flickered past in the distance. He could already sense Mu Kuan-zi hiding in some corner, watching him. That aged kimchi was observing his every move. He must have sensed something suspicious too. But now, Kim Sang-cho wasn't afraid of anything. I found a way to get rid of him and obtain the seeds at the same time. He adjusted his expression, lifted his chin, and asked, "So, you want to buy those gigantic potatoes, right?" The man nodded repeatedly. "Exactly. If you sign a contract with us right now." Kim Sang-cho put on a mocking face and said, "Call your boss here." Du Siolan went speechless, frozen for a full 5 seconds. The man's patience wore thin, and he lunged forward, shouting, but Kim Sang-cho ignored him completely. "But I'm the one in charge of operations for." Kim Sang-cho drooped his mouth as he spoke, every word hitting like an insult. "You're just a lackey, aren't you? I'm betting you don't have the authority to handle my offer." As soon as he said that, he celebrated inwardly. "I'll show you. I'm not some small-time peddler you can push around." The man grew furious and immediately started stammering. "I am the second most powerful person in the Zikman Guild. Most decisions have to go through me." At that moment, Kim Sang-cho struck. "Good. Then give me 200 gold for one potato. Are you buying or not?" Du Siolan gaped in shock at the price. Before he could speak, Kim Sang-cho cut in immediately. "What's wrong? Is 200 too much? Why the long face? What? You can't decide for yourself." He lowered his face slightly, and his voice softened as he mercilessly mocked him. "Your boss has probably already run the numbers carefully, hasn't he? A giant processed dried potato like this keeps well and takes up plenty of volume. If something like this were supplied to the royal army or somewhere similar, that'd be quite the jackpot. Kim Sang-cho's expression darkened, and now he sounded utterly certain. Now ask yourself this. Even if selling this potato means taking a loss, but it leads to more supply contracts with the royal household, then in the end, is that a loss or a profit? The man ground his teeth, unable to say a single word in reply. Kim Sang-cho openly showed his attitude, pointed at him, and repeated what he had said earlier. Go call your boss. The sky grew darker and darker, clouds filling the whole way overhead, and soon heavy rain came pouring down. The two beasts were left outside in the rain. The pelican couldn't swallow this grievance and shouted angrily, "I'll never forgive you, you dog of a demon king." But the camel beside it immediately cut it off. Shut up. Didn't His Majesty say that if rumors spread about a talking creature, it would only bring us more trouble? The pelican looked like it was boiling over, eyes wide with irritation. Since when did you become so loyal? Weren't you furious that we got dragged to human lands like this? Yet the camel replied calmly, without the slightest resentment. I'm actually rather happy. The pelican was startled by that answer. What did you say? The camel kept the same expression, without changing at all. I've always been curious. It recalled everything from the past. Ever since I was little, I always wanted to know what this place was really like. I heard there's plenty of food here, and no one has to eat each other. I could never imagine something like that. As it spoke, its tone grew sadder. You know, both my father and mother were eaten by stronger demons. I wasn't even sad. It was just exactly as expected. The camel's question made the pelican quiet down and reflect. It was the same when your siblings were eaten too, wasn't it? The camel continued slowly. This city is poorer than I thought, but at least they don't eat one another. Earlier in the market, everything it had seen had been burned into its memory. That child's father was starving too, but he still gave the dried potato to his child first. After saying that, it looked up at the sky. The rain was falling harder and harder. If we had been born here, it dreamed of a more beautiful and brighter world. Maybe our families could have been happy too. The pelican said nothing, only quietly turned its gaze aside. The camel's tears mixed with the rain. After watching it for a while, the pelican asked a strangely anticlimactic question. Whenever you get emotional, do you always end your sentences with beer or something? But it still wasn't enough to cheer the camel back up. What? That's just how I'm used to pronouncing things. Not knowing what else to do, the pelican slowly spread its wings and shielded the camel from the rain. Even demons now could dream of a happy age. Just then, Kim Sang-cho came running over in a panic. Hey, you two. And naturally, it had to be right at this moment, making both of them turn red and fumble awkwardly for an explanation. And no, this is just a misunderstanding. It's only because that bastard Seigi keeps acting so smug. Asuzit always picks on me. Please, just get rid of him for me. Kim Sang-cho paid no attention to that and simply grabbed both of them tightly and hauled them inside. Come on inside. It's time for a strategy meeting of the 4 great demon generals. Outside, the rain still poured heavily. Kim Sang-cho explained everything to them. They bought up all the food and are reselling it at outrageous prices. The camel looked utterly confused. Why would they do that? But the pelican seemed oddly knowledgeable. Isn't this place already full of food? Why would they need to? Kim Sang-cho explained further. It's not because they're afraid of starving. They just want to make more money and become rich. Sitting beside him, Bon immediately added, Bon knows this well. Once basic needs are satisfied, humans start craving power and respect. Holding tat Kim Sang-cho dawen. What is this ridiculous, flashy nonsense? It completely ruins the world building. The pelican curled its lip into a sly grin. It's not about power. It's just greed. Even though they already had more than enough food, it remembered the scenes of desperate hunger it had witnessed before. The camel frowned warily as well. Even while there are people starving to death because they truly have nothing at all, all those painful memories came flooding back once more. Bon wore a thoughtful expression, glaring murderously. Bon is getting mad now. Kim Sang-cho, meanwhile, calmly made them understand. 4 great demon generals, you may not like it, but that's what humans are like. We just need to stay calm and act according to our goal. Demons should behave like demons. Then he bared his teeth in a grin and proposed an extremely bold plan. We're going to raid their warehouse. Here, the mountains rose in dense, layered ridges. Suddenly, a strange light flashed between those mountains. It quickly coiled in on itself, forming a fierce and violent whirlwind. Zephazot, Segi, and the children standing outside stared blankly at it. And at the center of that vortex was Haddock. What is Lord Haddock doing? He kept shouting without pause. The two standing to one side watched, unable to understand. Out of nowhere, he told us to make huge stone pots. Then he just keeps summoning whirlwinds. His eyes were bulging, his jaws clenched tight. It seemed his anger had reached its limit. After a while, the whirlwind finally stopped. Beneath his feet, the earth had caved in, forming a pond. Haddock slowly rose, visibly irritated. It's getting harder and harder to keep going. Suddenly, there was something right beside him. He saw a whole crowd swarming over to watch, not missing a single detail. What the hell is this? Are you all watching some comedy challenge? Is this your break time or something? Zephazot slowly walked over and cautioned him. Haddock, you're overworking yourself. You may not just one, but a whole pile of those giant bowls of water. Not understanding his intention, he asked, what exactly are you planning to do with all this water? Haddock slowly opened his mouth, his voice weary and slightly breathless. You can see it too. Countless demons are gathering here. The dry potatoes we have left won't be enough to feed them all. As he spoke, he clenched his fist tighter, making a firm resolve. So I'll boil them. Think about it. With the same ingredients, if we prepare them this way, we can feed many times more. Haddock was furious, shouting loud enough to shake the heavens. In this cursed land, not a single demon will be allowed to starve to death, and yet he still wore an expression as if he were cold and indifferent, saying nothing more. Zephazot was utterly baffled, only thinking to himself, why does his face still look like he's about to kill someone even when he's doing something good? Or is it just because he's a demon? At that thought, his lips suddenly tightened. Ever since the Demon King decided to start farming, everything had begun to change. The man standing before him now was no longer someone easy to deal with. Haddock, once cold and cruel, was now pouring all his strength into making food for others. Haddock said nothing and turned his back, but then suddenly showed a meaningful smile. Zephazot thought carefully to himself. He'll praise me a lot for this, right? Finally gathering his courage, he spoke up. But Lord Haddock, to heat that giant stone pot, we'd need an enormous amount of fuel. Haddock immediately replied, of course. If there's no other way, we'll have to tear down the low-ranking demons' houses to get it. Haddock's eyes gleamed nonstop. In a forceful, sharp voice, he said, and that's why we're going to the 3-star region, to the sealed volcano, to hunt the flame devourer. Hearing that, Zephazot froze on the spot. At that moment, in the city, footsteps clacked across the ground. Zickman approached with a cane, followed by several others. He stopped in front of a house. So this is the place. Zickman turned back and said to Du Siolan, Du Siolan, you've disappointed me this time. The man flinched, not understanding. What? Zickman's voice was gentle, but it cut deep. If you get scared off by some country bumpkin who knows nothing about the world, how can you ever handle anything important? Du Siolan could do nothing but lower his head and take the scolding. As I said, stay here. Zickman went in alone with his cane. I'll show you how to squeeze money out of idiots. The moment the door opened, Sang-Cho asked, who are you? The old man curled his lips into a smile and introduced himself. I am Zickman, a humble merchant of this city. Since you wanted to meet me in person, I came. Without much hesitation, Sang-Cho enthusiastically invited him in. Yes, please come in. Seeing that, the old man didn't grow any more cautious. Then excuse me. With just that much, he had already grown overconfident. Fools tend to let their guard down in front of fake politeness, never realizing that the most courteous people are often the biggest swindlers. But Sang-Cho's group struck terrifying poses, even deliberately putting on tense expressions and bulging their shoulders out. The moment Zickman saw them, his eyes hurt, like an old man suffering the shock of his later years. Good grief, this looks ridiculous. Holy crap. Sang-Cho tilted his chin up arrogantly. Aren't you going to sit down? Sweating bullets. The old man hurriedly planted himself in a chair. Ah, yes. Why do they look like this? They're basically demons. When he saw the beast beside Sang-Cho, he panicked. Why are the animals in the room too? And not just one, but two. Are they really monsters? Why do their faces look so human? Then he also looked at Bon, who was lying there drooling, and thought, is that big handsome guy drooling because he's possessed? With that face, he looks even scarier. Sang-Cho's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot as he growled. So you've heard my proposal, right? The old man immediately shrank back, trembling in fear. Sang-Cho lowered his lips and answered bluntly, Sir, I said 300. The old man froze at the price. Zickman fumbled and quickly replied, "No, 300 is far too much." Sancho ignored him and continued, "Young Master Azahan is with our group. You understand, right?" The old man paused for a few seconds, muttering the name under his breath. "The Azahan family." Sancho explained it more clearly for him. "They're nobles who receive orders directly from the royal family. Wouldn't it be a great thing if you got on their good side now?" And just like that, in less than a few minutes, Sancho had successfully manipulated Zickman into agreeing to 300 gold coins. "What?" The old man darkened, then added, "Escort them to my mansion. Prepare private rooms for all of them, including those monsters." Du Siolan was confused. "Why?" The old man simply answered without explaining further, "It's part of the deal." Du Siolan became flustered, clearly unhappy. "Lord Zickman, why are you being so generous to those arrogant idiots?" Zickman was infuriated by the question. "You fool. Taking a loss now will bring far greater rewards later. You truly understand nothing." With that, the old man turned and left, while Du Siolan remained bitter and dissatisfied. Zickman seemed to realize part of it himself, but the truth was they were just too scary. Du Siolan, meanwhile, had been completely chewed out and could only swallow his resentment. Back in Sancho's room, the group finally started talking things over. Bond didn't understand. "Why don't we just kill them all and take the seeds? Wouldn't that be easier?" Hearing that, Sancho could only nod. "Not surprising you'd think that." Sancho asked him in return, making him think. "But what if a fight breaks out and our disguises are exposed? It could trigger an all-out war between humans and demons." He looked at Bond and bared his teeth in a sly smile. "We should avoid conflict as much as possible. The best choice is to quietly empty out their warehouse and run." Then Sancho pointed upward with one finger. "Listen, to monopolize a market, he needs 3 things: protection from the law, a massive amount of capital, and," he painted a bright future ahead, "a huge warehouse to store enormous quantities of food. We'll stay at his mansion and find that place." The camel suddenly interrupted, "But, Demon King," it frowned in suspicion, "how do you know humans so well? It's like you lived in human lands for a very long time." Sancho remained still in thought for a long while, then burst into a confident laugh. "I know everything because I am the Demon King." Cheat mode activated. Seeing that expression, all 3 of them froze. As expected of the Demon King. What gullible idiots. Outside in the hallway, Muku Z was still standing there, eavesdropping on everything. He made his own guess about their intentions. So this is a robbery of humankind, or the hand of fate. He seemed to have figured out Sancho's identity. This was the Demon King, Xira. The next day passed, and at Zickman's mansion, Sancho led Davat and Dion to a room that was even more grand and comfortable. "Kim Sancho, I can't believe you got us a place this nice. How did you do it?" He raised a hand to stop them. "I just told them we'd sell them the giant potatoes, and somehow everything turned out like this. They're giving us all this as a gesture of gratitude." Davat nodded in disbelief. "I thought they were just oversized potatoes. Who knew they were actually worth something?" Dion, who had been lying down, even sat up just to praise them. "Not just big, they're freakishly huge. Those things should have been offered to the king as tribute." Davat vaguely asked in return, "I thought you liked them because they felt familiar, since you look exactly like those potatoes." Dion stared in shock and shouted, "What? In what way do I look like them?" Davat immediately gave an example. "Your facial features, maybe?" Dion turned to Sancho. "Don't tell me you sold all of them." Sancho answered calmly, "I sold every last one." Hearing that, Dion covered his face, threw his head back, and wailed in despair. Sancho, however, stressed one word, but his eyes were full of determination. "They'll be back in my hands, because I'm going to steal them back myself." Dion agreed at once. "Let's do it together." From behind, Davat rushed in and cut in. "Steal? What are you talking about?" Sancho nodded without the slightest hesitation. "Exactly what I said. I'm going to steal all the supplies they've stockpiled." Davat raised his voice, trying to stop him. "I serve the kingdom. I can't just ignore something like that." But Sancho held out a hand and stopped him. "I know. You can't simply overlook this." Sancho already had a separate move prepared for Davat. "Then surely you also can't turn a blind eye to them hoarding all the food in the city and wrecking the entire economy, right?" Those words shook him. "You, outside." The merchant caravan was busy working hard when a slightly mocking voice came from behind. "Working hard, I see. Sancho-san playfully. So now you're taking our potatoes to the warehouse. Du Siolan answered warily in a low voice. That's right, but what an obnoxious bastard. Sang Cho narrowed his eyes slightly and dragged out his words. Let's go see the warehouse together. I just want to make sure our potatoes are being stored properly. Du Siolan looked extremely displeased. But Sang Cho even deliberately put on a cutesy tone. Why not? Du Siolan stayed calm as he answered, our warehouse is top secret. Sang Cho get sing. Then why is it top secret? Du Siolan replied expressionlessly. It's our trade secret for keeping goods fresh. The moment he heard that, Sang Cho burst out laughing. Come on, let's have a look. Where's all that confidence coming from? In the end, Du Siolan couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, you're the one forcing me. But Sang Cho suddenly switched to throwing a tantrum, dropping to the ground and flailing like a child. No, let's see it. Du Siolan shouted even louder, neither side willing to back down. Everything has its limits. This isn't something we can show you. Furious, he ordered Mu Kuan-zi, why are you still standing there? Get moving. Mu Kuan-zi obeyed immediately. Yes, sir. Sang Cho suddenly sat up laughing, clearly about to pull another stunt. He ran over and threw himself right in front of the cart, blocking its way. I'm not moving. If you want to keep going, run over my corpse. Otherwise, take me to the warehouse. Dion got down and tried to drag him up, but couldn't move him. Hey, get up. Hurry. Don't you understand? But Sang Cho was no pushover. He lay there without budging. This is my sunbathing spot. Why should I move just because you said so? Suddenly, his eyes went wide, and he repeated the same two words over and over. Warehouse, warehouse. Du Siolan ground his teeth, unable to do anything about him. Sancho statet singing nonsense. The other three watched from upstairs. Little Trian wants to know where the warehouse is. The three of them all wore expressions that were both confused and deeply embarrassed. Demon King, what the hell are you doing? Sang Cho just kept singing loudly without stopping. Cute little Cheon, take me there. After seeing it, the camel flatly denied reality. I refuse to acknowledge that thing as our Demon King. It was beyond humiliating. From upstairs, Davat watched Sang Cho continue making a scene. All my potatoes, slowly drifting away with the stream. Inside your warehouse, my giant potatoes, rotting away in the dark. Even Davat flushed red from watching. I'm so embarrassed to be associated with him. How can he be this shameless? From behind, Dion said, that is what a true man looks like. Dion let out a mocking laugh as he wiped the grime from his chin. That posture, throwing away his pride just to achieve his goal. I need to study this carefully so I can use it in my next life. Why would you want to use something like that in your next life? You'll just get laughed at for it. Sang Cho kept humming his tune. When the dried potatoes pass through the night and enter the warehouse. Inside the warehouse, the bugs nibble away at all my potatoes. Davat fell into silence. Kim Sang Cho, you were so confident earlier. He recalled how Sang Cho had proposed this in the first place. We could expose their crimes and have them punished, but how long would it take to gather enough evidence, find the mastermind, and submit a petition to the royal family? As he said it, Sang Cho's whole body trembled. All the while, tears had fallen from his eyes in grief. The people would still be suffering from hunger. I can't accept that. Davat was moved by those words and ended up crying too. In the end, Sang Cho concluded with one final line. I believe you will understand me. Let us rise up together and reclaim what rightfully belongs to the people. Sang Cho's tears still streamed down endlessly. The things that swindlers stole. The things that should have belonged to the people. And now, down below, he was gradually carrying out the very plan he had proposed. Warehouse, warehouse. Davat steeled himself. I've understood the strength of his resolve. I'll do my utmost too. At that exact moment, Sang Cho's earlier words suddenly resurfaced in his mind. I'll find out where the warehouse is. Sir, please prepare the things I told you. Watching from above, Davat couldn't help but worry. And his way of finding the warehouse is to lie there throwing a tantrum like that? Suddenly, Sang Cho opened his mouth wide and rolled his eyes back. No one knew what had happened, but the two men grabbed his arms and legs and hurled him away. 1, 2, he was kick flying at once. 3, yet Sang Cho refused to give up and sprang right back up. Damn it, this guy's clingy as a leech. Move, hurry up. Get going. The cart quickly departed, and Sang Cho stopped making noise, merely standing up slowly and calmly. He laughed so hard tears came out. The blood I had activated. A notification instantly appeared before him. Du Siolan is expected to feel annoyed for the next 7 hours. Then a figure both familiar and unfamiliar appeared, followed closely by a guiding notice. He is heading north from here to a secret warehouse beneath a mine. Sangcho bared his teeth in an excited grin. Are you a demon or a hero? The atmosphere gradually fell silent and still. Mu Kuanzi watched for a while, his thoughts tangled and complicated. If he truly wanted to, taking it by force would have been easy. Was this an act of justice, or just plain robbery? He could never quite define what kind of person Sangcho was. The more I watch him, the less I understand. Haddock shoved his hands into his pockets and walked into a cave. Curious, Zephazad asked, Lord Haddock, the Flame Devourer is extremely strong. Shouldn't you bring an entire army? Haddock answered irritably, didn't you just say it yourself? The Flame Devourer is very strong. Haddock made his displeasure obvious. Bringing a bunch of weaklings along would only increase casualties. He reached out and gripped the iron bars tightly, caring for your subordinates and taking the lead when facing danger. It didn't take long for Haddock to bend the bars apart with a bit of strength. That is the duty of one of the 4 great demon generals. Seeing that terrifying strength, Zephazat was instantly frightened and shook like a leaf. Haddock turned back and asked, did you write down what I just said? Zephazat looked at the notebook in his hand. Yes, right away. Haddock continued deeper inside by himself, scratching his nose in excitement. I was so cool just now. The Demon King is definitely going to praise me to the skies. Haddock, a genius of perfect virtue and talent. His eyes were cold and sharp. The Flame Devourer, low intelligence, extremely violent by nature. It was sentenced to death for cannibalizing its own kind, but because its power was too valuable, it was sealed here instead. Before him spread a vast sea of blazing red magma. Haddock muttered under his breath, come forth, Flame Devourer, Yekatit. I trust you'll perform your duty well this time. The magma kept swirling, flowing endlessly, searing hot. It grew more and more violent, splashing everywhere as it slowly surged upward. Then with a thunderous boom, it shot straight into the sky like a raging storm. A one-of-a-kind sight. In the heart of the magma, a monster appeared, crying out non-stop, food. It moved toward Haddock. Food. But Haddock remained silent, only staring ahead. Something had happened beyond the information he knew, making him wary. Not even 3 minutes of looking cool, and now I'm screwed. Since when was it this huge? Across the entire area, only Tiny's excited singing could be heard as Zephazat rubbed it. Cartilage, cartilage. The faster the rubbing got, the more broken up its voice became. Karti, Laga, hearing cartilage over and over. Even Zephazat's face gradually turned red. Tiny seemed unable to contain its pleasure. Cartilage. Even stranger, Zephazat sat there patiently listening to that utterly meaningless cartilage chant. At that very moment, Haddock came rushing over in a panic to warn them, run for your lives. Behind him, Igdit suddenly appeared with a furious roar. It viciously spewed flames at them, and the enormous torrent of heat shot forward like a cruise missile. Terrified, he fled before the sea of fire bearing down on them. The boy hurried after Haddock while clutching Tiny in confusion. Lord Haddock, you were so confident just a moment ago. What on earth happened? Haddock angrily turned back and shouted, shut up. That thing has grown far too strong after feeding on fire all this time. Zephazat, meanwhile, calmly took out his little notebook and began writing again. Lord Haddock, who once proudly declared he would bravely charge the front lines. Haddock gritted his teeth in fury at how composed he was. And now he's tucking his tail and running. Don't write it down in that much detail, you lunatic. For now, let's retreat first. We'll think of another way to get a fire going later. He recalled the miserable, starving state of the Flower family. Haddock refused to accept this and dug his feet into the ground. There was no time left. Losing his composure, he gritted his teeth and unleashed dark magic. Haddock charged straight at Igdit with determination. I am Haddock, one of the 4 great demon generals. I will complete this mission even if it costs me my life. He let out an enraged roar and shouted, Hurrah! Tiny innocently spat out a drop of saliva. It stuck to Igdit's face, then instantly turned to ice and spread across its entire face. Before Haddock could even touch it, Igdit's whole body was rapidly frozen solid. Seeing Igdit completely immobilized, Haddock slowly calmed down. Zephazat and Tiny silently watched Haddock's reaction as he landed heavily on the ground. The boy stiffly pulled out his notebook and started writing. Haddock, one of the 4 great demon generals, is experiencing extreme humiliation. Hearing the scratching of the pen, Haddock's eyes turned red with rage. Don't write that down. Silent night fell over the massive castle. Sancho spoke up with instructions. The three of you stay here and wait for my signal. I'll scout out their warehouse first. Zephazot nodded in agreement. Leave it to me. Sancho's face darkened as he angrily demanded. For the sake of the people's food, he hesitantly offered a comment. Sir Kim Sancho seems like a good person, but his face. Losing his patience, Sancho shot back. What about my face? Flustered, Zephazot stammered. In nothing. Turning around, Sancho explained. He attracts too much attention. The two of us and your grace are enough. He silently turned his head toward Bon on the right. Zephazot then looked over to Asuzit and Segi on the left. He curled his lips into a smile and agreed. I understand. Zephazot thought to himself. If I say anything more, we'll probably end up arguing. Better to stay quiet. After their discussion ended, Sancho climbed onto the roof and moved stealthily under the moonlight. He ran across the rooftops while thinking. The plan is to get the seeds while also keeping Mukuinzi from interfering. Ideally, I need to act as far away from him as possible. Luckily, he isn't sticking to me right now. Let's finish this reconnaissance quickly. The place Sancho was heading for was a mine, currently guarded by 2 soldiers. In the silence, the hissing of snakes could be heard. Sancho's body moved nimbly along the ceiling. He carefully hid beside a crate. The security's too tight. One wrong step and a fight could break out. The biggest danger of the transformation pill is that the moment I get hit, the disguise disappears. If Mukuinzi finds out, then it's game over. Now then, where exactly is their food storehouse? Sancho glanced behind him after sensing someone following him. It was Mukuinzi, staring at his face with a dark expression. Seeing Sancho startled and trembling, Mukuinzi spoke irritably. Why are you so panicked? To me, you look even scarier right now. You're planning to share the food with the people, aren't you? I'll help. Sancho breathed hard and tried to stay calm. How did you know? Mukuinzi replied coldly. My hearing is very sharp. Even from another floor, I could hear your entire conversation clearly. Hearing that, Sancho went pale and broke into a cold sweat. His thoughts spiraled in panic. Wait a second, then did you hear everything I said to the 4 great demon generals too? Did they call me the Demon King or not? You heard it, didn't you? Or did you not? Mukuinzi cleared his throat and asked, does that even matter? Shouldn't we act quickly? Sancho gave a stiff smile and stammered. Right. Yes, that's true. He thought carefully, right? If you had heard that, you'd have torn me to pieces on the spot. He didn't hear it. There's no way he heard it. Sancho moved first and reminded him, just follow me. We need to confirm the route first. Mukuinzi followed, but asked, but why do we have to sneak around? Wouldn't it be easier to just kill them all? That's what I was taught. Sancho stared at him blankly in shock. He recalled the crazed way he used to play the game. Yet Sancho himself had still been taken down by him cleanly in a single move. Holding his head, he sighed and explained, that may be true, but a person's life is precious. Avoiding combat as much as possible and ending things peacefully is the best way. Mukuinzi silently watched him and judged him inwardly. Then he sighed and nodded. I understand, if that's what you want. Sweating nervously, Sancho turned around and kept walking. But the mine tunnel was empty. There was no one in sight. Sancho looked around warily. Strange. Why are there fewer guards the deeper we go? His eyes widened tensely as he looked toward the rails. A group of golems were patrolling the mine together. Sancho frowned anxiously and thought, that's the golem I saw in the game journal. A weapon created by one of humanity's magic towers. In the game, they had all already been destroyed, so they almost never appeared. I wonder how strong these things are. He gaped in shock when he saw Mukuinzi dash out and strike them down. Panicking, Sancho ran over and scolded him. Why did you smash them without saying anything first? I clearly said we had to resolve this peacefully. Mukuinzi turned back and explained, they're not living creatures. So what's wrong with that? Doing it this way will. Will, what was it again? I hear that phrase all the time. Cleaning up this way is faster. Sancho froze with round eyes and his mouth hanging open. Then his face darkened and he bared his teeth in a crooked grin of agreement. That's actually true. Another group of golems was scanning each section of the mine. Sancho observa gafao. There are 3 in this area in total. If they detect us and raise the alarm, the whole plan is finished. So first, Mukuinzi continued the analysis. We watch their movements at least 10 times. Then when a blind spot appears, we take out the one farthest away first, right? Sweeting hakwadili Sancho sutam. Jia. Silently, Sancho thought. Earlier he said he learned it. Does that mean he still remembers what it felt like when I controlled him? Mukuinzi's expression remained serious as he watched their movements. Mukuinzi then said, "There are almost no openings." Sangcho nodded and replied, "Looks like the two of us will have to charge in together." Mukunzi proposed. Two of them are standing close together. Should we wait until they separate and take them out one by one? Sangcho broke into a sweat and stammered, "I am not sure I can take down even one golem in a single blow." Inside, he worried, "I can't gauge their true strength. I don't even know my own transformed strength yet." Mukunzi silently rummaged through his belongings for something. He pulled out something like Sakusa's staff and handed it to him. "Take this. Just holding will make you feel stronger." Sangcho looked warily at the hammer. One of the secret ultimate weapons, Brara's lovely heart hammer. When I first found it, I thought it was a joke. But the more I looked into it, the more I realized it really is an absurd cheat item. Just by holding it, all your stats go up by 30%. With this thing, I can handle anything. Mukuinzi searched through his things again. Then he raised a massive sword into the air. "I'll attack with this." Wait a minute. Are all the items in your pocket actually real? Doraemon, no. Kimsemon. Sangcho softly reminded him, "All right, let's do this." "Wait, hold on a little longer." Right now, hearing the command, Mukuinzi sprang forward like a wild beast. "Here I go." Grinding his teeth in annoyance at being left behind, Sangcho thought, "Why is he charging in by himself like that?" If we don't attack at the same time, Mukuinzi calmly stopped in front of the golems. Sangcho stared in shock when he realized the man was waiting for him. Mukuinzi casually met his gaze. After that brief exchange, the two split up, each taking one target. Mukuinzi swung decisively and cleaved one in half. Sangcho angrily hammered away at the golem with the mallet. Then he became irritated when he saw the last one moving strangely. Damn it, the last one is about to turn around in a weird way. He ducked down and rolled to avoid being spotted. Mukuinzi rushed after him, and the two of them flipped together and attacked it in tandem. Mukuinzi darted ahead and finished off the golem. That damn Mukuinzi. Not only is he insanely fast, but he's moving in perfect sync with me too. Mukuinzi kept his cold expression as he looked over at him. A little later, two torch-bearing soldiers came to inspect the area. The three golems here are gone. Off guard, they failed to notice Mukuinzi and Sangcho attacking from behind. Each of them struck a soldier hard at the neck, knocking both men unconscious. Without even speaking, they tossed the soldiers into a cart together. Fighting as he moved, Sangcho wore a baffled, dazed expression. "What is this? What's going on?" Me and Mukuinzi were moving like we share the same body. But I'm fighting side by side with a monster like this. And yet, this is actually kind of fun. Mukuinzi curled his lips into a faint smile as he thought about Sangcho. He taught me how to kill, yet at the same time, he tells me to cherish life. He once sought to destroy humanity, and now he speaks of longing for peace. A mysterious being from another dimension. He only grows harder for me to understand. But right now, just having such a presence beside me is already bringing me joy. If I ask, would you tell me who you really are? Sangcho went pale in alarm when he saw the soldier in Mukuinzi's grasp trembling and foaming at the mouth. "Mukuinzi, you're choking him too hard. He's going to die." There really aren't as many bad people in this world as you think. The people working here are just trying to make a living too. Surely they already carry plenty of pain in their hearts. I don't want to hurt them any more than that. Mukuinzi silently listened to Sangcho's lecture and walked along the wall. As he walked, he grumbled in irritation, "We've gone pretty deep already, but there's still no sign of any guards or golems." Following behind him and glancing around, Sangcho observed they probably never imagined anyone could sneak in this far without being noticed. Mukuinzi stopped and raised a hand to his mouth, signaling for silence. Looking toward a door guarded by a golem, he said, "That gate is enormous, and that golem guarding it is no joke either." Sangcho couldn't help letting out an excited laugh. "Now this really feels like a warehouse." "All right, go back and get the items we prepared." Mukuinzi raised a hand in warning. "Wait, someone's coming." Both of them tensed and silently stared toward the door. They spoke in unison when they saw who appeared. "It's Zickman." It was only a faint sound, but the golem still heard it and gave a warning. "Who's there?" "No one is permitted to enter here. Leave within 3 counts, or you will be crushed immediately." Zickman held up the hand, wearing the red ring, in front of the golem. Its alarm ceased instantly after identifying him. The golem's eyes returned to blue. "Blood of Lord Zickman confirmed." "Welcome." It stepped aside and the massive door opened, allowing Zickman to enter. Sangcho frowned as he watched and realized, wait, what? They identify him by blood? Then this plan just became much easier. Behind the great door stood countless rows of neatly arranged goods. Sweeting, Sancho stay inside in shock. The sight before him was beyond anything he had imagined. I can't believe they've hoarded this much. Bread, vegetables, rice, even seeds, and all of it perfectly preserved. He spoke up to remind him, Muku and Z, there's been a slight change of plan. Perfect. Those 3 golems are clustered together. Take them out in a single blow. Okay. Muku and Z nodded right away. Easy. As soon as the plan was set, he rushed forward and cleanly dealt with the golems in one strike. While Muku and Z dealt with those 2, Sang-cho simply dashed toward the room. Startled by the cold hand on his shoulder, the old man jumped in fright. Who's there? With an angry motion, Sang-cho smacked Zickman across the face. Sleep tight, sweetheart. Muku and Z stood silently behind him while Sang-cho did the work. Sang-cho watched with thrilled delight as the old man collapsed backward in pain. Muku and Z recalled Sang-cho's sad expression and the words he had spoken. Surely they already carry plenty of pain in their hearts. I don't want to hurt them any more than that. His face darkened as he judged inwardly. In the end, he's just a madman, isn't he? No matter what was happening inside the mine, outside it remained completely silent. Zickman groaned in pain, tied to a chair by Sang-cho and Muku and Z. The moment he woke up, he shouted, "What the hell? Where's this?" Zickman cried out in shock when Sang-cho thrust his pale face close to his. With a dark expression, Sang-cho demanded in a low voice, "Where else? This is the torture chamber you built yourself. How the hell do you build a torture room right inside a warehouse, huh?" Terrified, the old man looked away and protested. And no, this is an endurance training room. Mukuenzi silently looked at the hook in his hand while ignoring Sang-cho's shouted interrogation. "You're exactly the kind of person who eats spicy mala hot pot, gets diarrhea, and then blames the tomato curry for it." The old man jolted and broke into a sweat the moment Sang-cho gripped his face tightly. Sang-cho stared at him with wide eyes, making Zickman tremble in fear. Sang-cho's face grew more and more twisted, pressing the old man harder and harder. Sweat poured off Zickman as he screamed inwardly, "I'm scared. I'm so scared." Those tears look exactly like the eyes of a killer right before he murders his target. The system's voice rang out. "Zickman had been planning to capture and threaten you, Kim Sang-cho, in order to learn the source of the giant potatoes and seize them for himself." His eyes reddened and tears streamed down his face as he said, "Thank you. You've lifted the burden from my heart." The old man's whole body shook uncontrollably, his face drained of all life. He was crying just now, and now he's smiling and thanking me? I have no idea what kind of nonsense he's babbling, and his face doesn't look grateful at all. This guy is impossible to read. A demon. He really is a demon. Sang-cho turned to leave and told him, "Wait here for a bit, Mukuenzi. I'm going to show you a spectacular performance." Zickman regained his composure very quickly. The old man sneered provocatively, "You country bumpkin, don't underestimate my security system." Another golem opened the door and stepped into the room. Zickman triumphantly shouted the order. A rank security golem, destroyer, crush them. As soon as it received the command, it entered combat mode and raised its arm. But Sang-cho had already grasped the golem's operating principle. Calmly, he held up a cloth stained with the old man's blood for it to see. The golem respectfully stepped aside to let the two of them leave. Zickman's blood detected. "Please proceed." Mukuenzi suddenly lunged forward and took it down in a single slash. Seeing Sang-cho escape so easily, the old man trembled with rage. "A lunatic monster and a swordsman who can destroy my golems in one stroke. Am I going to be next, chopped to the bone and boiled in a porridge?" Sang-cho and Mukuenzi ran together across the rooftops. Mukuenzi asked, "Even if we imprison Zickman, the guards will definitely become highly alert, right?" Sang-cho laughed and said, "It doesn't matter if they stand guard for the rest of their lives, because sheer numbers can overwhelm everything." In Sang-cho's mind, he added, "And that applies to you too, Mukuenzi." Bon appeared in the street together with a Suzit and Seigi, making a huge commotion. Massive clearance sale from the Zickman Merchant Guild. The Zickman Merchant Guild has gone bankrupt. Feel free to take everything from the warehouse. The warehouse is open. The warehouse is open. The passers-by stared at them in bewilderment and confusion as they made a scene. Is this for real? Can we really take anything we want? We've got nothing left to lose anyway. Let's go check it out. Standing on the rooftop, he shouted loudly, Everyone can take whatever they want. Come on." The moment they heard that, the crowd erupted in cheers. "That's right. Let's do this. Let's take back what was stolen from us." The guards at the cave entrance were startled by the commotion in the distance. As soon as he saw a crowd surging toward them, one of them panicked and shouted, "What the hell is going on? The townspeople are coming. There's so many of them. They're swarming like ants." "Stop. This is private property. What the hell are you talking about? You filthy thieves, get out of our sight." "Golem, stop them at once." The extras standing behind Sangcho cowered with their heads in their hands. As expected, just as I thought, he even brought the coffin down into the grave with him. Even if he goes bankrupt, it won't make much difference now. Calmly, he held up Zickman's bloodstained cloth and said, "But we have Zickman's permission." The golem lowered its head in confirmation. "Zickman's blood detected. You may proceed." That was all the opening they needed. They rushed past the 3 guards and charged straight into the storage cave. The crowd excitedly ran toward the warehouse. Sangcho raised his voice and ordered, "Mukuenzi, take the lead and get rid of anyone standing in your way." Mukuenzi nodded. Understood. The instant he finished speaking, he shot forward over their heads. Thu, Sangcho Ji Inwali. He really obeys every word I say. What an innocent fool. Then Sangcho loudly ordered everyone else, "Hurry and load the seeds into the carts. Then move immediately according to the plan." Before long, the entire food warehouse was in utter chaos. Everyone was busy grabbing things for themselves. Standing below a cart, he shouted encouragement. "1, 2, 1, 2. Dusserland frantically opened the room where Zickman had been imprisoned. "Lord Zickman," the old man shouted for help. "Dusserland, untie me at once." He hurried over to free Zickman. That yokel brought the townspeople with him, and now they're looting everything. Hearing this, the old man gritted his teeth in fury. "Damn it," Dusserland darkly suggested. "We need to activate the great golem immediately." Zickman's face twisted with anger. The moment he was freed, he exploded in rage. "Idiot, I want to make money, not start a massacre." Dusserland lowered his head and stayed silent. Dusserland angrily shot back. "How is what you're doing any different? Do you think I'd still follow you after being robbed clean and forced to go begging?" Zickman ground his teeth in rage at being criticized by him. The townspeople happily ran off carrying armfuls of food. "Food! Food! We're not going to starve to death anymore." Then a group of golems suddenly appeared and swept toward them. Theft will not be forgiven. The crowd jumped back in terror. "What the hell? I thought they were broken." Mukuenzi suddenly appeared with a massive sword in hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he brought it down and cleaved one of them in 2. Meanwhile, Sangcho was busy guarding the supplies. Mukuenzi was occupied escorting the townspeople outside, so he wouldn't notice us. Those others said they'd protect the people, then turned tail and ran for their lives. I've already dealt with the troublesome ones. If we slip away right now, everything will go smoothly. Once he had gathered enough goods, he shouted, "All right, everyone, time to get out of here." Suddenly, the ceiling shook as if it were about to collapse, and Sangcho looked up. The ceiling, a chunk of it suddenly crashed hard onto the ground. The crowd screamed in terror, and some could only crouch down, clutching their heads. Sangcho shouted an order. 4 great demon generals hold it up. Among them was a mother clutching her small child tightly to her chest. She pressed her lips together, shut her eyes tight, and trembled all over in fear. She had already accepted death, but when she opened her eyes, she found she was still alive. Sangcho, Berjanda, Asuzit, and Segi worked together to support the fallen section of ceiling. He glanced toward the sound of approaching footsteps. Dusserland stood on the upper floor looking down, laughing mockingly. "You lowly, despicable thieves. I'll slaughter every last one of you and take everything back." Meanwhile, under the blazing heat of the sun, the demon folk were still brimming with enthusiasm. "Add more dried potatoes." At the same time, over on this side, another group had finished fixing it. "Prepare the fire," he shouted, raising his stick. "Light it." The next second, he slammed it down, and it immediately spewed flames. Thanks to that, the pot of potatoes began bubbling vigorously. They shouted excitedly, "It works! The potato pot is boiling." Not long after, Zephazat suddenly turned and said, "Lord Haddock, everything is unfolding just as you predicted." But the moment he saw Haddock's expression, he immediately stopped and thought, is he depressed because he didn't get to catch the Flame Devourer in spectacular fashion? Thinking that, Zephazat promptly wrote it down. Cartilage captured the Flame Devourer, while Lord Haddock could only despair at how pathetic he looked. Haddock angrily shouted, "Stop narrating my feelings." Then Zephazat suddenly added, "But thanks to the wise plan of Lord Haddock the Cartilage, everything has gone smoothly." It seems you forgot that again. Hearing that, Even Haddock froze. The other demon folk joined in too. Thanks to Lord Haddock's idea, our food supply has increased many times over. They howled with joy. Long live Haddock! Haddock! Faced with all that, he tried to hold back. Long live Haddock! But in the end, Haddock was deeply moved. Well, anyone could have thought of that if they just paid a little attention. Seeing that, they teased him again. He's embarrassed. At the same time, elsewhere, Sancho was now holding up that huge slab of rock, and he looked to be in agony. He couldn't help but complain inwardly. It's so heavy. Bon's body was trembling too. We're almost at our limit. Seigi and Asuzit weren't doing much better either. Just then, the system popped up again. If you continue enduring this, cursed thorns may awaken as a new skill. The moment he saw the system notification, Sancho felt as if he had grabbed a lifeline. Carefully thinking back, he brightened. Nice. This is exactly what I need right now. A skill that made blood spears sprout from the ground when he stomped. If we support the ceiling with this. However, the very next second, Sancho realized he had enough HEP points to spend. He turned back and shouted, "What are you all doing? Get out of here now." Only then did they scatter and run. But at that moment, something suddenly blocked them. Hearing the noise, Sancho whipped around. Dusserland laughed maniacally. If you go outside, the golems will kill you immediately. If you don't want to die, then stay there and let yourselves be crushed. Creatures like you were born only to be plundered. You filthy, low-born vermin. Sancho said, "Pat basta." The moment he said it, the rock suddenly pressed down harder. Sancho strained to hold it up. Dusserland's face darkened. It's because that stupid old fool Zickman treated them too kindly that they dare raise their heads like this now. We should have crushed them so completely they wouldn't even have had the will to stand again. No sooner had he said that than Dusserland lifted his foot and stomped down. He ground his foot hard onto the hand of the man in front of him. Seeing this only made Sancho even angrier. But under the tremendous weight of the stone, Sancho still couldn't move, while the crowd could only shrink back in fear. Then his eyes suddenly widened. The system had displayed new information. A member of the Demon King's army feels deliciously satisfied. The notification kept popping up over and over, repeating only that same message. Sancho's first reaction was curiosity. What on earth are they eating to be this happy? His eyes stayed fixed on the notice, as if he wanted to bore into every word and analyze it. At last, Sancho found a direction for his thoughts. The timing couldn't be better. At the same time, over there, the imps were happily eating potatoes. They just kept eating and eating. Zephazat and Haddock smiled in contentment. The system announced the HEP total once again, 15,761. Back here, Sancho immediately shouted, "Awaken, dread thorns." The notification panels kept stacking over one another as the spikes activated. By using HEP, the effects of the transformation potion will be removed. The system reminded him once more, upgrade the skill to increase the number of spears. He shouted, "For great demon generals, lift it." At his command, they immediately raised it higher. At the same time, Sancho gave another order in his mind. Max out the skill upgrade. Only then did Dusserland panic. A monster a human can't possibly. No, that's a demon. The people around them were terrified when they heard that. By then, Sancho had finally managed to heave the stone up, and he didn't forget to stomp hard on the floor. The next second, countless crimson spikes burst forth, while Mukuinzi outside had already defeated the golems. Dusserland's eyes overflowed with killing intent. Thanks to Sancho's power, everyone had escaped disaster. But they still looked on in fear and guessed, "A demon. It must be a demon. But it saved us." A moment later, Sancho slowly walked forward. Dusserland screamed in terror. "A demon. They eat people. Kill it." In a low, hesitant voice, Sancho muttered, "It eats people? Then who exactly is the one eating people here?" After witnessing this, Dusserland froze. A long while later, he finally stammered, What the hell are you?" Sancho didn't answer. He swung Barz's lovely hard hammer with force. No, this item's true name was the Ancient Calamity. At that moment, it was radiating overwhelming murderous intent. A moment later, the ion had opened again, and in an instant it transformed into Barz's sword. Even he was stunned at the sight. Mukuinzi's eyes widened. The weapon in Sancho's hand had changed form. Only then did Sancho speak. "A scoundrel like you, who ruined food and is rotten to the core, will never be forgiven." The moment he finished, the golems charged in. Without flinching, he raised the sword and then brought it down in a mighty slash. At that moment, time itself seemed to stop. In the blink of an eye, they were blown away. That immense power swept away everything in its path. Not long after, a remaining fragment fell down and came to a stop at Dusserland's feet. Only then did Mu Kuan-zi speak. "You try to kill a human." His voice now carried killing intent. "In the end, you really are just a demon." Mu Kuan-zi slowly advanced toward Sang-cho and growled, "In the end, you really are just a demon." At those words, Sang-cho's face went pale. He stayed silent for a long moment. Then, the next second, he threw away the sword in his hand. The sword clattered to the ground, then reverted to its original form. At that moment, only one thought filled Sang-cho's head. "I'm really done for now, aren't I?" And yet he still pleaded, "At least, please spare my subordinates." Bon looked at him in shock. "Demon King, why would you?" Seigi and Asuzit were equally puzzled. "Who the hell is this bastard?" He briefly looked toward them, then closed his eyes again. Mu Kuan-zi sounded a little regretful. "What a pity. I wanted to understand you better." "Sancho oli fawen in esastino." She seemed to realize something and shouted, "Asuzit, drop the disguise." The moment the words fell, Seigi kicked him hard in the face. Asuzit didn't hold back either and slapped him right back. Then her head, carried by momentum, slammed into Bon's stomach. At that moment, Asuzit actually shouted in challenge, "Hey, Pinky, if you want to lay a finger on the Demon King, you'll have to step over our dead bodies first." Sancho sautet in alam. "Hey, don't." Over there, Mu Kuan-zi had already rushed forward, and they too took up battle stances. At that very moment, a voice shouted to stop them. "Wait, Pink Hero." The man fearfully explained, "They may really be demons, but they saved our lives. It's not only demons who harm humans." Dusserland gritted his teeth when he heard that. Rather than accept losing everything, "I'll destroy it all." Seeing this, Sang-cho stood frozen for a long moment. Zickman came running from the distance in a panic to stop him. "Danger, that's the self-destruct device." But it was already too late. Dusserland had pressed the button. Under the night sky, everything sank into silence. Then a thunderous explosion shattered that silence. The people outside were horrified when they saw it. The blast shattered an entire mountain. In an instant, everything was blown away. The two of them shouted in shock, "What was that? This is bad. There are still people trapped inside." At that moment, Diwat froze. Sang-cho's group leaped out from inside. At a glance, he recognized what they were. Demons. They landed on the ground. Sang-cho immediately ordered, "We've been exposed. Run straight to demon territory and don't stop." Only Zickman fell into a panic. "Me too? Why are you taking me with you?" Hearing that, Sang-cho glared and threatened him. "You seem pretty capable when it comes to managing food supplies. From today on, you'll be the demon's warehouse manager." That damned crooked merchant. Zickman's face turned deathly pale when he heard that. Not long after, they fled. Back over here, the people outside cried out anxiously, "My husband is still inside." "Smith, my friend." A little later, someone emerged from the flames. "Look, someone's coming out." Mu Kuan-zi lowered his hand. Then with a sweep of his arm, he cleared a path for everyone. The moment they saw their loved ones, everyone burst into joy. "Honey, you're alive. Thank God. Oh, thank God." Not long after, Diwat also came over and asked, "Lord Mu Kuan-zi, what happened here?" Just now, a group that looked exactly like demons ran out from there. Those demons, did they cause the explosion? At that moment, Mu Kuan-zi immediately denied it. No, he quietly turned his gaze into the distance. Looking at their retreating backs, Mu Kuan-zi hesitated and said, "Those people, they weren't really demons." At that moment, the memory came flooding back. Rather than accept losing everything, "I'll destroy it all." The moment Dusserland pressed the button, the explosion went off. At that time, Sang-cho had shouted, "For great demon generals, protect everyone from the blast." At the order, Bon immediately used his own body to shield the townspeople. Over on that side, Seigi swiftly sliced away the flames, while Asuzit used his strength to hold the impact back. Only Dusserland kept laughing like a madman. The next second, a huge rock fell straight down on top of him. Then Mu Kuan-zi suddenly spoke. "Kim Sang-cho, I'll protect the townspeople. You hurry and take the seeds and leave. Go back to your land and farm there in peace." Hearing those words, Sang-cho was stunned. Back in the present, they were still running at full speed. His breathing had become ragged. Sang-cho's heart was full of doubt. That Mu Kuan-zi, he knew everything from the very beginning. But why did he just stand by and watch? No, now wasn't the time to think about that. What mattered now was thinking of that. He shouted in triumph. The mission to secure the seeds was a complete success. Once we return, we'll begin planting immediately. May we have a bountiful harvest. Watching Dion diligently digging through the rubble, Diwat wondered, how far were they trying to go to cover this up, even planting self-destruct bombs? Muku and Z replied, it's possible everything in that warehouse was stolen in the first place. And Kim Sang-cho, why did he leave so suddenly? He distributed food to the people. If he went to the capital, he'd surely be richly rewarded. Then again, maybe my brother felt afraid after destroying someone else's property. But he doesn't seem like the sort of person who'd be afraid. Diwat fell silent. He cautiously started to speak, but Muku and Z cut him off. About those demons you said you saw, I already told you, there were no demons. Muku and Z continued. The villagers all said they didn't see any demons either. And if Kim Sang-cho really were a demon, why would he protect the people? But that potato, that servant Dion, what's he doing over there? Now that this place is ownerless, is he taking the chance to rummage around for something useful? Diwat scoffed at him. That greedy pig, if he'd been born a noble, he'd probably be stuffing his mouth at every turn. Dion's shout drew his attention. Holding up a huge potato, he cried happily, dried potatoes. It's dried potatoes. We have to offer this to the king. Muku and Z and Diwat both fell silent. Behind the fortress of Mak Jayat, something beneath the water was about to surge upward. Fortress Mak Jayat, facing the wastelands, was guarded extremely tightly, so getting through there was nearly impossible. But the kingdom's side was looser. We could sneak in through blind spots. All 4 great demon generals possess power on the level of sword saints. No matter how treacherous the road was, it was nothing to them. A guard looked through his scope and muttered, what is that? He thought something was heading toward the abandoned land, but his colleague dismissed it. There hasn't been any report for behind us. It's probably just a wild animal. On this side, Sang-cho thought uneasily, why is my heart beating so fast? Even so, with the Demon King's body, he shouldn't be this out of breath. Sunlight broke through in streaks. In a simple straw house, Flut happily drank her soup. The little girl raised the bowl high so she could finish the whole big bowl of soup. Right after that, both Diwat and Flut cried out in satisfaction. He asked gently, do you want more? Flut replied, no, I'm so full already. Still, for now on, we have to save food. If the Demon King can't bring back the seeds, then this potato porridge soup will be our last meal. Diwat comforted her. Have faith in the Demon King. He'll definitely bring them back. Even if the Demon King can't bring the seeds back, it's okay. The little girl smiled contentedly. At least now, I know what it feels like to eat until I'm full. I'm really grateful to him. Hearing that, Diwat teared up with emotion. In that warm moment, a shout rang out. It's the Demon King. Lord Demon King has returned. He brought the seeds back. Sang-cho and the others have brought back the spoils. Flut happily rushed forward. My lord is Suzit. Ritzman, inside the bag, also screamed in panic. From Ritzman's point of view, Flut ran up and hugged Suzit. I missed you so much. Be honored to once again lay eyes on the great Suzit, one of the 4 great demon generals. Taibong also rushed over to him. Song-san, I missed you too, Song-san. Sephazat also spoke up with praise, making Segi shy. You all did very well. All demonkind sincerely thanks you. What are you talking about? Do you think we did this for your sake? Stop flattering yourselves. Then Sang-cho turned to Haddock and said, Hey, Haddock, I heard everything from Song-san. You did well. As expected of the brains of demonkind. Thanks to you, everything was handled smoothly. I only did what needed to be done. Before he could finish speaking, he burst into tears from being so moved. Only then did Sang-cho look around. Segi was being tossed into the air by everyone who adored her. Suzit lifted Flut up so she could see, while Bon watched happily. Only now did Sang-cho realize what that pounding in his chest earlier had been. A father bringing fried chicken home after work probably felt just like this. He smiled a little himself, then shouted, All right, now let's begin the next round of cultivation. The seed we got the most of from human territory was rice, but growing it requires a lot of preparation, and the climate here isn't suitable, so let's put that aside for now. The second most plentiful seeds we have are corn, followed by pumpkin seeds and beans. Sang-cho sat on the throne and explained, we'll plant these 3 crops on minimal land with maximum efficiency. I call it the 3 Sisters farming method. It's a farming method in which 3 symbiotic crops are planted together in one field. When planted with corn, the beans climb up the corn stalks as they grow. Beans planted with corn will grow by winding themselves up the corn stalks. Haddock, still wearing his usual stone-cold expression, said it as everyone discussed among themselves. So the beans help protect the corn from strong winds and outside damage? Was this guy an agriculture professor in his past life, or something? Professor? You mean short for murderer, or what? Never mind. And on the ground, the broad pumpkin leaves spread everywhere. that helps keep the soil from drying out and prevents weeds from growing. Seriously? What is with this guy? Why didn't he start farming sooner? Because he's a demon. Yeah, that makes sense, Seigi said excitedly. That's enough talk. Let's get to work, Seigi. You really want to see everyone eat their fill, don't you? Shut up. It's not funny. Why would I care whether they eat their fill or not? Seriously, you think that's funny? So is it funny or not? Say it clearly. Asuzit took the little girl's hand and added, Where do we start? Wait, when did that little girl get here? Are you too close now? That brat is just a low-ranking demon under my command. Hey, why do you all keep acting like villainous supporting women? Sangcho reassured them. No need to rush. Anyway, all the demons have gathered here. With as much manpower, we'll finish in no time. Cephazat spoke up. My lord, mobilizing demons from other regions won't be easy. Why not? We still have plenty of potato soup to hand out. Right, no problem. Just then a roar rang out. It rushed forward and punched a tree trunk hard. However, the tree bit its head off. Right after that, another huge tree lifted both of them up and slammed them into the ground. It shouted grandly, I am the new lord of the 2-star region. Mimi. But as soon as it said that, another tree leapt into the fight. Yet Cephazat remained calm as he spoke, making Sangcho sigh. As you can see, ever since the seat of the second king became vacant, they've constantly been tearing into each other to claim the position. Sangcho added, the third king, Zadar, is still alive, but he's nothing more than an empty shell now. So things over there aren't much better. Yeah, demons have always handled things that way. But times have changed. This is no longer a world where strength decides everything, and yet they still refuse to realize it. In that case, he grinned triumphantly and declared, I, Demon King Chiditus, hereby establish the law of absolutely fair duels. A green-skinned creature snarled and threatened to fight, but then several others surrounded him. It wasn't just him. Many others were also testing their strength. The battle among the plant-type demons was no less brutal. Haddock stood calmly watching. Then he turned away. Flut and Dewat, who were gardening, couldn't help but wonder. Lord Haddock came back again, but he still hasn't said a word. Looks like it. Why doesn't he stop them from fighting? Someone beside them complained. We're the ones working ourselves to the bone every day, and those guys do nothing but brawl. Don't tell me we're supposed to farm just to feed them. The Demon King must have his reasons. After all, it was impossible for each of the 4 great demon generals to govern that many demons. Maybe he was waiting for a new Star King to appear. But until a new Star King was chosen, they would keep slaughtering each other in a frenzy, and in the end, only the weaker demons would be killed off completely. The fierce battle didn't stop, and even the crab family's home took damage. My tent, it collapsed. Terrified, they cried, Run. Flut went over to the man. Lord Asuzit, the little girl asked, why does the Demon King keep ignoring them and letting them fight? Because if we interfere, we won't be able to tell. Tell what? Which one of them has the qualities of a leader? The little girl looked anxiously down at the battlefield. 2 worried crab parents cried out when they saw their child about to be crushed. My child! Asuzit moved at once as the little girl screamed. No. In an instant, Dumba used his own body to shove that guy away. Flut was startled, and the man was sent flying several meters away. He hit the ground, then got up and shouted, Who dares interfere in my battle? Dumba stepped in. Enough. You people fight all day long while there's still a mountain of farm work to do. The damage around the village will only get worse. Asuzit stayed silent. The other one also fell into thought for a moment, then shouted angrily, Who do you think you are to order me around? A low-ranking demon dares interfere in my battle? Then prepare to pay for it. You bastard. Dumba retreated into his own shell. The golden shell immediately lit up. It lit up an entire corner, and even Asuzit winced from the intensity of the brightness. That attack made the other 2 writhe in pain on the ground. My eyes, I can't see anything. The same thing happened to him too, making Flut rush over worriedly. What the heck was that? Lord Asuzit. That was exactly it. Dumba had protected the entire little crab family. He was the person they were looking for. Just then, NOC appeared. She healed the injuries on one of the tree men. The wounds quickly closed. NOC asked gently, Are you all right? The man was shocked. What? Don't you know I just wrecked your house? Of course I know. But even so, I still can't just stand by and watch you suffer because I'm weak too, so I understand pain all too well. From this side, Seigi only watched her. Chita then voiced his wish. Captain, I want to learn farming from you. Please teach me. Haddock and Cephazat looked at the little one. He said, You're tiny, your arms are short, and you don't even have legs. What could you possibly do? Without hesitation, Chita advertised himself. Plow fields. I can plow fields. The field the farming corps is working on, they plowed it beautifully, right? I can do that too. If we can get a good harvest soon, everyone will stop fighting and live in peace again like before. Even after Chita's plea, Haddock remained silent, then coldly said, "You don't look useful at all. Get lost." He and Cephazot coldly turned away, leaving the hurt child behind. But Chita did not give up. He caught Taibong's attention. Chita curled himself into a spinning saw ring and kept moving. He sped across the field, making Flup praise him. "That little lizard is amazing." Haddock glanced at him. Elsewhere, Sancho was deep in thought. In nature, the strong always rule. This is a world where strength decides everything. But now, in the land of the demons, what we truly need is unity. And the leader I am looking for is someone who can bring everyone together through understanding, kindness, and tolerance. All the candidates have now been selected. He praised them. "Well done, 4 great demon generals. Now gather all the demons in one place and begin the tournament." Haddock said, "My lord, the candidates for the position of Star King are all very weak. Most likely, they won't be able to win a single match." Sancho bared his teeth in surprise and demanded, "Do you know the true meaning of fixing a match? All of demonkind, hear me. I know very well that because the seat of Star King is vacant, you've all been hacking at each other to claim it. That's understandable. To demons, strength is supreme. However, right now, we desperately need to preserve our strength for farming. Losses in labor due to injuries from brawling will not be tolerated. Therefore, I, Demon King Chiditses, declare that from this moment onward, all battles will be decided by a fairer set of rules." Chita watched with sparkling eyes. Meanwhile, Sancho continued his speech. "A match that demands superior sixth sense, lightning-fast judgment, reflexes quicker than light, and a grasp of the entire battlefield. A battle that requires no muscular strength. Is two-handed rock, paper, scissors, draw one." His cloak fluttered in the wind. Sancho began explaining the rules. "From this moment on, the sacred battle begins. I will explain the rules of two-handed rock, paper, scissors, draw one. Each participating warrior may equip 2 different weapons, 1 in each hand. There are 3 weapon types in total. Hammer, a fist as mighty as a war hammer that can shake the earth itself. Scissors, 2 fingers representing a sharp blade that can cleave the heavens. And paper, the open hand is." At that point, he suddenly paused to think for a moment. Then the next second, he awkwardly stammered, "Well, it's just a piece of cloth." Someone below scoffed. "That part sounds lame as hell." The system immediately popped up to tease him. Typical science guy. Such a poor vocabulary. In Sancho's head, a curse burst out. "What the hell? Are you trying to start something?" The system coolly talked back. "No, I'm just stating the truth." The more Sancho listened, the more his blood boiled. "Anyway, both of those are used to hit things, right? Want to die?" He took a deep breath, then calmly continued. "These 3 weapons counter one another. Each has its own strengths and weaknesses. The hammer crushes the blade. The blade cuts the cloth in 2. And the cloth neutralizes the hammer. I've explained it clearly enough, right? Anyone who still doesn't understand, raise your hand." Many people immediately raised their hands, and the place erupted into noise. Me. Sancho poiten to the den. Everyone who raised their hand is disqualified. Idiots don't have the right to participate. In an instant, all the hands dropped. "Now, then, let's continue the explanation. At the signal, scissors, rock, paper begin. The 2 warriors will simultaneously equip weapons in both hands. The moment the shout, 'Draw one hand,' rings out, both will thrust forward the weapon remaining in one hand. Whoever reacts faster and strikes more accurately will win." No sooner had the explanation ended than the result quickly appeared. Asuza chose rock, while Seigi chose scissors. Seeing this, she was overjoyed. Seigi grabbed his hand and bragged, oh my, I won, right? I won, didn't I?" She jumped up and down in delight. "I won." While celebrating, Seigi suddenly looked down. It turned out Asuzit had blushed red from having her hold his hand. Their hands clasped even tighter, as if love had bloomed in that very moment. Just then, Sancho angrily rushed over and kicked him apart. The system teased him again. A guy no one likes, and he's even ruining the mood. Truly pathetic. Sancho instantly went into foul-mouthed mode. "Bastard, you've been pissing me off this whole time. You think you understand me? You're just a damn messenger." Sancho shoved the system to the back of his mind and asked aloud, "Any demon who still doesn't understand, raise your hand." The crowd had only just started with me. Me. When he cut them off, disqualified, all of you. "Now then, all remaining warriors, prepare yourselves for battle." NOC unconsciously looked at her own hands. She felt so miserable that tears welled up in her eyes. Sancho kept going on and on. "We'll begin with the 3-star region. Gather them all up." Right then, Dumba stepped forward. My lord, everyone else was disqualified for not understanding the rules, so only I remain. Sancho declared firmly, very well. You, old turtle, are the new 3-star king. Dumba was left dumbstruck by this meat bun of a decision. What? I haven't even had a chance to show anything yet. A figure hanging from a tree protested. How can that guy be the new star king when I, the 3-star king Zatter, am still alive? Hey, old turtle, fight me. Before he could get a reply, he was electrocuted. Amid everyone's cheers, the rock-paper-scissors battle quickly began. Scissors, rock, paper. Scissors, rock, paper. Prepare. Scissors, rock, paper begin. Draw one hand. Chita fearfully shut his eyes and threw paper. However, his opponent threw scissors, so Chita lost. But the man didn't celebrate right away. Instead, he crouched down and complained, "What the hell? This guy's so tiny, I couldn't even tell what he threw." Sancho rushed over, kicked the man aside, and shouted, "Let's see." He pointed at Chita and made the final call. Tiny guy wins. The little one stared in shock and corrected him, "But I threw paper." Sancho ignored everything and bellowed, "The winner." The others also protested. What did this guy even throw? Once again, he had to shout them down. "Shut up. Tiny guy wins. Tiny guy wins." Chita cried tears of joy as Sancho announced grandly, "Tiny guy, the new 4-star king." As soon as he said that, he looked behind him and calculated silently. Now that leaves only. Everyone was still enthusiastically shouting, "Scissors, rock, paper." One witness to the scene couldn't help sneering. "You weren't even a warrior to begin with, and now you can't even compete properly." After hearing that, NOC only let out a soft sigh. The system appeared again, as if calling up an ancient memory. So that's how the legend went. The scene shifted to the land of humans. In the kingdom of Manika, through a window frame, Mukuinzi raised the cutter cheese stick staff and looked at it, remembering his clash with Sancho. Mukuinzi suddenly fell into thought. He vaguely remembered that he had seen this weapon's true form in one of his previous lives. Back then, he had not been as strong as he was now, but the power it gave off had truly been overwhelming. But how? How could the hand of fate, how could the Demon King awaken this weapon's true form? He waved the maiden's staff up and down. He waved it down, then up again. After his hand grew tired and his eyes blurred, Mukuinzi silently stared at it. He thought that perhaps it was because he was a puppet through more than 10 past lives. He had never had a will of his own, only followed the orders given to him. So he could not even do something like this by himself. Even now, he still cannot stand firmly on his own 2 feet. If I can awaken its true form, then I won't have to live like a puppet anymore, right? Just then, a voice came from outside the door. "Brother Kimchi Yulao, it's Devat. I'm coming in." He and Dion quickly stepped inside. The king was very pleased with the giant potatoes. What a relief. It's all thanks to Brother Kimchi Yulao's help. Mukuinzi blankly blurted out, "Brother Kim Sancho contributed far more than I did." Then he unconsciously looked down. The heart-shaped cutter staff was still in his hand. He turned to Devat and asked, "I know this is rather abrupt, but may I ask you for a favor?" The king's voice rang out. This mission of Envoy Devat has proven that the land of the demons must be full of mysteries we have never known. Therefore, I have decided. He looked at Borzonda. You, Borzonda, as captain of the great expedition team, are to search the entire demon land. Do not leave a single corner unexplored. Montius and NOC were passionately playing rock, paper, scissors. The cries of rock, paper, scissors echoed through the wide-open space. A burly blond man with a sleazy expression said, "Looks like a sure thing. The new plant Star King will be Montius." The radish beside him made a disgusted face. Why is some random Sigma boy standing here talking nonsense? But the non-stop commentary kept going. Montius possesses overwhelming strength and speed. The radish impatiently cut him off. "No, I know that already. You don't need to explain." But the blond man still spoke like rapid fire. To him, the whole world moves as slowly as crawling turtles. The radish helplessly yelled, "I said there's no need to explain. What the hell did this guy eat?" The blond man was such a diehard Montius fan that he could not stop gushing. The moment his opponent draws a weapon and makes a move, Montius sees through every motion. "Man, I can't wait to see that." The radish looked at him with contempt. "This idiot isn't even listening to me." The blond man still would not stop rambling. Meanwhile, that weakling doesn't even have fingers. The radish rammed its head straight into his face. "Shut up already." Kim Sang-cho quietly calculated in his head. Earlier, those crustacean guys had claws on both hands. They knew for sure they would lose, so most of them withdrew. At that moment, NOC timidly suggested, Lord Demon King, I surrender. I'm not accepting Sua anymore. Frightened, NOC raised an arm. Be but my hand. Sangcho flew into a rage and cursed, I'll boil and eat alive all cowards. NOC trembled all over from being shouted at. The air froze for about 3 seconds. Sangcho lifted his head, his chin practically level with the sun. Asuzit, Seigi, Haddock, and Bon lowered their heads to show they had received the order. Sangcho shot forward and declared with wild gestures, prepare to begin. On the other side, Montius also readied himself. Rock, paper, scissors. Only NOC shrank into herself as though bracing for a storm. Sangcho imeditan order. Go! Every person on his side wore a terrifyingly sharp expression. The whole group charged madly toward Montius, making him widen his eyes in fear. What? The radish, mushroom, bamboo, and the blonde man were all stunned by the scene before them. It was as though time froze the moment NOC and Montius hung in midair. Even Montius himself did not understand what was happening, and NOC facing him shared the same baffled feeling. Then everyone started talking excitedly. What just happened? They both threw rock. Then why Montius? Sangcho trembled and blurted out. That is, crying as he spoke, he said, a legend. The one who wins before even defeating the opponent. He pointed at NOC and declared, there's no need to continue. The new 2-star king is weak as a snail. She stared blankly and let out a long, stunned huh. Everyone knelt at NOC's feet. Bow your heads before the legend. The one who wins even before defeating the opponent. The buzz of discussion would not stop. Even the Demon Lord and the 4 great demon generals are kneeling. She's amazing, but I've never heard of that legend before. You idiot, what demon race member doesn't have terrible memory? A legend, weak as a snail, is a legend. A blue robot-like guy raised his hand and voiced an opinion. I also beat the guy earlier who played scissors with both hands. Sangcho shouted back. That one was just lucky. He got through to the next round without even fighting. Montius refused to accept it and immediately demanded, we have to fight again. Those 4 great demon generals were standing behind her just now. Sangcho's group, brimming with killing intent, looked at him with loving eyes. Is there a problem? Why? No, behind you, what the hell? So annoying. This bastard's really asking for a beating. He trembled in fear and softly said, I'm sorry. Sangcho crossed his arms and declared, the kings of each territory have been chosen through fair and sacred matches. All demons must absolutely obey the orders of their liege. From now on, every battle for power will be decided by a single elimination match under the supervision of the Demon King and the 4 great demon generals. Anyone who disobeys will be executed in the Demon King's name. That is all. Blue message boxes appeared. This is basically dictatorship. Sangcho calmly thought to himself, I know. It doesn't sound democratic at all. There'll definitely be a few demons whining and cursing after this. Whatever. If they want to curse, let them. Right now, demonkind is nothing but a complete mess. We have to change everything. Start planting decent seeds. At the very least, this time we have to do it properly. Even if the demons of today don't understand, their descendants will see the results one day. Right on cue, the system appeared with some affectionate words. This will come true. I will always support you. Sangcho got goosebumps after reading it. Why are you saying something so cheesy? Why don't you pick a fight and start arguing like usual? The system immediately displayed another message. That's my specialty. I can bicker all day. Sangcho dragged out his reply mockingly. Just hearing that sarcastic tone, I can already picture your face. The system snapped back irritably. What would you know about my face? Sangcho did not hesitate to jab again. Did I accidentally piss in your rice bowl or something? Little snowflake. He shoved the system aside and excitedly raised his hand. All right, from now on, we're going to begin the 3 sisters farming method. The demons below were also extremely enthusiastic. Chita chirped happily. Let's go. Mighty demons of the Purple Star territory. First mission, expand the farmland. Thanks to the 4 kings, Chita, and several adult demons. Everything went very smoothly, and the first crop they planted was corn. Since most plant-type demons had many hands, this was an easy task for them. Weak as a snail, NOC's restorative energy made the corn grow at an astonishing pace. When the corn reached finger height, they planted beans around it. The beans retained nitrogen in the soil and acted like armor protecting the corn stalks. Not only that, they also helped restore the nutrients the corn had absorbed from the soil an extremely important role. Next, pumpkins were planted along the rows and spread across the ground. Three-star King Dumba and his kin acted like mirrors, adjusting the sunlight shining down onto the crops. Those three sisters might be weak when standing alone, but if they joined forces, they could rise together and survive even on the most barren land. This was the miracle of unity and cooperation. Sang-cho smiled happily as he watched the demons work together to sow the cornfield. In the middle of that cheerful mood, Sang-cho's eyes suddenly hardened. He glanced at the sky and thought, the air's getting damp these days, huh? And now dark clouds too? Even for demon territory, the weather here really changes insanely fast. That night, inside the wooden house, Sang-cho lay on the bed, grimacing uncomfortably. Sweat poured off him as though he had just bathed, and his face twisted like a bitter melon. Unable to endure it any longer, he sat bolt upright and cursed. Damn it, this weather is way too hot and humid. This place is a total dump. The moment the thought flashed through his mind, Sang-cho froze. He unconsciously repeated, hot and humid weather. It seemed Sang-cho had realized something, because he rushed outside, still cursing under his breath. Shit. He ran straight to the cornfield. His eyes blazed red as a suspicion arose. Alert mode. Sang-cho desperately pleaded in his mind, please. In an instant, the system flickered into view in the distance. A message appeared in a blue box. The corn in this area is being ravaged by a highly toxic fungus. At this rate, the blight will spread very quickly and destroy the entire cornfield. Sang-cho was furious and felt powerless. I was far too careless. It was gray leaf spot disease in corn. The scene shifted to the path leading into the forbidden land deep within the ancient forest. Borzonda led a group carrying torches through the night. Looking up at the pitch-black sky without moon or stars, he cursed inwardly. Damn it, we're lost. If I'd known from the start it would be like this. One of them suddenly asked, Leader, should we set up camp and rest? Borzonda immediately replied resentfully, No. With this terrain, it'll be hard to defend ourselves if monsters attack. Let's get through the forest first, then decide. Everyone stay alert. The monsters here are very dangerous. Back at Sang-cho's cornfield, he had gathered everyone and ordered, for great demon generals, listen up. The cornfield has been infected with blight. Take care of it immediately. No delay. Issue a quarantine order. Any plants that are heavily infected must not be kept. Sang-cho directed everyone until sweat streamed down him. Caesar, cut down every plant with spots on the leaves. Yes. Haddock also frantically gave orders. Gather all those plants in one place, quickly. Bon summoned a dragon to burn them at once. Hurry! Seigi swung her sword and cut down all the disease plants. The whole cornfield blazed in the firelight, and everyone moved at incredible speed. NOC ran all over, trying to heal the corn, then concluded, too many plants are already infected. Even with healing energy, I can't stop it. I can use my healing energy to strengthen the outer cells of the remaining plants. We have to stop the fungus from spreading. But I'm exhausted, so I don't know how long I can keep it up. Sang-cho's face now looked as heavy as if burdened by a 1,000-pound weight. Flut threw her arms around Asuzit and cried, Lord Asuzit, do we really have to burn all that corn? If there's no corn, we'll starve again. He stroked her head to comfort her. Little girl, don't worry, little demon. He calmly explained so Flut would understand. His lordship Surstaso is thinking long-term. He always has a way to solve things like this. Sang-cho stared at the cornfield and calculated silently. Next we need disinfection. But where am I supposed to get chemicals in a place like this? Chemicals could stop the fungus from growing and spreading. There's one thing, paladin's blood, infected fungus, reindeer moss. Even the monsters did not understand why that harmless moss had such a name, but fungi feared the disabling heat it gave off. It was reindeer moss. Having found a way to cure the corn, Sang-cho quickly gave the order. Asuzit, take some men to the 2-star territory. Go to the hottest place and bring back every bit of that moss. Asuzit happily said to Flut, See, I told you. Asuzit took several demons with him. 2-star territory. We go there and head to the hottest place. Flut stared blankly as the troop gradually disappeared into the distance. Little Flut worriedly asked, Will Lord Asuzit really be all right? Seigi replied casually, He is one of the 4 great demon generals. How could anything happen to him? Flut still insisted on asking, Isn't it worth worrying about? Seigi emphasized again, Not at all. The little girl's eyes went wide as she exclaimed, You're so heartless. He's the man you love. Seigi blushed bright red in embarrassment. Good grief. What's wrong with this little demon? Are you crazy? What do you mean, the person I love? What are you talking about? Sang-cho, with a knowing look, cut in, Quiet. Better that way. Seigi panicked even more. Absolutely not. What are you saying, my lord? I can't believe this. Ignoring Seigi as she flailed around, trying to explain herself, he turned to Haddock and ordered, Haddock, divide the people below into groups and have them rotate. Don't let anyone become too exhausted. I'm going to the Demon King's castle to check on something. Seigi was still busy defending herself. Hey, I said it's not like that. But all of her words were cut off by Haddock's firm understood. After giving his instructions, Sang-cho strode away with calculations running through his mind. The thing I thought would never happen has happened. I need to prepare even more thoroughly, whether it's farming or anything related to this game system. For example, back to Borzonda's side. It seemed he had discovered something. Borzonda raised his torch high and blurted out, "What is that?" Someone volunteered to guess. Are those monsters really intelligent enough to build something like this? Look here. It looks a lot like the entrance to a secret chamber. Borzonda stepped forward to stop him. Wait, don't touch it yet. The instant that man touched it, blue light appeared and killed him on the spot. Even the group behind Borzonda was struck to some extent, but the one standing closest to the door suffered the worst. The blue beam pierced straight through his throat. Seeing this, Borzonda hurriedly ordered, "Fall back quickly." But it was already too late. Several of his soldiers screamed in pain as that blue light burrowed into their mouths. And unsurprisingly, he was struck as well. Borzonda clutched his throat and cried out in agony. After finishing their task, the rays of light all gathered in one direction. They concentrated at the top of the tower and began swirling together. Before long, a dazzling radiance as bright as the sun spread from that spot. Sang-cho, who had been diligently stacking stones, was drawn by that light. The pillar of light climbed higher and higher, making him think, what the hell is that? I've ground this game to pieces and never seen this effect even once. That has to be the Deep Sleep Forest. If so, then, no way. At the foot of the tower, Borzonda's group writhed on the ground. He weakly spoke. That is, those things. At that point, Borzonda suddenly shut his mouth, his eyes locked straight ahead. The hazy silhouette shook his mind to the core. A monster! Someone stood upon the wall beneath the crimson sky. It turned out to be a Tatnus. Without a word, she simply leaped down from above. Then she slowly walked toward Borzonda. Once she was close enough, she began to summon magic. A Tatnus's 2 fingers traced wildly through the air. Humans have broken the tribulation seal of the 10 souls. Borzonda opened his eyes wide as he stared at the figure before him. You, strange clothes, wings, claws, black skin, white hair. You are? The space fell utterly silent, with only the wind whistling past his ears. Who knew how long passed before Borzonda finally heard the answer? Yes, it is I, Demon King Tatnus. At the swamp of the Forbidden Ground in the 2-star territory, the monsters were splitting up to gather reindeer moss. Asuzit held a clump of red moss in his hand, still doubtful. Just by taking this moss back, we'll be able to grow crops? One monster reported, Lord Asuzit, we've gathered everything around here. Satisfied, he ordered, good. Let's take it back. Suddenly, the figure of a woman slowly walked through the dark water, making Asuzit turn his head and look over warily. She drew closer and closer, and the tension between them thickened. He frowned, on guard. What is this? Asuzit asked bluntly. Where did you come from? Tatnus could not speak in language, so she had to use magical characters. Why are the 3-star and 4-star territories empty? He clenched his teeth in irritation, speaking so rudely to one of the 4 great demon generals. This person must be insane. Then he answered in a low voice, Everyone is gathered at the cornfield. Why are you sneaking around here? Without a single explanation, her dark red clothing suddenly moved like a living creature, sharp strands whipping through the air. Asuzit froze in that instant. Immediately, bands of shadow shot forward and slashed straight into his body. Not stopping there, they also rushed at the monsters behind him, seizing and attacking them. Over on Sang-cho's side, he was furiously digging the ground amid harsh growls. Sweat poured off him as he thought. That light just now definitely came from the sealed tomb. Someone is there. Drawing on the knowledge he knew by heart, Sang-cho understood clearly who it was. A Tatnus, the former demon king before Sir Stasso. He tried hard to gather up the memories from the game. She was sealed beneath the sealed tomb. That was the hardest stage in the entire game. Chains tightened around Tatnus's body. She had been sealed with the full power of her own predecessor, the former Demon King. In the game, Demon King Matazato couldn't use one of his hands. But here, her power was terrifying beyond measure. No matter how good you were, it still took at least 50 playthroughs to beat her. The fact that she had effortlessly obliterated a hero proved one thing. Her strength was monstrous. Kim Sang-cho grew more and more anxious, his mind full of questions. Had she really broken the seal on her own? This is bad. He flung the shovel aside, then stomped hard on the ground and shouted, using keen senses. Earth and stone shattered everywhere, and his panicked yelling continued. Too many, way too many. Inwardly, he prayed desperately, please just go away. In the cornfield, an OC was straining to restore an ear of corn infected with fungus. But the overexertion weakened her body, and she collapsed. Luckily, Bon caught her in time. Seigi cried out in alarm. Someone's down? Bring a stretcher here. The gardening monsters rushed to help, carrying stretchers and transporting the unconscious to the tents. She kept urging them on. Hurry, over here. An OC still tried to sit up. Leave me be. Haddock immediately stopped her. No, Nook, you're still not fully recovered. Dumba, trembling, reached for a leaf that was nearly withered. Damn it. He raised his voice and reported, this side has fungal blight too. Cephazot and Flut saw how dire things were and couldn't hide their worry. Seigi also felt panic rising as the field kept getting worse, while Ba had to keep lifting exhausted people onto stretchers. At that moment, high in the sky, a Tatanus came shooting in like a rocket. She slammed into the ground, smashing everything around her, her eyes dark and the sharp streaks around her slicing wildly through space. Everyone behind them froze instantly. Haddock raised his voice and demanded, so it really was you? How dare you destroy the cornfield? Then he suddenly fell silent, his face twisting as he realized, wait, that's... Tatanus used magic to write out her question. Where's the monster castle? And where is Matazato? Haddock broke into a cold sweat, silently confirming it. Nomi stuck. It was Tatanus. Lowering his voice, he explained the situation. Lord Matazato is gone. A new demon king has ascended. He is Sursidaso. She was not pleased. A terrifying darkness filled her expression. Another line of text appeared, and that one has you doing trivial things like this? Haddock replied while staying on full alert. It is his wish to break prejudice and let everyone live in freedom together. The silence that followed was terrifying. Seigi had already drawn her sword, and Bon behind her had readied his giant axe. Tatanus traced a circle in the air with 2 fingers. She said nothing, letting the written words speak for her. From now on, that position is mine. Put an end to this nonsense. Seigi couldn't hold back any longer and charged. Furiously crossing her 2 swords, she shouted, who are you to call yourself the Demon King? Haddock also swung his arm, sending a burst of dark energy crashing forward, while Bon raised his huge axe to strike her down. In an instant, the shadowy lines curved gracefully around them. Cephazot and Flut saw the whole thing and turned pale with shock. A dark crimson spike was now pressed near Seigi's forehead. Another aimed straight at Ba An's brow, and the last was perfectly lined up with Haddock's chest. In a split second, all 3 were pinned down without mercy. Tatanus coldly asked only one thing. Where's he? She declared without hesitation that she would kill anyone who stood in her way. Suddenly, Taibong also rushed in to join the fight, opening his mouth and firing a beam of power. Taibong, but Tatanus blocked it all with absurd ease. Glancing over, she thought to herself, a dragon. This is bad. Without a shred of mercy, she targeted Taibong directly, making him cry out, Taibong. Fortunately, Kim Sang-cho arrived just in time, holding a red heart and shouting, activate. He slammed the item into the ground and shouted loudly, Matazato's heart. Just as the spikes were about to touch Taibong, a barrier appeared, causing those dark streaks to rebound backward. By momentum, they struck Tatanus right in the face. She frowned, stunned and enraged. Standing inside the barrier, Kim Sang-cho called out, hey, how's that feel? With a punchable grin, he mocked her. Lady Tatanus, the power of the former Demon King Matazato, a man steeped in cruelty, is on a completely different level from Sursidaso's. He was once one of the 4 great demon generals. Under Tatanus, he monopolized the power of the other generals and challenged her, so the 2 of them were always at each other's throats. But the moment Tatanus raised her voice and sang her song of death, all power became meaningless. So Matazato had no choice but to use all his strength to seal Tatanus's body and lock away her voice for thousands of years. But even afterward, he lived in constant fear and could never sleep peacefully. In the end, he poured what little strength he had left into one place and created a weapon that could overpower Tatnus. It took the form of a bright red heart overflowing with magic. Sir Sadaso seized the chance and drove a palm strike through Matazato's chest, stealing that precious treasure. Gripping the heart proudly, Kim Sangcho thought to himself, the only thing that can seal a Tatnus is Matazato's heart. A Tatnus swiped out new words with her hand. I don't know what you're using. She attacked bluntly, but the two behind you don't need to live. Dark lines shifted toward new targets. Kim Sangcho immediately realized what was happening and shouted, "Ba and Seigi, get out of there." The two instantly turned and fled, while Seigi screamed in horror. Heavens above, gods and spirits. Fast as lightning, he slipped both arms through the barrier, grabbing Seigi with one hand, and firmly catching Ba and with the other. The sharp lines slammed again and again against the barrier wall, but he managed just in time to pull both of them into the safe zone with all his strength. Once again, the pointed strands bounced back into Tatnus's face. Inside the barrier space, all three collapsed on the ground. Her face darkened with rage yet again. Kim Sangcho sat up and sneered. Surprised, old lady? He stepped forward and explained brazenly, "This seal was made especially for you, Tatnus. Anyone else can go in and out just fine, except you." Kim Sangcho even stuck his face out and made a mocking expression. Like this, Tatnus, boiling with rage, raised her claws high, then slammed them into the seal with all her strength, making him fall backward and yelp, "Mother of God." But once again, she was smacked in the face by her own reflected attack. Seeing that, Kim Sangcho burst into manic laughter. Even so, he was still plotting in his head. It had been the same in the game. Without Matazato's heart, you didn't even get healing turns. Indirect attacks wouldn't work. It had to be direct. But attacking from outside the seal would make everything spiral out of control. There was no other choice but to remove the seal and then use recovery magic. But right now, she was too strong, so the seal had to stay first. Kim Sangcho curled his lips in satisfaction and said, "Now then, let's sit down and have a nice little chat." Tatnus trembled with fury, but there was nothing she could do. Turning serious, he questioned her, "What do you want? Why did you suddenly come here and attack everyone?" She took a deep breath, regained her composure, and then wrote out her question. "You are Demon King Sir Sadaso?" Kim Sangcho nodded and answered shortly, "Yeah, more or less." Tatnus declared bluntly, "I will kill you and take back the throne." He calmly pressed on, "And then what are you going to do once you're sitting on it?" She replied as if it were obvious, "What else? Invade those inferior humans." Kim Sangcho once again threw out a line like a bucket of cold water. "Why? You could just stay here, farm, and get by." Shrugging and lifting a brow, he stated his view. Everyone needs food to live. If all you do is fight, you lose more than you gain. If nobody has to fight and everyone can still eat well, that's the best outcome. Tatnus kept searching for reasons to argue back. "You can't farm in a place like this." Kim Sangcho's Li. "Old lady, are your eyes just for decoration?" Crossing his arms, he said loudly, "Look, everyone worked incredibly hard to grow all this." His next words left her stunned. "The cornfield is diseased right now, and we need to deal with it as fast as possible. But because you suddenly popped out of nowhere, everything's being delayed." Tatnus quietly re-examined the situation. This brat's attitude had been strange from the very beginning. She remembered what had just happened. He had saved his subordinates without hesitation, and even. This time, Tatnus was a little shaken. "My children, those tiny monsters, no better and no worse than slaves, and yet he called them my children." Her gaze sharpened as she fell into thought. Tatnus wrote out a scolding line. "This new Demon King is a little insane." Kim Sangcho crossed his arms and fired right back. "Still less insane than someone like you who only knows how to kill. And you too." Then he landed a direct blow to the heart. "Has anyone ever told you that you dress well? Why haven't you changed your style yet? If you want to just change it. Honestly, it's ugly as hell." Her face flushed red with outrage. "I have looked like this since ancient times. How dare you speak to me like that?" Kim Sangcho curled his lip and waved her off. "Whatever. Attacking us won't get you anything. So why don't you just go back to wherever you were living?" Tatnus let out a long, weary, helpless sigh. She turned away as if she no longer cared. "Fine, I will find those humans myself." He even seemed trusting enough to bow and send her off. "Do whatever you want on your own, ma'am. Take care now." The air grew quieter as she walked farther away. Kim Sang-cho withdrew the seal and called out, "All right, everyone, get back to what you were doing." Atatnas instantly dropped the act, spun around, and lashed out with contempt. "You fell for it, foolish brat." But he had anticipated the move. He reopened the seal at once and shouted gleefully, "No, you're the idiot, you slippery old hag." The barrier went back up, trapping her arm in the middle, creating a scene that was both ridiculous and absurd. Atatnas struggled to pull her arm free, but to no avail. She kicked madly at the seal and yanked at her arm, and only then did panic start to set in. "This is bad." Seeing that, Seigi asked, "Are we really just leaving her like that?" Kim Sang-cho answered blandly, "What else can we do? If she's left alone, she'll just starve to death." Flut came running over anxiously to check on Seigi. "Lady Seigi, are you okay?" Seigi smirked reassuringly. "I'm Yufine. His Majesty the Demon King saved me." When she saw Atatnas stripping off her clothes to use them as a weapon, Seigi screamed, "Oh, come on." She pulled Flut tightly into her arms to shield her and scolded, "There are so many people watching. Why would you do that? Are you crazy? Put your clothes back on already, you ill-mannered old woman." Atatnas fell silent, as if she couldn't believe what she'd just heard. In the end, she seemed to feel embarrassed and restore her dress properly. Over on the other side, Kim Sang-cho shouted orders. "All right, cut off every diseased leaf. Keep resurrection going at all times, but don't overdo it, or it'll only get worse. Stay calm." Everyone returned to their previous rhythm and continued trying to save the cornfield. And this left Atatnas utterly stunned. A demon king helping others? Where had anyone ever heard of such a thing? The sun grew harsher and harsher, scorching the skin. She slumped to the ground and complained inwardly, "Hot. I'm so thirsty. I was sealed for too long, so I've gradually weakened." Suddenly, Flood approached and quietly asked, worriedly finishing her question, "On your way here, did you happen to see someone with really scary eyes? Someone kind of unpleasant to look at?" Standing behind her, Seigi sighed and said, "It's not that bad, Flut. If you look closely, he actually has his own kind of charm." Flut gave an awkward smile and corrected herself, "Sorry." To Lady Seigi, Lord Asuzit is the most handsome, after all. Seigi's face turned bright red, and she shouted, "There you go again, you little brat. Why do you keep picking up nonsense like that? Cut out already." The girl innocently continued, "But yesterday you kept pacing around all day waiting for him to come back." Seigi flatly denied it. "I did not. That was..." She awkwardly tried to explain. "Because he is." Atatnas's eyes suddenly widened in shock. A memory from her past came rushing back, from when she still had companions, when she could still speak, the great demon generals. And then, in that time, Atatnas had smiled and said, "A friend, a companion. From now on, let us put an end to those terrible things." In the present, she lowered her head, and silent tears fell. The sunlight only grew more intense. Kim Sang-cho was straining every muscle in his face so hard that tears welled up. His eyes glowed crimson as he activated his skill. Open Blood Eye. A flood of notification windows appeared. Infection removal. But the result failed, making his face twist in frustration. Damn it, just as I thought, the only way to solve this is to remove every last bit of the bacteria. Meanwhile, Seigi kept swinging her swords with all her might, cutting away the infected parts, while dragon fire flickered and burned them up. NOC and the others were completely drained and weakening. Their strength had limits too. Kim Sang-cho gritted his teeth and thought bitterly, why are Asuzit and the others taking so long? The system kept displaying notifications. Blood Eye skill has been upgraded. To function properly, endure the burning pain, and use it continuously. Time without blinking, 100 seconds. Estimated duration, up to 7 hours. Looking at the screen, he thought to himself, even upgrading the skill right now is useless. Then another report made him pause. The ability to read thoughts and emotions has been upgraded. Exhausted, Seigi called for help. Bahan, take over for me. She approached Atatnas, who was still trapped in the seal, then sternly questioned her. Hey miss, are you sure you didn't run into Asuzit's group earlier? Something this simple shouldn't make him this late. She coolly asked in return, why are you so desperate to find him? Seigi glared and explained, if he doesn't make it back in time, this cornfield is finished. Atatnas mocked her bluntly. If you can't eat corn, then eat the little monster standing next to you. Seigi exploded in fury, talking about harming your own kind like it's a joke. Do you even hear yourself? Answer me. Kim Sang-cho stepped in to stop her. That's enough, Seigi. If you keep this up, the barrier won't hold. She froze and softly said, Your Majesty. He walked forward, his voice low and heavy. Atatnas, there's something I want to ask you. Then he said it plainly. Why didn't you kill Asuzit? She wrote back in response. Sooner or later, that one will return to my service. I spared his life. His eyes burned red, tears streaming down as he exposed the lie with a resolute voice. Cut the crap. The system displayed blood I activated. It began observing Atatnas, prompting a memory. On a day in the distant past, the monster army stood atop a cliff. A demon woman spoke. Beyond there is the castle of the human king. Behind her, Matazato curled his lips in contempt. There's no need for a battle. Humans are even weaker than I thought. Crush them, and they break. The large monster beside him flattered him. That's only because you're so strong, my lord. He chimed in, right? She's the melody witch, after all. Then, arrogantly, he said, the moment she starts singing, they'll all drop their weapons and fall to their knees. If just singing can bring others down, then I'm looking forward to it. A demon woman stopped them. Hey, don't kill them too quickly. Corpses don't taste good if they're left too long. Atatnas remained deep in thought, still saying nothing. New ideas were already forming in her mind. Is fighting and killing really the only way to fill these starving bellies? If only we could live like humans do. Then suddenly, she spoke. Listen to me. Atatnas declared something shocking. From this moment on, no one is to harm humans anymore. All of you, return to our land. Matazato stared in disbelief and objected. What? You can't say that, my lady. Have you gone mad? What about the rest of us? Are we all supposed to starve to death? She turned and challenged him. Have you forgotten the promises you once made? That you would not let your subjects go hungry, that you would not let them slaughter one another. Those were the reasons I allowed you to follow me in the first place. Atatnas smiled brightly. On the way here, you saw it too, the humans' farms. We should do the same. He clenched his teeth, and from then on, hatred took root like a restless ghost. A cutting storm swept through, turning the space hazy. The vegetation withered, decayed, and drooped lifelessly. Atatnas lowered her head and looked down at the barren ground. A little demon flew up behind her and called out, my lady. It informed her, Lord Matazato wishes to see you. Please go deeper into the sleeping forest. Atatnas trusted those words and followed. When she arrived, she looked around, searching. Matazato? Where are you, Matazato? She halted when she saw something. High above on a towering rise stood 3 crosses. Atatnas's breath caught. What? What happened here? Upon them were 3 monsters dear to her, gone after a painful death. Atatnis screamed in agony. Lago, Andante, Velos. Matazato, sinister and waiting for his chance, struck from behind. He pressed a cursed mask on her face. In an instant, a flash of light proved the curse had taken hold. 2 straps looped around and tightened around her head, fastening the mask in place. Atatnas turned sharply, but it was already too late. Matazato was panting heavily, laughing like a madman. Good, now your singing voice is sealed. She let out only meaningless sounds in panic, her mind full of questions. Matazato, what are you doing? What is this? He roared in crazed arrogance. Something as weak as he was unfit to lead me. Atatnas staggered back, her mind still reeling. Why? It was just a joke, just a joke. Matazato snarled viciously. You can find where the humans are hiding. As long as I get there, I can seize it all. With a terrifying look on his face, he declared, but now, the one who needs to die is you. The throne will be mine. Atatnas was so shocked that tears streamed down her face. Then she turned and fled. Matazato chased after her gleefully. Stop right there, Atatnas. She tried to use her power to take flight. Matazato gripped his long sword tightly without rushing after her. Branches blocked Atatnas's path, and he laughed arrogantly. There was a reason I chose this place. Then Matazato hurled the huge sword straight at her. It slashed across her back, sending Atatnas crashing onto the damp ground, covered in injuries. He called the sword back to himself. His voice thundered like a storm. Here, my power can multiply many times over. If I wish, I can bring down anyone. And what was that nonsense about farming? Don't make me laugh. Atatnas still tried to speak through written characters, despair filling her heart. Matazato, you promised we'd save them together. She still clung to that impossible hope. You were supposed to stand by my side. Matazato mocked her bluntly. Ever since we were children, I knew you were different. You're powerful, but hopelessly naive, empty-headed. He raised his sword high and laughed loudly as he declared, this is what a real monster is. Atatnas sobbed, tears spilling out. Then she thrust out her hand, and lines of dark magic pierced straight through Matazato's body. Atatnas sat there, gasping, her despair still not gone. The dark lines remained embedded in Matazato's body as her fingers began to draw circles. Words formed in place of speech. There was no need to take Matazato's life. Her faith still remained. "We are friends." That only made him sneer in contempt. "Friends?" Matazato said coldly. "Everyone is just waiting for a chance to kill you. A weakling like you thinks she can lead anyone? It's true you're strong, but you're far too soft and weak." Every word stabbed into Atatnas's heart. It was all just an act to fool you. Those innocent days of children standing together are gone now. He opened his mouth wide, and magic shot straight upward from within. She stared after it in horror, feeling her own power gradually disappearing. A mass of blue energy flew out of Matazato's body, heading straight for the top of the stairs, where the monsters had been slaughtered. He laughed in satisfaction. "Farewell, Atatnas." Suddenly, chains of darkness appeared and shot toward Atatnas, taking turns binding all four of her limbs. Then lifting her high into the air, more and more chains appeared, and Atatnas was violently dragged away before sinking into ceiling darkness. Back in the present, the space fell silent after the painful memories had all played out. A line of text appeared, asking, "How do you know that?" Kim Sang-cho answered seriously, "Because I am the Demon King." Atatnas frowned and looked at him. She kept writing. "If you can read thoughts, then you already know." A familiar thought surfaced in Atatnas's mind. "There is no such thing as cooperation or trust between us. Even the ones under you are just waiting for a chance to slit your throat." He questioned her directly. "And after that, did you ever ask them?" Sang-cho continued. "Did you ever ask the four great demon generals whether they intended to betray you?" She seemed to freeze at a truth she herself had never once touched. At that moment, a figure appeared and shattered the space. And Seigi widened her eyes when she realized who it was. She shouted loudly, "A Suzette!" He was inwardly startled when he saw Atatnas too. That person. She shot him a razor-sharp glance, and threatening sharp lines appeared as well. But then it was Atatnas who was truly shocked because Ba and Seigi and Haddock all appeared in an instant, surrounding a Suzette and preparing to face her. The tension in the air rose to its peak. They absolutely refused to abandon him, standing ready to fight at any moment, and that resolve stunned her. Why protect him? Seeing Seigi holding a Suzette tightly, she was left speechless. Monsters? Protecting another? Sang-cho called out loudly, "Don't worry, get over here." The group immediately moved to the other side, but they never loosened their hold on him for even a second. And in the end, they smoothly returned to safety. Seigi breathed hard in worry, while Flut burst into tears and ran over, crying out, "Lord is Suzette." The little girl sobbed as she threw herself into his arms, overwhelmed with relief. Sang-cho spoke up then. "See? That right there." He began exposing the truth. "Your obsession runs too deep, so it's hard for you to change. You think that's just a monster's instinct, to eat only to satisfy hunger, to devour flesh and swallow the hearts of others. Isn't that what you believe?" Atatnas fell almost completely silent, with nothing left to say. She remembered her own past, remembered the support she once had, and the child who had once looked at her with eyes full of admiration. Then tears glittered and fell in anguish. Her old companions appeared as spirits, their voices soft as they echoed out. "Atatnas, please forgive us for being unable to stand by your side to the very end. But even so, I can finally rest now." The demon woman's finger pointed in one direction. "Tawat Sancho," she said quietly. "The one over there will fulfill the wish we were never able to achieve." The new demon king. Behind them, a Suzette reported, "My lord, forgive me. This is all I could bring back." Sang-cho asked, "What about the others?" He replied, "They're not dead, but they're all badly injured." He immediately ordered, "NOC, use all your strength to treat them." She asked anxiously, "What about the disease corn?" Sang-cho frowned and looked toward the cornfield. The leaves were gradually withering and nearing total collapse. Even Haddock felt powerless. "It's spreading too fast. I am afraid." Suddenly, Sang-cho clenched Matazato's heart, and the barrier vanished at once. Seigi instantly grew wary and was about to rush forward, but a Suzette stopped her. "It's all right." He spoke with a serious expression. "Atatnas, among the strongest, she was the strongest. If you only hear the stories, she sounds cold-blooded, but that's not entirely true. You can talk to her." He remembered what had happened back at the reindeer moss harvest. A Suzette had clutched the sack of moss tightly and pleaded, "Please spare him. We need to take this moss back." Panting, he had said honestly, "Without the moss, everyone will starve to death. Please." His voice was weak but firm. "The children, we can't let them starve." And so she had left without killing him. Sanjo spoke ten. "Atatnas, let's make a deal. He said firmly, I'll help you take off that mask. You've been sleeping for so long that you probably don't know this, but the reason you can't speak or eat is because of that thing. I'll help you. She knew perfectly well that everything came with a price, so she asked first, and in exchange, Sang-cho immediately named his condition. A blight is ruining the entire cornfield. I want you to destroy it. The corner of his lips curled up with a strange, almost demonic smile. With your death song, he thought, it's an incredibly eco-friendly cure. After all, Atatanus looked at him, slightly surprised by the proposal. In the vast capital of Manhwa, within the territory of Azahan and its grand estate, Diwat came forward to report, Dion, Lord Makunji still refuses to come down to the training ground, doesn't he? Dion nodded in reply. Yes, sir. The young master added worriedly. He hasn't even been eating, and he hasn't shown his face outside at all. The man stroked his chin and said, he was always a strange one, but to throw away all that hard training. Does he not want to become a royal knight? Diwat voiced a suspicion. Or maybe he just wants to become stronger. The scene shifted to Makunji's training room, where he sat with his eyes tightly shut, focusing his energy. The heart-shaped staff began to radiate magic. Makunji frowned, sweat pouring from him like rain. His teeth clenched tight as he forced himself onward, only to collapse to the floor in the middle of the room. Breathing hard in frustration, Makunji thought, no, it's no use. No matter how much strength I use, nothing changes. He began questioning himself. Am I just someone who only knows how to follow orders? One thought after another invaded his mind. He didn't even know what had kept him alive this long, or what he was living for. Then he asked himself one question. Who am I? Suddenly, a voice rang out in the space. Do you want to know who you really are? A surge of black magic wrapped itself around the staff, gradually taking the form of a horrifying eye, its voice sounding like it came from the underworld. Do you want to know? Makunji stood frozen, staring at the ghastly entity. Back at the blight-ridden cornfield, Sang-cho said, You can hear me, Lady Atatanus. The corner of his mouth curled upward as he suggested, that death song. The reason Atatanus was called the Witch of Melody, feared for her devastating power, was because her voice contained terrifying magic. Among her songs, the death song was the ultimate weapon. The moment she began to sing, she could take anyone's life. And Sang-cho believed that even the stubborn blight would be eradicated by it. Atatanus raised her hand and scrawled out a cautious question. Are you sure you could do it? She admitted, I've tried many times, but it never worked. He crossed his arms and said, You know what a demon king inherits. Once a demon king dies and passes on the throne, the successor receives everything. Sang-cho declared confidently, When I defeated Matazato, all the power he possessed became mine. He had inherited the full essence of a demon king who had held the position for ages. Sang-cho stated bluntly that Mask 2 only obeys orders. Atatanus continued probing. Aren't you afraid that if you release my seal, I'll kill all of you? He smirked and answered, You won't do that, right? If you wanted to, you would have done it already. Sang-cho spoke with easy confidence, as if he truly believed it. Besides, you've seen what we're doing. She let out a sigh and then agreed to the bargain. All right. The monsters behind him saw hope, and smiles spread across their faces. Sang-cho immediately turned around and ordered everyone get as far away from here as possible. He urged them sharply, There's no time to explain, so move away from here now. The whole group obeyed and retreated. Sang-cho took a breath to steady himself. All right. Then he raised his hand toward Atatanus, and the system started to hesitate. Wait, are you really going to do this? He'd already committed, so there was no turning back. What other choice is there? If I don't, the whole cornfield will die. It continued trying to stop him. You saw it yourself earlier. Her singing voice is far too terrifying. That's why she was sealed for 1,000 years. The system insisted on one thing. Once it's removed, there's no telling how powerful she'll become. It kept painting a grim picture. Even you will. But Sang-cho didn't waver at all, right? She really is strong. Anyone can see that. But we're dead either way, so why not try? We got nothing to lose. The system updated him. Right now, she's in a lot of pain too. The corner of Sang-cho's lips curled into an unreadable smile, and he chuckled inwardly. The one leading the charge is bound to suffer first. Hearing that, the system had nothing else to say and finally agreed. Fine, do it. Sang-cho then spoke up in warning. Atatanus, once I shout to remove the seal, the mask will open and your power will erupt. So I'm counting on you. He entrusted it to her seriously. Do your best to hold the rhythm. If I die, none of us will have a good ending. Atatanus nodded with a solemn expression. He immediately began. His voice rang out. Remove. Then he shouted the final words. Tessel. Instantly, the mask blazed with light. It fell from her face and gradually dissolved into nothingness. She was so shocked that she stammered my voice. It really. Sangcho lowered his stance, his gaze sharpening with caution. From that moment on, every seal Matazato had created using his heart became completely useless before Atatnis's power. She suddenly clutched her throat and coughed up blood. He thought to himself, the only way is. Atatnis threw her head back and screamed in agony. And Sangcho caught the timing and charged straight at her. This is it. The distance between them rapidly closed. Sangcho suddenly wrapped his arms around Atatnis. The two of them fell hard to the ground, locked together, and she shouted, her face red, "What are you doing?" But right after that, blood welled up and spilled from her mouth again. Seeing that her power was about to explode, Sangcho clenched his teeth and braced himself. Before she completely lost control and her power erupted, he had to restrain her no matter what. Only then could he. He roared loudly, focus nutrients, pump up vitality. The system updated, vitality 2,744. Those lines of darkness struck Sangcho straight in the stomach, and he spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. An unbearable pain hit him, but he still forced himself to keep holding her tight. I'll endure this somehow. Atatnis slammed down onto the ground and screamed in agony, while at the same time Sangcho doubled over, groaning. He held her tightly as both of them smashed against the ground, and Sangcho coughed up blood. He thought to himself, damn, this hurts way more than I expected. But then he gritted his teeth and told himself, I have to hold on. If I let up, everyone will die. Suddenly Atatnis cried out, it's slipping. Seeing strips of red cloth flying loose, Sangcho rejoiced inwardly. Hell yeah, it finally came undone. But before he could celebrate for long, the red strips whipped back again, making him panic. Oh no, Atatnis's eyes widened and her teeth clenched hard. The red strips slammed into the ground right beside Sangcho, turning his face pale. Sangcho thought. She changed the direction. This is my chance. Should I? Before he could finish the thought, one of the red strips punched him hard in the cheek, sending Sangcho's body flying into the air. He thought, it hurts too much. I can't take this. Then Atatnis shouted, run. Sangcho, I can't hold on any longer. Sangcho spat out blood and told himself, I need to run now too. No, he berated himself. Running away would make me a coward. Atatnis's eyes turned black, and she screamed as the red strips shot toward the two of them at incredible speed. Just as the strips were about to hit, Seigi suddenly rushed in with her sword and sliced the red strips apart. Ba-hun immediately followed, using his axe to hack through them. Haddock charged in right after with his own attack, and then Asuzit too. He shouted loudly, my lord, where are you going? Taibong was there as well, firing icy beams at the red strips. Sangcho yelled, you idiots, that's dangerous. Get back. Even with 1 or 2 layers of seals, you still can't. Before he could finish, he stopped short. Seigi leaped up and grabbed one of the strips to shield Taibong. There were others behind her as well. I forgot something, didn't I? In front of him, everyone was working together with one heart, desperately holding back the red strips. Sangcho thought to himself, the other monsters. I'm not alone. After some time, dusk arrived. Everyone lay sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted after such a fierce battle. Even the strongest among them were leaning against one another, panting for breath. It was a strangely peaceful sight, with everyone collapsed where they were. Suddenly, Atatnis sat up and spoke. Hey, are you all right? Still breathing heavily, Sangcho replied, more or less. We're fine. Thanks for worrying. She stared at him wide-eyed. Then Atatnis said something that surprised everyone. I sincerely apologize to all of you. She bowed her head and said, I destroyed the fruits of your hard labor, and I truly feel. But Sangcho suddenly cut her off. Save the apology for later if you want. You remember your promise, right? Use your power and wipe out this blight. Atatnis immediately answered, all right. The plants in the farm were tinged with yellowing decay. Atatnis stepped forward and stood before the rows of crops, murmuring to herself. Target. Atatnis's eyes suddenly turned red, and within them appeared the hidden blight spores that could not be seen with the naked eye. The disease spores rose and floated in the air, looking incredibly vicious. Atatnis confirmed, so this is the blight they were talking about. Sangcho asked uneasily, we'll really be fine, right? She answered, only the targets I aim at will be affected. Asuzit hesitated. I never thought I'd live to witness the death hymn with my own eyes. Seigi added, because once you hear that song, closing your eyes means it's over. Its power is terrifying. Atatnis closed her eyes and drew a long breath. Then she began to sing. Her voice was horrifyingly powerful and overwhelming. When Sangcho heard it, he even got a nosebleed, while Seigi and Asuzit stared with their mouths open. Bahat and Haddock were no less astonished. The sound echoed toward the disease, spores, and instantly blew them away. Her voice resounded over the entire farm, echoing all the way to the distant mountains, then gradually fading into the air. After finishing her song, Atatnis steadied her breathing, while Sangcho behind her stood there with his eyes wide. She turned back and said, "Thank you very much for listening. I'm not much of a singer, but it was enough to wipe out all the blight fungus." Before she could even finish, Sangcho pointed at her and ordered seal. The iron mask appeared at once and covered Atatnis's mouth. Startled, she demanded, "What are you doing?" Sangcho snapped, "If you were that tone-deaf, you should have warned me first. Seriously, that's the worst singing I've ever heard in my life." The system displayed, "You covered someone's mouth just because they sang badly? How cruel." Sangcho thought, "Why all of a sudden?" The system responded, "Actually, the seal was never truly removed. It can only be undone for a limited amount of time." He exclaimed in shock, and the system informed him, "The mask can only be unsealed for 3 minutes per day." Sangcho wondered, but earlier it was off for way more than 3 minutes. The system explained, "Time spent in a rage does not count because the power of fury surpasses the power of the seal." Atatnis said gruffly, "Take it off again." Now, he blinked in surprise. "You can still talk? Your voice sounds a little strange, but still," she replied. "It may be that the mask's power has weakened a great deal as well." Though her voice no longer held any power, Atatnis shouted, "Whatever. If you can't do it, I'll kill you." Sangcho hurriedly answered, "Please don't misunderstand." He explained, "The mask coming back isn't because of me. The 3 minutes simply ran out. In short, it can only be opened for 3 minutes a day." Pointing at himself, Sangcho added, "And only I, the Demon King, can do it." Then he said flippantly, "Besides, without me, how are you supposed to eat or drink?" Atatnis growled, "What are you trying to say?" Sangcho bowed politely and proposed, "Please help us with farming. Your reward will be 3 minutes a day." Atatnis cursed, "You really mean to exploit me that much? Coward." He laughed and said, "Let's call it mutually beneficial." She fell silent for a moment, calculating in her head. Fine, if I listen to him, perhaps the dream I've always had may finally come true. Atatnis looked at Sangcho in silence, and he smiled back at her. At last she spoke. "What I need to do first." Hearing that, Sangcho grinned inwardly. "Perfect, the most useful tool of all." Then he said aloud, "First, please clean up and remove the damaged crops." Atatnis replied, "Fine." She immediately stretched out her hand and launched red strips of cloth. Wherever they went, they swept up the ruined rows of crops along with them. Atatnis controlled them with ease, and everyone burst into applause and cheers. Her face flushed red as they kept praising her. Amazing. The former Demon King really is the best of the best. Incredible. She's worth 100 people by herself. Sangcho pointed and said, "Next, divide the furrows." Atatnis raised her hand again, directing the red strips to zip through the field and separate the rows. Flut and Taibong rolled over and fell asleep, while NOC watched and marveled. And everyone else also started getting bored and wandered off to do other things like playing chess or jumping rope. Only Sangcho kept shouting, "Sow the seeds." In the end, as he walked away, he added, "After that, mix and finish all the fertilizer before dawn tomorrow." Atatnis stared blankly as they all turned their backs and left. Dumbfounded, she asked, "Something's not right. Why am I the only one working?" Asuzit shouted, "Because of you, everyone got hurt pretty badly earlier. And you still want the kids to work too." Atatnis hesitated. I didn't mean to hurt them." Haddock added, "Just looking at you is enough to make anyone tremble and collapse." NOC poured on more fuel and demanded, "And that dress too. Aren't you ashamed?" People can't help staring. Shielding herself with her hands, Atatnis stammered, "That was my fault." Bah was quiet for a moment, then said, "Handle it yourself." With that, the whole group just left Atatnis behind and walked away. She silently watched them go, and at last let out a choked, aggrieved sob. The system displayed, "You endured the rage and successfully recruited Atatnis. Vitality and energy have both increased by 40, and there is also an additional reward." Sangcho looked over the system panel. "Request to enhance seed growth approved. Activating." The skill will automatically activate when all concentration is gathered at the peak growth phase. The system continued. When activated, it will absorb all internal and external factors, storing vitality and energy. He thought to himself, the hidden danger has decreased a lot. Then he continued, I hope I won't need to use Atatnis's power again. Scene shift to the royal capital, Manhwa. Mukwanji packed his belongings and turned to leave. Dion and Zavast came to see him off, and one of them said regretfully, to leave so suddenly like this. Mukwanji said, I can't keep depending on one place forever. There is something I must do. Dion asked suspiciously, what important matter could make you refuse such an honorable offer? He remained silent without answering. Mukwanji recalled what Bezia had once said to him. Do you truly want to know? Mukwanji hesitated. You are, it answered, I am Bezia, Lord of Abundant Harvests. You are the one who will erase all limits in this world. Mukwanji thought, Bezia. I vaguely remember that name. Then he said, you look more like a monster than a god. It laughed. And mortal eyes like yours dare judge me? Bezia continued, what you desire is also what I desire. By your words, Demon King Seredo, sir, is cultivating the land. I wish for all harvests to be bountiful. If you help him, things will go much more smoothly. It suggested, just stay by his side, and you will understand why you are who you are. Who is Seredo, sir, really? Go there and ask what you wish to know. After that, Bezia disappeared into the vortex. Mukwanji silently watched as Bezia vanished and slipped back inside the staff. He told himself, as I thought, there is no other path for this fate. The answer lies where Seredo, sir, is. Returning to the present, Mukwanji said, thank you for everything. Zavast answered, no, we should be the ones thanking you. You saved our lives. He continued, if you ever need help, send us a letter anytime. Mukwanji turned and left with a faint smile and a nod. He thought to himself, in the end, my fate has always been tied to that place. Scene shifts back to the farm. As the sun rose higher, Sangcho walked over rubbing his stomach and sighed. Good grief. Looking at the exhausted Atatnis, he said, you finished mixing it all? Taking a break? Phew, that smell. Stand a little farther away when you talk, haha. He pointed at her and ordered, remove. Atatnis immediately looked delighted. Sangcho held out a bowl of soup and said, here, Chunzio soup, a local specialty. You worked hard, so you should eat. Hearing that, she was so moved that tears welled in her eyes. Atatnis quickly began gulping it down. Sangcho Chukka. Wow, you really did work hard. I'm not even sure if it suits your taste. He went on, you'll keep going tomorrow too, and then you can have more Chunzio soup. Her face brightened. All right, thank you. Sangcho immediately thought to himself, monsters really are the easiest creatures in the world to raise. Suddenly Atatnis remembered something and exclaimed, Then she said, is there any more of that soup? I forgot something. At the entrance to the deep forest of the wastelands, at an abandoned old hut, Atatnis led Sangcho there. The moment he stepped inside, he could not hide his shock. There were many people lying weakly inside the old hut. Sangcho blurted out, people. Zonda looked up at him with a worn-out expression. Zonda forced himself to stand, thinking another monster. Sangcho stared at him coldly. As Atatnis and Sangcho spoke to each other, Zonda was confused and thought, what are they saying? Sangcho asked, so Mozido prepared for the possibility of being defeated by humans by using living people as the method to break the seal, while using you as a shield and escaping himself? She answered, that was definitely his intention. He thought to himself, judging by their clothes, this man holds rank in the royal court. In that case, Sangcho Guin Inwali caught myself a big fish. Seeing the scheming look on his face, Zonda felt a flicker of fear. Sangcho spoke, I am a current demon king. Seredo, sir. Your name? Zonda thought, that way of speaking. Then he answered, Zonda Marcanano, a knight of the great kingdom of Camelon. Are you going to eat me? Sangcho clicked his tongue lightly, then burst into wild laughter. His savage laughter made even those lying down in rest tremble in fear. Zonda also grew more vigilant than ever. Only after a while did Sangcho stop. Widening his eyes, he said, human meat reeks no matter how you cook it. I can't swallow that stuff. Or, do you happen to know a tasty way to prepare it? Ha ha ha. Zonda wondered inwardly. Is he joking or serious? He looks like he's about to eat me alive. Meanwhile, Sangcho told himself, loosened up my face a bit there. A smile is worth 10 doses of medicine. Haha. Then he said, do you have the strength to stand? Come with me. Zonda replied, even moving is difficult. If you're going to kill us, do it here. Sangcho burst out laughing again and said, haha, that joke was a bit much. What would I gain by killing you lot? Aha. Zonda thought, no matter what he says, a monster is still a monster. He can't hide that savagery. Sangcho said again, if you can't walk, then I'll have to ask my people to help. Zonda worried. Does he want the whole pack to come tear us apart? But all of that was only Zonda's misunderstanding. Sangcho summoned a group of demons to carry the wounded back. They even reminded one another, be gentle while moving them. Zonda stayed wary, so careful and gentle. Do they think that'll make us lower our guard? He told himself, you just want everyone to get to eat human flesh, don't you? Cunning, vicious fiends. Scene shift. A voice called, Mr. Zonda, Mr. Zonda, Mr. Zonda. Zonda, who had been asleep, suddenly woke up. Sangcho's terrifying face appeared right in front of him, and he laughed. Thank goodness you're awake. Sorry, I got a little carried away, Pointing, he said, you'll stay in that tent. 3 people per tent. Sangcho continued. Since you're the leader, I'll give you the biggest one over there. He went on, there's also a human here who's been around for a few months already. Zonda was stunned. Human? Kidnapped? He thought, I see. A slave. They forced that person to become a slave. Evil monsters. I'll find a way to escape this place and free that person. Zonda opened the flap and saw a sturdy, cheerful old man sitting there eating soup. He was dumbfounded. Why does he look like this? Healthy and well-fed. Forcing an old man to eat until he's like this. How devious. The old man exclaimed happily, oh, it's you. Haven't seen you in a while. Sangcho called out, now then. Live together peacefully. Seeing the sly look on Sangcho's face, Zonda became tense again. As they left, Sangcho cheerfully asked Atatnis, Atatnis, what do you think of me? She looked puzzled. What do you mean? He laughed and said, those people have realized how kind we are now, huh? Atatnis suddenly fell silent. Sangcho thought to himself, don't say anything that would hurt them. The system appeared. You are very kind, even caring for humans. He told himself, oh, how naive. Don't you know pretending to be kind is also a way to survive? I'm only laying the foundation for a greater cause. Then he continued thinking, if all monsters are going to live in peace, with food and clothes, then I have to build the strongest foundation step by step. Sangcho shouted, everyone, continue the farming therapy. The 3 sisters paused. Then he thought on, and as for Atatnis, the final therapy, whether it's fertilizing or curing disease, she's extremely well suited for it. Sangcho considered further. The 4 great demon generals only need to handle command, and on top of that, record and report the whole process. He wondered, will this really go smoothly? Meanwhile, the biggest problem right now was scene shift. At dusk inside the tent, Zonda asked suspiciously the monsters. They don't harm anyone. The old man replied, hee, young knight, I understand your doubts, but I live quite peacefully here. Every day, I get potatoes and chunzio soup. He continued, if I want to work, I work. If I'm tired, I rest. Meals are always brought on time. Then he recounted, even though I used to be a bad person, greed blinded me, and I stole from others. When I was young, my family was poor and had nothing to eat. I lost my senses and resented the world. At first, when I was brought here, I was terrified and wanted to run away. Then he sincerely said, but after staying here for a while, I realized they're very much like us. Zonda fell silent and thought, brainwashing. Then he calculated, I need to escape from here as soon as possible. If we go as a group, we'll definitely be noticed. I'll find a way out first, then come back. That night, Zonda sprang up from his bed. He took his sword and thought to himself, what fools. They really left weapons lying around this carelessly. Zonda crawled out of the tent and carefully surveyed the surroundings. Once he felt sure, he dashed forward, thinking no guards at all. They really underestimate humans. Suddenly, Zonda noticed something. Before him was a lush, thriving farm. Zonda blurted out, what is this? He wondered, a cornfield? Crops can really grow here? Then suddenly a little girl's voice cried out, damn it. Zonda instantly crouched down and hid among the rows of crops. He tensed up as the footsteps drew closer and closer. Zonda looked up and saw Flut. He wondered, that is. In his eyes, little Flut looked incredibly vicious. Zonda thought, a little monster. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly and calculated, it'll be hard to avoid their eyes. I can't waste time. Then he thought, fortunately, there's only one of them. In that case, he stepped toward her with sword in hand, intending to strike. In his mind, he repeated, I'll kill it. Zonda moved very close to Flut, almost about to bring his blade down on her, when suddenly a loud voice shouted, who's there? Flut turned around and saw a shadow in the distance. The girl smiled brightly as she recognized the person before her. It was none other than Asuzit. She cried out happily, Asuzit! He questioned her, what are you doing? Meanwhile, Bzonda hid among the crop, rose in fear. Asuzit asked, "Shouldn't you be in the tent at this hour? Why are you wandering around the cornfield?" Flut stammered, "Well, it's because I was worried the corn might get sick again, so—" Zonda was startled when he heard that. Asuzit suddenly fell silent, then said, "That's the Demon King's job and the adult's job." Zonda thought, "Monsters farming? How is that possible?" Then he thought further. "I see. They're preparing for war. They need provisions for the army." Flut said worriedly, "I know the adults are all working so hard. I just eat and play, so I feel bad." Asuzit barked. "Didn't you hear what he said? For kids, eating well and playing well is enough." He lectured her, "That's how you grow up healthy, so you can keep farming later. We still have to take care of those newborn little brats too, got it? If you won't sleep, how are you supposed to grow taller, you little shrimp? Hurry up and grow big already, understand? Grow up strong and healthy, got it?" Zonda was stunned. The way they talked was strange, like a neighbor scolding a mischievous child. He suddenly remembered the old man's words. "I think they're not all that different from humans." Zonda denied it inwardly. "No, impossible. They're monsters that eat people." Asuzit kept scolding. "You crawled around and got hurt, didn't you? Huh? Your hands are all scraped up." Suddenly Flut burst into tears. At that moment, Sangcho appeared behind them and called out, "Asuzit." He said harshly, "Just as I thought, cold-blooded as ever, making a little kid cry by yelling at her." Sangcho walked right past the spot where Bzonda was hiding. He thought to himself, "The Demon King." Sangcho questioned, "Why are you here at this hour too?" Asuzit hesitated. "Because." Blushing, Asuzit turned away and said, "I was worried about the cornfield, so I came to check on it." Sangcho shouted, "Don't push yourself too hard. You haven't been getting any rest lately." Zonda was astonished. He's saying words of concern with that expression on his face. Then Haddock suddenly appeared behind them and said, "Demon King, please understand him." He continued, "This is everyone's first time doing something like this. We had to give up attacking humans, and we can't slaughter each other either." Hearing those words, Zonda froze. Segi added, "That's right. Back then, I wanted to run out to the field immediately too." Bahan chimed in as well. "Exactly. Evolving from primitive life means starting agriculture." Sangcho reminded them, "Watch where you're walking." Then he laughed and asked, "Hee, is that so? So all of you came because you were worried about the cornfield too? In that case, in the name of King Seredo, sir, I hereby order you all to go inside and sleep at once. Tomorrow morning, wake up refreshed and tend the fields for me." Sancho shouted, "Avikut abopong." The whole group raised their hands high in excitement and shouted in unison. Once they had all gone back inside, the farm became quiet again. Only then did Zonda stand up, wondering, "What exactly did I just hear?" Sancho thought to himself, "They definitely look like vicious monsters on the outside, but why aren't they saying vicious things?" Zonda wondered to himself. In all his life, he had encountered countless things. There were people with demon faces and demons with human faces as well. He continued thinking, "It's been a very long time since monsters attacked humans. They're all said to be cruel and savage, but I've only heard of it, never seen it myself." He asked himself, what if they truly do want peace for everyone? Bzonda recalled the king's instructions before he left. "Bzonda, you don't need to bring anything back from those creatures. Just infiltrate the place and learn the whole truth, if necessary." He listened carefully to the king's words. The king had emphasized, "Our army will advance in and seize everything." Returning to the present, Bzonda silently reflected, his eyes growing resolute. Dawn was beginning to break. Bzonda headed back to his tent when someone called out to him. "Sir Bzonda." He asked them why they were all here. A soldier said, "There were no monsters standing guard, so we were able to get here. We can launch a surprise attack and take the Demon King's head first." Bzonda hurriedly cut him off. "No." He ordered, "Wait until everyone has fully recovered. Stay hidden and do nothing." But none of them knew that outside the tent, Sancho had heard everything. He turned and walked away with a sly smile, thinking, "Perfect." Back in his own tent, Sancho praised them. "Flut, the 4 great demon generals, well done." He continued, "Excellent acting. That idiot Bzonda has gradually started opening up to us." Flut cheered, "This is great." Asuzit, on the other hand, said, "So disgusting. Never make me play a gentle, kind, great demon general again." Sancho replied, "It wasn't really acting. You're normally like that anyway." He frowned suspiciously. "Like that anyway?" Bahan spoke up. That idiot Bahan couldn't even remember his lines and got them all wrong. The man retorted, I'm not an idiot. Not at all. Haddock added, building a monster kingdom through farming doesn't leave enough time to memorize lines. Sancho cut in, but it still worked, didn't it? He went on, to keep anyone from complaining, I've already prepared something. Sancho snapped his fingers and said, Sephiroth, Taibong, bring it over here. He took out a stack of blank papers. Taibong inked his palm and pressed it onto the sheets. He flew over and stuck one sheet onto each person's chest while chirping, T-bong bong. They all looked confused. What's this? Sancho smiled and said, they're medals. Hearing that, all of them became extremely excited. Then suddenly, he lowered his voice. There may still be failure. At once, everyone tensed up again. He continued, because that bastard Flanet died and became fertilizer, the potatoes are growing larger, but if they can't form proper tubers, then it's all for nothing. Would the Three Sisters method work? It might improve things. Sephiroth spoke up. Then do we need to go outside and get seed potatoes again? They won't be easy to obtain. Sancho replied, just thinking about it already makes me tired. He smiled and said, that's why we need those knights to become our allies. While everyone was discussing it, outside the Tentatatnus had heard everything. The expression on her face was incredibly strange as the sun slowly rose behind the mountains. Zonda stepped out of the tent and muttered, are monsters evil demons by nature, or are they just like humans too? I need to confirm it with my own eyes. Early in the morning, everyone gathered to work in the fields. Zonda pretended to work as well, but secretly observed the Tatnus. He thought to himself, the wicked which who once made humanity collapse to the ground from nothing but her horrifying scream. He continued, Seredo sir may still require consideration, but not her. A Tatnus walked over and called out, Seredo sir. He replied, huh? Isn't it not mealtime yet? She responded, it's not about food. There's something I want to ask. He looked puzzled. What is it? A Tatnus hesitated. It's not exactly that, it's just... Sancho urged her, go ahead. You don't need to hesitate. But a Tatnus still stammered, well, it's about that. Embarrassed, she asked, why didn't I get a reward medal? Sancho was briefly surprised, while Zonda's face darkened in shock. Sancho challenged her, what? Did you do anything outstanding? A Tatnus replied, I fertilize the crops and take care of them every day. At mealtimes, I don't even eat much. He calmly said, everyone here has to do that. A Tatnus, you should focus on clearing your penalty points first. A Tatnus stared in disbelief. Penalty points? I have those. He answered, 1,000,000. She screamed, you bastard. Sancho waved a hand and said, do you know how hard adults have to work to earn praise? Kids get praised just for farting. A Tatnus immediately drooped. Seeing her so down, even Zonda had to wonder, what is it with that reward medal? Is it really that special? Even that wicked witch. Suddenly, she saw Taibong flying by. A Tatnus called out, little dragon, I'm sorry about before, but could you stamp your handprint for me? It suddenly shrieked violently, then flew away, leaving a Tatnus staring after it in regret. From behind her, Seigi spoke up. Ma'am, you're blocking the way. Could you move aside a little? She answered awkwardly, oh, okay. When a Tatnus stepped aside, she accidentally bumped into Flut. Seeing that, a Suzit aggressively rushed over, scooped the girl up, and scolded her. Watch it. You shoved me, and now you're kicking a child too? You really are a tyrant. Even though the little girl muttered softly, I'm fine, a Tatnus still tried to explain, no, I didn't mean to. He challenged her. And that stabbing before was an accident too? She hesitated. That wasn't. Wait, he grumbled. So you really did mean to kick the kid too, you cruel, vicious woman. Haddock walked up and asked, have you finished mixing all the fertilizer you needed before coming out for a stroll? A Tatnus stammered, there's still a little left. He said at once, then you should finish that first. She quickly replied, all right. Bahan just stared at her, then said, wouldn't it be faster if you flew instead of running? Seigi also complained, what is she even doing? A Suzit, still carrying Flut, added so lazy. Seriously lazy. Watching a Tatnus flusteredly fly off in the distance, Zonda wondered, hey, a Tatnus is supposed to be really strong, isn't she? Evening began to fall. A Tatnus sat gloomily beside a pile of fertilizer. She rested her head on her knees, tears streaming down her face as she asked herself, if I had known farming could go this smoothly back then, I would have. Haddock thought to himself, who would have guessed you could grow crops in a place like this? Suddenly, a Tatnus froze for a moment. She wondered, but how does that man know so much about farming? I tried it a few times before, but every attempt failed. Then something occurred to her. In the past, when Sancho was still little, he had called out to a Tatnus, my lady. He held out a sickle and said, it's thanks to these tools. They're very useful for growing plants. Back then, a Tatnus had looked at Sancho gently and said softly, very good. Let's work hard together. He had smiled brightly then as well. Returning to the present, Atatnis finally realized it. That child back then, was it really that child? Suddenly a voice called out, Atatnis. She hesitated. Seredo, sir. He said, you look pitiful. She lowered her head and lamented, someone with nothing but penalty points like me. Troublesome, tyrannical, lazy. Seeing Atatnis like that, Sancho found himself wondering whether this was truly the once famous Demon King. Then he said, come to think of it, there are a few things that could help reduce your penalty points. Atatnis lit up. Really? Were they? He said, Atatnis, you've been doing farm work for quite a while now, right? No one has been using the tools, but the soil is strangely loose and soft. It's obvious you've been turning it with your bare hands. Sancho continued, so this whole area is thanks to you, Atatnis. Atatnis froze in shock. Then she became so happy she nearly cried. Sancho crossed his arms and said, so for now, I'll deduct 1,000,001 penalty points. Atatnis cried out joyfully. Then that means he shouted Taibong. Sancho ordered, give Lady Atatnis a reward medal. Taibong frowned in displeasure, while Atatnis blushed bright red, looking unbelievably expectant. She even held up her hands to make a heart sign toward Taibong. In the end, it let out a sigh, then took out a sheet of paper, stamped a handprint on it, and flew over to smack it hard onto Atatnis's face. Looking at the paper stuck to her forehead, she exclaimed, a reward. Atatnis danced around and cheered, Ahaha, I am Atatnis, the strongest monster, the one who received a reward medal. Ha ha ha. But she got carried away dancing and slipped, and Sancho was startled. Atatnis fell and wrapped her arms around him. Blushing, Sancho said, hey, is Taibong's handprint really that precious? But it turned out Atatnis had done it on purpose. Hugging him, she said, you've really grown up, little one. Through tears she added, and also, I was wrong. Before her lay the entire peaceful farm. From behind a rock, Zonda had watched everything. Looking at Sancho comforting Atatnis, he thought to himself, Seredo, sir, Atatnis, and the other monsters too. I'm sure they aren't simply wholly good or wholly evil. If that's the case, then I will guide them onto the right path. When dawn came, gentle sunlight fell over the farm. Bon carefully examined the ears of corn nearby, while someone hugged a pumpkin and exclaimed excitedly, it's huge, super huge. Segi hugged some okra and cried out, oh wow, this alone could feed us for years. Seeing everyone joyfully absorbed in it, Sancho suddenly shouted. And very soon after that, everyone charged into the fields like mad to harvest. They grabbed sickles and cut down everything they could take. Sancho could only stare at the sight in silence, unable to say anything for a moment. Then he turned away in another direction and decisively left the food-filled farm behind. At that moment, Atatnis noticed his expression and couldn't help feeling suspicious. Someone came over hugging an ear of corn and called out, Lord Haddock had a bumper harvest, but Haddock only replied coldly, not yet. What we truly need a harvest is still far off. Meanwhile, Sancho was walking around and surveying the area. Just as I thought, he lowered his head and silently calculated. Corn, pumpkin, beans too. They're all dry crops. If we only keep farming around the castle, it won't work. In the end, we'll have to move into the swamp region and turn it into rice paddies. But that area is poisoned, so growing rice there will be difficult. We need something that can move things along. Only then can we transform it into rice fields. We'll have to join hands with humans. At that moment, the system chimed in. You're talking as if you're really a monster. You were originally human. Sancho stared blankly at the system panel, at a loss for words, then rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So I've almost forgotten that I'm human, and now I see myself as a true Demon King. I see. But I really am the Demon King now. A ruthless one who has to feed an entire army. Meanwhile, everyone was roasting corn and other food to eat, all of them brimming with excitement over the delicious meal. This is so good. Whoa! Asuzit suddenly shouted, old man, making Digmon flinch. The man held out a freshly roasted ear of corn with a terrifying expression. Eat it. It sounded more like torture than an invitation, which made the old man a little frightened. I know they mean well, but I still can't get used to this. At that moment, Sephiroth walked over to Sancho and asked, my lord, will you eat? But he immediately refused. I've already eaten. You all go ahead and eat it. Hearing that, the boy simply stood there silently without saying a word, while Sancho kept resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Someone ate while crying noisily from sheer happiness, and all around them everyone wore smiles from finally having good food. As for Sancho, the system's voice kept ringing in his ears. Current vitality. Current vitality. Outside, everyone was practically stuffed full, while he grew more and more tense. Current vitality. Current vitality. It was the complete opposite of the happy, lively scene outside. At that moment, Atatnas suddenly asked, "You're in charge of the records, right, Sephiroth?" He answered at once, "Yes, that's me." Then she asked again, "Is Sancho still worried about something?" Thinking to herself, "Everyone dislikes me except him." Sephiroth replied coldly, "Area 7's harvest is finished." Atatnas could only stand there in silence. But the very next second, she rushed off harvesting like a machine. After that, Atatnas ran back again. "Sephiroth," he asked, "are all the sections done too?" Panting, she said, "They're all finished. Now tell me." Then Sephiroth spoke up. "Great King Sancho, everyone asked him to come eat with us, but he said he still had things to think about and went off somewhere." Hearing that, Atatnas nodded. "That's just how he is. He can't stand still. He's always moving forward." Those words made the boy falter. As for Sancho, he was still tearing at his hair. "I've got a plan, but how am I supposed to do it? Will things really go according to plan?" Suddenly, Sephiroth burst through the door shouting, "My king," making Sancho yell out in shock. His quiet space had been shattered, and he nearly went mad. "What is it?" The boy urgently replied, "Please come outside right away. Something big has happened." Hearing that, Sancho immediately looked confused. As he sprinted outside, he asked what happened, but Sephiroth kept urging him on. "This way quickly." Standing at the cliff edge, the boy pointed down below. There, but the sight that followed made Sancho stop short. Below, everyone had arranged leaves into words. He silently read each letter, unable to believe his eyes. "Thank you for the meal, my king." After eating their fill, every one of them wore an incredibly happy expression, all looking towards Sancho with gratitude. It moved him so much that his eyes welled with tears. Wiping them away, Sancho tried to play it off. "TCH, why is it so dusty here? What the heck?" Sephiroth spoke again. "I'm sorry for deceiving you, but if I hadn't said it like that, you wouldn't have come outside." It was Atatnas who suggested it. Back then, she had said, letting him rest isn't the answer. We need to give him motivation. It's not that hard. All it takes is, "Thank you." Just one sincere word is enough. Hearing that, he was even more stunned. Down below, Atatnas was still continuously harvesting. Sancho pressed his lips together tightly, as if trying to say something. Then he raised his voice so everyone could hear. "Everyone, listen up. From this day onward, every year on this date will be the day we give thanks to heaven and earth. It is thanks to heaven and earth that we have such an abundant harvest. On this day, everyone will stop working. In other words, it will be Chuseok." At those words, everyone erupted in joyful cheers. Sephiroth suddenly asked, "So we'll hold it again next year too?" Sancho answered at once, "That's right." His eyes were full of determination. "Tomorrow, I will go meet the humans. We need friendly ties." On the roof of a house, a flag fluttered in the wind, accompanied by a voice saying, "Friendly ties with humans." Sancho turned and challenged, "You're about to say I've gone crazy again, aren't you?" Sephiroth hurriedly denied it. "No, I wouldn't dare." Sancho didn't believe him and shot back, "What do you mean you wouldn't dare? You said it plenty of times already." Sephiroth still refused to admit it. "Sorry, I don't remember what I said." Then he glanced sideways and added, "You also said that we need humans to provide us with a stable supply of seeds." Hearing that, Sancho curled his lips into an amused grin. "Right, that's the best way." Haddock suddenly raised his brows and hesitated. "But, Demon King, since ancient times humans and demons have always opposed one another, I'm afraid it may be difficult." Sancho spoke calmly. "History exists to be changed. Even nations that have glared at each other for decades can still cooperate for mutual benefit." Then he narrowed his eyes and suggested, "Also, Asuzit, tell me, when was the last time you attacked a human?" Looking a little blank, Asuzit lifted his head as though thinking about it, then replied in a low voice, "Never." Sancho didn't stop there and continued asking, "What about you, Seigi?" Seigi's face turned bright red, and she immediately shouted, "Why are you asking me that? It's so embarrassing." Sancho asked, puzzled, "What's so embarrassing about it?" Seigi sternly insisted, "I've never killed anyone." He immediately turned to the next person. "You too, Haddock, same thing, right?" Haddock darkened and said, "I use my head. I would think up a strategy to..." Sancho cut him off at once. "But you haven't killed anyone either." Haddock nodded, "Right?" At the same time, Bon shouted, "Bon hasn't either." Sancho said, "I wasn't asking you." But Bon kept yelling, "If you kill people, grudges are born, and if there's a grudge then..." Sancho wearily challenged him, "Enough, enough. I didn't ask, so why are you talking so much? Are you some kind of spokesman?" Then he cheerfully remarked, "Come to think of it, you lot are all pretty funny. None of the four of you has ever killed anyone, yet you were made the four great demon generals. That's a bit." Then Sancho narrowed his eyes, grinned, and said, It's been a very long time since the last attack on humans. We need to start changing things for the better. Hearing that, Ban looked worried, but it's already hard enough just to get near them. The moment they see us, they'll attack on sight. Sancho asked back suspiciously, you mean attack? Ban innocently asked, what's that? Can you eat it? Sancho replied helplessly, never mind, forget it. Suddenly, Zonda's voice rang out, making everyone turn their heads. I can help. When Sancho saw who had spoken, he looked briefly surprised. Sir Zonda, with a stern expression, the man declared firmly, I will go with you and speak to the king. Then Zonda said, we all want peace. If bloodshed can be avoided, I'm always willing to help. After hearing that, Sancho could not hide how pleased he was and thought to himself, great, that'll save me a lot of explaining. Then he smiled faintly. I'm very grateful that you understand. But Ban wasn't wrong. The moment your people see me, they'll attack. Then Sancho excitedly offered a suggestion. Or we could claim to be an exile group, a branch of the demon race that committed some offense. Banished? Zonda hesitated, breaking into a sweat. That does make sense, but seeing the look on his face, Sancho burst out laughing. I understand. Then Sancho looked at the other four and said, who would believe it when they see them? Hearing that, they could not hide how hurt they felt. Sancho then called out loudly, all right, for great demon generals. He held up several squirming little creatures in his hand and shouted, transform. Then he gave his orders. Haddock, stay here and take care of the farm. Ba and Seigi and Asuzit, come with me. Ban immediately shouted, amazing food, while Seigi and Asuzit asked in unison, why do we have to go too? Sancho did not even bother answering and simply shoved 2 worms into their mouths. Just eat them. The woman transformed the instant she swallowed it, turning into a tiny sheep and crying helplessly, Ba. Meanwhile, the man took the form of a bird and looked utterly furious. Chirp! Ban, looking completely at ease, exclaimed how strange. Watching this scene, Sancho could not help but think he actually likes this. He's insane. Dressed in ordinary civilian clothes, he excitedly pointed ahead. 4 great demon generals, for the sake of a friendly future, forward. At that moment, a voice sounded from behind, making Sancho turn around in surprise. Atatnas stood in a dark corner and said, I want to go too. Startled, Sancho shouted, you scared me, old lady. Since when were you standing there? Atatnas answered in a low voice, I've been here from the start. Sancho then asked, then why were you just standing there without saying anything? She replied somewhat gloomily, because whenever I speak up, everyone. At that, Seigi narrowed her eyes and said, it's scary. Ba'an hesitated and added, that's because of you. Asuzit shook his head and said, who else would it be because of? Hearing those words, Atatnas could not hold back her tears, and her whole body began to tremble. At the same time, Sancho glanced at her and asked Atatnas, what are you doing there? She hesitated. Well, then Atatnas explained apologetically, I harmed them before, so if possible, I want to apologize to them. Hearing that, Sancho froze for a moment, unable to believe it. But in the end, he could not refuse. All right, I agree. She asked with a hint of joy. Really? Then he said, but not looking like that. After that, Sancho gestured. Open. Immediately, a pink light appeared before Atatnas' chest. She took the worm, which was still wriggling non-stop, into her hand, while Sancho folded his arms and thought, what will she transform into? I heard it turns you into the shape of your inner self. Like Bon, Atatnas put the worm in her mouth and inwardly grimaced. It tastes awful. The moment she swallowed it, a loud explosion rang out, and her entire body began to change. Standing outside, Sancho frowned as he watched what was happening before his eyes. Atatnas transformed into a gigantic beast, yet one with an oddly cute appearance. Seeing that, Sancho thought, oh my god. A huge pair of wings immediately spread open behind her. Sancho rubbed his chin, amused, and curled his lips into a grin. Not bad. I was worried it'd be hard to get through the forest, but this is perfect. Before them was the sight of Atatnas carrying them all as she spread her wings and flew through the sky. In his mind, he gave the order. Let's go. Sancho was so pleased he could not stop smiling as he looked down at Atatnas. Thanks to you, the trip is much faster, Atatnas. Thank you for coming with us. Hearing that, her face turned bright red, and she let out a soft meow. Seigi cried out in alarm. Oh my god, did you hear that? At her age, and she's saying meow? Oh my god. Beside her, Asuzit shook his head. Even shame isn't enough for this. Hearing those words, Atatnas could only shed silent tears. At the same time, Zonda suggested. When we get near the palace, please wait outside. I will go in first and report to the king. Sancho turned back and replied, all right, I'll leave it to you. At the same time, a thought crossed his mind. If this goes well, I'll ask for corn and bean seeds, and also long-term cooperation. Before them stretched a majestic mountain landscape. Atatinus powerfully sped forward, and on the ground below, the figure of a person appeared. Mukunzi raised an eyebrow and looked up, wondering curiously, what is it this time? But then his gaze shifted to what was in front of him. Looking at the scenery, Mukunzi thought, we've arrived. They flew tirelessly for a long while, and by the time the moon had risen, they were still in the sky. Then Atatinus gently descended to the ground, stirring up thick clouds of dust all around. Those riding on her back climbed down. Zonda turned his head and said, I'll go first. Behind him, Sancho stood with his hands on his hips and replied, we'll wait for your news. He remained there, watching Zonda's back as the man gradually disappeared from sight. At the same time, Atatinus asked, will everything go smoothly? Sancho glanced at her and answered, I'm not sure, but we have to do it. Then he frowned and thought, I've saved that old king who knows how many times. I hope he understands our goodwill. Scene shifts to another location. With an expressionless face, Zonda walked forward step by step, while an announcement rang out at the same time. Your Majesty, Zonda Mazantano, who was sent to the noble district, has returned. Inside the palace, he was kneeling before a man as King Kimilon, seated upon the throne, spoke. You brought them here from those creatures' place? And they're waiting outside as well? Zonda honestly reported, yes, your majesty. A group of around 4 or 5 of them is waiting outside. Hearing that, the old king remained silent for a moment. Then King Kimilon narrowed his eyes and declared sternly, very well, I will meet them myself.